Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Howdy, 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 squirrel friends, squirrels of the world. I hope you all are having a wonderful day, morning, night, evening, week, year, month, all the things, all of the things. So, this is the last episode of this series. So it's a bit crazy to think about that. We are at the end of the road here. So a couple things. As promised, I did make a clip of, let me find it, of Mr. Nelson. I might need to load it this way, of Mr. Nelson being the crazy head when he smiles and says bloodshed. Let me pull that up. Hold on. It's a good one. Here we go.
Bloodshed.
Pretty funny. So we have that. And also, as promised, especially this was, I remember it was Super Planner Girl was asking about this, but I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of us who were confused. We were discussing on the last one about the abortion and what was as we're pregnant or not. And I was saying how there was a part of Jason's interview where the closest thing we get to a confirmation that he hears definitively that she is pregnant is this part right here, where it's kind of like vague, but I'm going to play the clip and then we'll talk about this.
I took her in, and then within like a couple minutes, they're like, "Oh no, she's pregnant." And I was like, "Oh," and I was kind of like, "Well, all right." Like, what do you? And then she's like, "Can I get paperwork on like where I can go to abort this?" And I was just like, "Oh, okay. Well, never mind."
I'm going to play it again because it happened really fast.
Right, took her in, and then within like a couple minutes, they're like, "Oh no, she's pregnant." And I was like,
"That's it." So it's like he's like, "I took her in," and then within a couple minutes. He says it really fast, but it sounds like he says they came out and said, "No, she's pregnant." Let me play it again.
Right, took her in, and then within like a couple minutes, they're like, "Oh no, she's pregnant."
They're like, now that technically could be Ezra, right? Especially if she was going by them at the time. But he says they're like, no, she's pregnant. But at the same time, I don't know that the doctors would come out and tell him that, right? If he's out in the waiting room, I don't know that the doctors would be able to do that because that would be like a HIPAA violation, right? So it's one of those things where it's like that's the closest we get to him, you know. But like that, like what I wanted was I wanted somebody to ask him, like, did you see a pregnancy test, a positive pregnancy test? We don't. This clip right here is the closest we have to him saying anything that sounds like he heard from a medical professional that she was pregnant. But even still, it's like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Oh, shout out to Fender. We've missed you so much. I'm so glad you're here. Yay. Woo. Sweet. So that's awesome. I'm so glad you're here. How did the move go? And how is your new place? Fender, for anyone who doesn't know, Fender lives in India and she's been moving. So, okay, so I think those were the first two things. The next thing, let me get my screen ready to share because this is hella important right here. This was as promised to Kidsmiths. Shout out to Kidsmiths. You get the screen here. Yeah, you did about getting a new place. Yeah. By the way, this is actually a good one because the sentencing that we're about to watch here too in a second, I mean, I can't tell you the number of times that I've thought to myself, I wish Thunder were here to help because of psychologist things. And I know I'm not the only one, but like this sentencing is really interesting from a psychological perspective. I've never seen anything like it. So, okay, let me pull up this. Okay. So this is because so in the last live stream, so that's the actual Elmo. That's the actual Elmo from this trial. Shout out to Iowa's Backyard. And so this is from the last live stream where you could see the Elmo, and this is taken exactly from that clip. And I pointed it out. I'm like, oh, look, there's the Elmo. And then I was like, I was saying to myself that I feel like the Elmo and Nightbot would be like best friends, like in a cutesy way, you know, like they'd be like best friends, like, you know, like elementary school, like hearts best, like that's in my mind, right? And then like Kit Smith was like, I need like fan fiction of this like type thing. And I was like, I'll make it happen. 1,000,000 squirrel points though for anyone who can recognize what courtroom they're in, because I picked that specifically. It's not just random. Y'all know me. It's not just a random courtroom. It's not a random courtroom at all. And I made sure that the Elmo could be on the table. That says the actual Elmo from the Ezra trial. That's DJ Nightbot. And look, see, that's supposed to be in do you guys think that's Elmo's handwriting or Nightbot's handwriting up there? Who do you think wrote that, Elmo or Nightbot? I'm kind of thinking Elmo, just because he does documents and stuff, so that kind of would make sense between the two of them. Plus, Nightbot's hands are busy doing other things usually, I think. I mean, he's got a microphone in one hand, obviously. I was weighing in Nightbot. So, has anyone guessed the courtroom though yet? Boop, 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 boop. But yes, I made that. Was there anything else on my list? I know I've done a lot of things. We've got a new trial starting on Friday. I'll briefly touch on that, but I'll probably bring it up later too. But you know, we had been talking about this, right? Of like what to cover next. And you know, there weren't really any strong there's actually a lull kind of right now in terms of trials, right? Until Sarah Boone starts. Now that Donna Adelson's been moved. I wasn't planning on covering that anyway. Just because I'll leave that to STS. But you know, anyway, yeah, that's been moved. That's a whole disaster. And then Sarah Boone doesn't start until October 7th, day after Ezra's birthday. And you know, it's just so funny because I just love this Court TV archives thing, you know? And I was thinking to myself, it kind of happened by accident, you know? That's how this thing started, where I was like thinking to myself, I was like, you know, the Casey Anthony trial, I thought to myself, it was so famous, right? But it was from a long time ago. But I was like, I've only ever seen like clips from it, you know? I mean, of course, back when this happened, I was in like graduate school, I think. I wasn't watching trials. And for anyone who did watch it, it still would have been over a decade ago. It was from 2011, the trial. And, you know, but like you still hear about it, right? You know, she came out and did that interview kind of recently. I don't know maybe less than a year ago. And, you know, it's like a trial that would live in infamy. And let me ask you guys this question, right? Like, if someone were to say to you, what's the first trial that comes to mind if you think of a trial where there was a verdict and it's like the jury got it wrong, right? How many people is that the first trial you would think of? Probably. Like, I know for me, it's probably the first trial I would think of, just from like that's just what I've understood to be like it's like fact, right? Like that's always been my understanding. Again, even though I hadn't watched the whole trial, and it's like, and I think part of that too is because like no one's covered it. Again, just like with Ezra, right? Like I looked and looked and looked. Nobody has covered this trial, which this one blows my mind because it is so famous. It blows my mind that no one's covered it. Gavel-To-Gavel. No one. What? I mean, it's just like, what? Yes, Iowa gets 1 million squirrel points. That's right. That's right. I know who you're talking about, obviously. Correct. 1 million squirrel points to you, Iowa. Yes, it is. That is the courtroom from Colleton County. In fact, if Nightbot weren't there being so cute, you could see the portrait there on the back wall of Alex's grandpappy. So no one has covered this trial. And it's like the thing that in my mind, I'm like, you know, again, this is like the first trial that I think probably a lot of people think of if it's like, what's a trial where the jury got it wrong, right? And that's like the first one that comes to mind. And the thing is that juries, I believe in juries and I trust in juries, right? And the thing is that less than 1% of criminal trials that go to trial, to a jury, less than 1% are found not guilty, right? So it's like so few and far between. That's why, like I've said before, usually if you're watching a trial, you know, you can assume most of the time that the outcome will be that they're found guilty. In terms of like if you're watching it, right? Just statistically speaking, odds are the person's going to be found guilty just based off of statistics. So few people are acquitted. So, and this was a death penalty case, which is easy to forget because that's insane. It's a death penalty case, the Casey Anthony. And so, and it's so famous. And again, for me, I'm like, I have this whole idea yet that like the jury got it wrong, but I'm like, I've never even watched the trial, right? I've just seen clips here and there, and I don't even have any, like, you know what I mean? And so anyway, so my thought was this. My thought was watching the trial Gavel-To-Gavel, right? But trying to kind of start from a clean slate as if we're the jury and try, like the goal here, because I've had people ask me and say, why did the jury acquit her? Why? And I'm like, I don't know. And the thought is, well, maybe we will be able to answer that question. Maybe if we go and we watch it with a clean slate, we will be like, oh, it doesn't mean we may agree with that. We might be like, yeah, the jury was actually right here. Or we might not agree, or we might think she did it, but they couldn't prove it. I mean, who knows? I don't know. But the idea is that the jury acquitted her. And, you know, I believe in the jury, you know, and so it makes me wonder if it's just one of those things where it's like, maybe because, at least for me, again, having not watched the whole trial, maybe I'm missing something, right? Maybe, but I'm sure I'm not. Maybe a lot of people are missing something, right? Maybe the court of public opinion jumped to conclusions without having, you know, if the court of public opinion didn't watch the whole trial, is that really fair for them to judge the jury and say the jury got it wrong? You know, that type of thing. So, but I will say this much, guys. It is riveting. I've been working on the first episode. That'll be on Friday. It is like a movie. It is, and just from opening statements alone, I'm sitting there like, what? Like, WTF? Like, everything I know about this trial, it's like, you know, whatever, but like, I'm like, but what? But this? But like, I'm like, in other words, the stuff that I'm hearing, I'm like, how the heck is this not what was reported on? How the heck is this not what this is known for? What the heck? I'm like, am I crazy? Like, what is happening? Like the stuff that you will hear, I would imagine for most of you guys, especially if you haven't watched the whole trial, you're going to be like, we were getting the short end of the stick. And because anyway, it's like we didn't know anything, you know, as is often the case. But also, dude, the lawyering. The first witness is Casey's dad. Oh my God. The objections and the swiftness with the objections and the swiftness with the judge sustaining or overruling. And so far, there's no speaking objections. There's no bickering. It's very swift. It's kind of like, I mean, we don't know because federal courts don't have cameras. It's kind of like how I would imagine it would be in federal court or something where it's like they have to go by the rules. And the courtroom is incredible. I can't wait to show you guys. I've got a really great intro video for this that we'll get to see pictures of the courtroom. But boy, all I will say is like, it's a shame. Like this trial, again, from a legal perspective, it is so fascinating and so good. And there's so much there. And there's a lot of questions. And there's a lot of crazy shit happening. And then it's also like, I don't know, man. It's just one of those things where it's like, I've only just started it. I'm like, holy crap. Like we've been missing out. We've been missing out, people. Like this is a really good trial. It's really, 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 really good. I don't know why no one's covered it. It's insane to me. So, yeah, I mean, I understand. Wait, which Karen juror interview are you referring to, Fender? Was there a new one? But having said that, at least they didn't have a verdict, right? Like they should have acquitted, right? But like I'm saying, you know, I don't know that you can. I'm kind of basing it on when a jury reaches a verdict one way or the other. Yeah. See, I was a kid when OJ happened. So, and that's another one where it's not on YouTube, but I'm sure it's on those Court TV archives. That's where I'm getting all these trials from, man. Court TV archives is like, that's it. That's my new favorite thing. And it's actually in a lot of ways, it's a lot easier than watching things on YouTube when it comes to for my purposes anyway. Where you just want the trial, no BS, no nothing, you know, just the trial footage. But I was just a kid when OJ happened. So that's another one. I mean, maybe that's something I should cover too, like at some point, right? Because I'm sure that's on the Court TV archives. I've never seen that trial. I've just seen clips. I know the famous quotes. That's it, you know? But that's another one where there was an acquittal, right? And that's another great example too of the other one. Like, thank you for saying that, because that's the other one where if people are asked like where the jury got it wrong, that's a good point. Some people with OJ would be one of the first ones. But I think those are the two, right? OJ and Casey Anthony, right? And why? It's because they were acquitted. Very rarely is it that we were saying the jury got it wrong when there was a conviction. You know, by we, I'm saying the court of public opinion, you know, the general consensus, you know. So there's these acquittals, right? On murder charges. So, right. I know OJ was 6 months long. I know it would be a commitment. Yeah. And you know, there's somebody else. Who was it? I think it's Kat Randall, who I'm sure will be here at some point. But he, I believe, was another one who said he was in the same boat as you, Iowa, where when OJ was happening, same type of thing. Like they were like like watching it, you know, like talking about it at work and like all that. And right, I know, and that's another one I've had people request that I cover as well. So, and I have seen a good portion of that trial. I've never watched it Gavel-To-Gavel, right? But again, that's another one where I think it's only available on the Court TV archives. But But I think you guys will be surprised when it comes. Like, I'm surprised with this, from what I've seen so far with Casey Anthony. I'm surprised in a good way. I am one of those people where I love it when I'm like, oh wow, I was wrong. Like, like I maybe made, like, in other words, this is one of those situations where, at least for me, I'm like, this is gonna really make me double check. Am I just making assumptions or going with the court of public opinion? Right? When I'm saying, like, because again, I've been operating under this assumption that Casey Anthony did it, right? It's like, did it? I don't even know what, a murder, right? But other than that, it's like, it's like, yeah, it's her daughter. Like, in terms of the real details of the case, and it's the type of thing, right? I just am in that, y'all know me, right? Unless you've watched an entire trial, I don't know that one can have an opinion with confidence in any direction, right? I think you have to watch a whole trial. So I'm pleasantly surprised of like, wow, I totally, I didn't know a thing. I'm like, wow, I didn't know that a gosh darn thing about this. So, so originally, right, fast forward through commercials, right, and that's the other thing. That's fast forwarding through commercials, right? That's kind of like what the position that I'm in now. Where, like, again, the OJ trial was 6 months long, but like if you were to break that down into the way I do the videos, I don't know how many hours of actual trial coverage that would be. It's like it was 6 months long, but how during that time where there could have been week-long breaks, right? Stuff like that. You just never know in terms of the actual footage itself. But Casey Anthony is 6 weeks, so it's like Murdoch, right? Akin to Murdoch. A lot of these murder trials are 6 weeks. But anyway, okay, so I wanted to say something real quick. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to hold my thought. I'm going to wait until we get the victim impact statements for this. So let me go ahead. All right, let's pull this up. This is our last episode, guys. Are you ready? Oh, sorry. That's the Ezra intro video. I was like, what's happening? Sorry, that was anticlimactic. I thought that was the episode. Hold on, let me try this again. Okay, now we've got it. Here we go.
It's a house.
All right, closing arguments have just concluded. Remember, it's like evening.
All right, well, I've got a list. I don't know if counsel want to approach one counsel from each. I got a list of the exhibits that the jury is requesting. I don't know what they are, so we have to go through them one at a time.
Photos, Judge, and then there's there's a necklace and a leather bracelet. It's just a leather, so that's I think the main issue. What are they doing? They want physical.
Did they have any? I thought that I looked at. They all looked like it appeared to be photos.
Number 500 is number 500. Not.
Right here.
These are all very few.
Can you come in? They want physical evidence.
I think. Well,
What is your practice in this county when jurors ask for physical evidence? I mean, I can tell
You
you.
generally in homicide cases?
I don't think you're seeing many of those. There's a different practice in Milwaukee County for physical evidence because in Milwaukee County, the bailiffs are always sworn deputies in the sheriff's department office, and the sworn deputies come in to the jury room. They retain possession of and let the jurors view the physical evidence.
So here's what the deal is here. You guys remember on the last one when they were swearing in the bailiffs? I was like, oh, that's weird. The bailiffs are like, I was going to say citizens, but, lay people. What is the word I'm looking for? Civilians. That's the word. And it was two elderly ladies, and they weren't in, sheriff's outfits. And, we always see in every trial I've ever seen, the bailiffs that are in the, charge of the care and keeping of the jury are in uniform, right? And these look like they're volunteers, just like civilian people. And so I think that's what she's putting up a stink about, is that if the jury's requesting, at photo exhibits, for example, that it's, there should be someone who's authorized to handle them and give them to the jury.
And then they leave with it, so it's different because you have civilian bailiffs here. That's why I'm asking what you.
Yeah, I think we'll have to, I guess, discuss that on the record.
Right, I'm not taking any
I
position
wouldn't
on
let
it.
them.
I'm just saying I have not.
Well, we're not on the record right now, so I think maybe rather than repeating, we ought to just go on the record
That's fine.
and go through this. Okay. All right, so we're back on the record. It's 5:50 p.m. The jury has sent a question out, a copy, or a request for exhibits, and a copy's been provided to each, the defense and the prosecution. The jury is requesting exhibits number 331. That's actually on the list twice. Exhibit number 3, exhibit number 6, exhibit number 174, exhibit 633, 634, 174B, which 174 and 174B are basically the same, 668 to 673, and then 662 to 667. So that really is like 662 all the way to 673. Then there's 308, 311, 312, 314, and 316 to 327, 329, and again, 331 I've already mentioned, 642, and then 500. My understanding is that there are either, most of these are photos or those transparencies they're requesting.
All except for exhibit number 3 and exhibit number 500, they're all photos. Exhibit 3 is an autopsy, is the autopsy.
Oh, look at him, he's doing
report
lounge
from
lizard, like
Dr.
greatness.
Mills, and 500 is the necklace and bracelet. Your Honor, the state has no issue with any of these being sent to the jury. As far as the necklace and bracelet, however the court feels the best way to allow them to view it is fine with the state.
All right, what is the defense position?
We're talking about something right now.
Okay.
I'm writing notes.
Judge, we don't object to the request of any of those exhibits being provided to the jury. To the physical evidence, number 500, the necklace and the leather bracelet, again, defer to Your Honor, but we don't have an objection to Officer Malone being provided the physical evidence and to walk in there, and I trust he would do nothing other than this, so I'm not implying anything with him, but just he could go in there and show them, but he's not to answer any questions verbally or, speak to them in any way other than, to facilitate their observation of whatever it is they want to see.
So maybe wearing gloves if you did that?
I'm sorry, what?
I assume you'd be wearing gloves?
Yes, sir.
Again, if somebody else has a better idea, I'm certainly open to that, but we don't. If Officer Malone wants to do that, that's how the court wants to handle it.
Okay, do we?
Your Honor, what I'd suggest is when the court sends in the answer that it explains that he'll be coming in, showing it to them, they shouldn't ask him questions, he won't say anything, he'll just show it to them, and they should not deliberate or discuss the case while he's in there.
Of course. Yeah,
Judge, the only other question, I guess, is 174 the version without, 174, now that I think about it, is 174 the non-blacked out version?
I'm not sure, let's take a look.
And so if that was not actually published to them, I don't think that they should get it. I think 174B is the one that they should be able to get, but I don't recall exactly.
174B definitely has the blackouts. I don't, do you have a 174?
174A is the DVD.
I'm sorry?
174A is the DVD.
Oh, okay, that's the DVD, so I would just tell them that the only printed version is 174B.
But is 174B.
Right.
Okay, which would be the
It's got
books
the
that.
blackouts on it,
Right, that's what I meant.
yes.
Okay.
I just looked at it. If you want to look, counsel, that's fine, but it does have them.
I believe you.
All right.
I just didn't know which was which.
Yes.
So not 174.
Right, 170, and probably on the, when you send the note back, maybe just say 174 is just the disc that has the images that are printed out that are in 174B.
Okay.
And there.
Okay, so my note to the jury with the exhibits will be dated today and 5:55 p.m. Members of the jury, I am sending in the exhibits requested except 174. Exhibit 174B will be sent in. 174 is just a disc that 174B was made from. Exhibit 500, physical evidence will be sent in with a deputy who will show it to whoever wishes to see it, but he cannot be asked any questions or give any answers. He will display the exhibit and return to the courtroom. Remaining exhibits on the first request will be sent in. Is that satisfactory to both parties?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll print that and then make that,
You didn't say
send in a copy and then the other.
Your Honor, did you have, I'm sorry, was there anything on there about deliberation while he's in there?
About what?
About the jury deliberating while the deputy is in there? That should be on there as well.
Okay.
They should not deliberate.
Okay. Okay, so I added the sentence. There shall be no deliberations or discussion of the case while the deputy is in the jury room. Satisfactory?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then I'll print that. Okay, now we're printing the back. Okay, and then who's going to take the exhibits? Okay. Okay, I'll go and give them the note, and then I'll let the bailiff know that the deputy will be coming with physical evidence. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, we'll be in recess. All right, we're back on the record. It's now 6:50 p.m. We have a second note from the jury, received a short time ago. I believe a copy's been provided to counsel and by the clerk. And the jury is requesting the following exhibits: number 72, number 4, 635, 636, 637, 638, 4B, 696, 8 through 16, and 5 through 7. Okay.
Your Honor, as far as the state, first off, there were, as it relates to 5 through 16, there were only exhibits 9, 14, and 16 that were actually admitted. So those would not be there. 4 is the electronic version of the PowerPoint presentation of Dr. Mills. 4B is the printed version.
Okay, I have to have you go back a minute. So 5 through 16 only, which were admitted?
9, 14, and 16.
Okay. And then exhibit number 4 is Dr. Mills' PowerPoint?
Yes.
And what is 4B?
4B is the printed version of it.
Okay. And then what about 635, 636, 637, and 638?
Those are
Y'all, this is the second jury note. So they're well into the evening now, right? So I have to say, go jury, right? Because they are actually requesting extra exhibits. They're going through all the evidence. They're going through it, even though it's, they finished closing arguments, I think probably around 4 o'clock or so. And they were like, let's do this thing. And they went back to start deliberating. And they're still back there and they're asking for exhibits. So good for them, right?
photos of the defendant. I'm not sure which series of them they are for sure, but they're photos of the defendant, some of her injuries.
And 696?
696 is Dr. Tovar's report.
And 8, we already talked about 5 through 16.
Right. And 72, Your Honor, which we hadn't talked about yet, that's the scene outside at the crime scene, showing the car and some of the evidence, and a number of the evidence markers.
Is it a photo or?
It's a photo, yes.
It's the main photo showing the markers 3 through 12, I believe.
Okay. So do you want to go through these one at a time, or?
We don't have an objection.
Okay.
And we don't have any objection to any of them either. Obviously, 4B would be the version that'll go, 4 being the disc, that would not go, but 4B, we have no objection to any of them going.
Okay, so, and I'll just note that what I am doing is typing a note back to the jury and a copy of their note to that note. And then the clerk will get the original note with a copy of my note to maintain it for the record. And so I'm going to do a note here, and I'm going to ask them also to put a time on any subsequent notes or questions that they have, so that we can keep track of them by the time.
I'm sorry?
Is it 4A?
4 is the electronic, 4B is the,
Okay, but is it in a disc form? If they wanted to see it, could we play it for them in the
I
courtroom?
apologize. This has a gold sticker that says 4 and a blue sticker that says 4B.
So right
Okay.
now, the jury is requesting to see another portion of Ezra's interview on March 1st, which is when she was interviewed regarding the John Hanson matter.
But is it, I'm explaining why I'm not sending them 4, so it's
4 is on a disc.
on a disc.
Yeah.
And do you have your computers in here if they wanted to come in and see it?
We can bring it.
Okay.
that's for 5 through 7.
No, we don't have one.
Okay, so this note, again, today's date, 6:54 PM. I'm not putting a case reference on it because it'll be in this record. It saves time. Members of the jury, I'm sending the exhibits you requested except for Exhibit 4, which is a PowerPoint on a disk that would have to be displayed in the courtroom. I am not sending that. Exhibit 4B is the paper printed version of Exhibit 4. Please put the time on subsequent notes so we can
That's the
keep an
autopsy
accurate
report,
record.
guys.
Thanks,
They
Judge
want the
Peterson.
autopsy report.
Any objection to that
Do you
note?
want to put a note or include that, because you're only sending 9, 14, and 16 of the ones.
Oh,
that
that's right. I'm
requesting.
sorry.
No,
Yeah.
they're- sorry,
That,
it's not the autopsy report, but it's the printed version of the autopsy, the PowerPoint presentation from the medical examiner. So yeah.
only those,
Okay. All right.
That the other numbers go to. I mean, the numbers that exist, but there are no exhibits that correspond to. So
Okay, I'm gonna have to change this then. Okay.
yeah, because I think the rest of those were all part of.
Okay, so I changed it. Again, date, time. Members of the jury, I'm sending the exhibits you requested that have been.
Oh my God, you guys, Detective Proc is still there. I've never seen that. So Detective Proc was the lead detective on this case, who knew Ezra even before the murder, right? He is still there waiting with, look at that. I've never seen that. And again, this is well into the evening at this point. He's waiting for a verdict. Wow.
Received, except for
Wow.
Exhibit 4,
Wow.
which is a PowerPoint on a disk that would have to be displayed in the courtroom. I am not sending that. Exhibit 4B is the paper printed version of Exhibit 4. Exhibits 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15 have not been received.
6 has been received and has already been provided.
I'm sorry?
6 was received
Received and provided.
already and already sent to them?
Yes, the first.
Yeah, 6, that's correct. 6 was already sent to them.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so then I change it to say 5, 7, 8, 10, et cetera, have not been received. And you should have Exhibit 6 already. Okay, with just that change. Agreed?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, then I'll print that out and we'll get that to the jury.
Take it immediately.
Thank you, please be seated. All right, it is now approximately 7:50 PM and we received another request from the jury a few minutes ago for exhibits 290, 176, and 426. And First Estate, any objection to the jury?
Your Honor, we don't, 426 was not admitted, only a very small portion of 426. That's the March 1st interview of the defendant by Detective Proc. Only a small portion was actually played. And
Is that a recording?
that obviously was not admitted. 290 is the March 24th interview of the defendant, the transcript of it, and 176 is the March 23rd transcript. We don't have any objection. I understand the defense may, and I will respond after that.
Okay, Mr. Nelson?
Judge, we object to the transcripts, that is Exhibit 290 and Exhibit 176 being provided. I think the jury wants to listen to the interviews. They can listen to the interviews. I've listened to them, and I know that there are at least one error that I think is significant. Happy to point it out, maybe everybody agrees, but regardless, I don't think that you just get the transcript. I think they need to.
Well, Your Honor, the testimony, first off, they were admitted without objection.
Well, they did
Secondly-
object to them, actually.
There may have been, but they were admitted. Secondly, Detective Prock testified that he listened to them, that after listening to them, he reviewed the transcripts, and the transcripts were accurate to the best of his ability. So I believe with that testimony, there's certainly, there's enough indication of reliability and accuracy, and so I would submit that they should be submitted to the jury. If they wanted to listen to the recordings, they could have asked to listen to the recordings. They didn't ask for that.
Judge, just so it's honor noted, I
Objected from the get-go to the transcript. We've never agreed to their authenticity. I understand the court's prior ruling. I understand Detective Prock's testimony. However, he is not a certified court reporter. That most transcripts, in order to be admitted, are of that nature. And so that is our concern regarding 290, 176.
So 176, what is, 426 is the March 1st transcript?
For 426 is not offered, it's not been received. I don't believe that there is a transcript. No, I think there is a transcript that was
But
provided in discovery, but it's not part of evidence.
But 426 is the March 1st, right?
Correct.
And then 290 is the March 24
Correct.
Yes.
transcript. And then 176 is the March 23rd,
Yes, Your Honor.
Second. Oh, yes, 23rd, excuse me.
March 23rd. And that's the Detective Prock.
Yeah.
That would be March 23rd. All right, well, Mr. Nelson, what is the error you believe that is on the transcript?
Can I see 290? On the top of page 41 on line 1824, the line reads, "My life, because I've never ever felt that way in my whole life." I believe it should read, "My life, because I've never ever fought back in my whole life."
So
instead of felt that, it should read fought back.
So, what about bringing the jury in and having them listen to the two recordings?
Yeah.
It's fine. I mean, if that's what they want to, that's what they want to do. That's what we do.
Well, Your Honor, and I guess I don't agree that that's a characterization of what's said. If we want to, I mean, we could listen to it in the courtroom and have the court make a decision if it's a correct transcription or not. Just that small portion.
Can we get to that portion?
The whole of it was played.
I know, but I mean, I wonder how quickly.
There is actually I'd have to go get my computer.
There's a
but-
timestamp on the, it's 5101 is immediately after that, so it would be, around the 50-minute mark.
Is that the March 24 transcript?
That's the
Yes,
March
sir.
24th transcript.
There's also a part of the transcript that says inaudible, but we played it during the redirect of Miss McCandless, where she says on the tape that Sipple was the name of her high school teacher, and it's transcribed as inaudible, but if you listen closely, you can hear her say she had a high school teacher by that name.
And she testified to that, and they heard that testimony.
Well, you've challenged everything about her testimony as being a liar, so I think hearing the actual tape is important.
Well, I think what I'm inclined to do is send a note back and say that at this time we're not sending transcripts back, but if you wish to listen to the recordings that were played during the trial, we'll bring you into the courtroom for that.
It in court.
Right, but can we locate that?
I
think we
had
can-
it before. I can find it on my computer and play it, certainly. I know we had it, we'd have to figure out what the number, I'd have to go grab my book and we could figure out where that was marked. I believe it was
What day?
693.
What day was that, Officer Bang?
Oh,
It's not Vang.
It's not Vang.
Oh,
This is during Proc's cross-examination. I crossed Officer Vang regarding the portion of his interview in which Ms. McCandless spoke about Alexander Woodworth. It was about a 60-second or less clip, at the end of which our point of contention was she says it hurt.
okay, so that was the Proc interview of the Hansen investigation.
Correct.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have a suggestion, because of the fact that, the two recordings between them are about 2 hours long. Rather than having the jury have to come back in and listen to the whole thing, my suggestion is that the one section that they have that the defense has an issue with, that we give them the rest of the transcript, leave that page out, and let them come in and listen to approximately a minute and a half of the recording, and then go back.
Again, there's at least two. So on page 2 of Exhibit 290, on page 2, line 43, Ms. McCandless, the transcript reads, "It sounded familiar to me because I
Okay,
inaudible."
and that's fine. They can listen to that portion too. I have no
Finishing-
problem with that.
Finishing my sentence, the rest of the sentence read, "Because I, inaudible, last name Sipple," and it was the defense's position, and Ms. McCandless testified that it was, her words on the tape were, "It sounded familiar to me because I had a teacher with the last name Sipple," or something along those lines.
And I have no problem with them
We don't want
listening
a
to that
transcript.
portion too, Your Honor, but it just seems like that would save a lot of their time, the court's time, and everybody's time.
And Judge, with all due respect, we've been here 3 weeks. This is a very serious matter. We either play the tape or we don't. And our position is we play the recording. You might want to ask the jurors, look, we're going to ask to play the recording. Do you want to hear that now or do you want to hear that tomorrow? Or however Your Honor wants to do it. But I don't think we play portions of it. You just play the whole tape.
I think that's what I'm gonna do, because,
And then the question, I guess, then Judge, sorry to add confusion to it, is, of course, the state's portion that they played had the transcript with it that was played underneath. I have a version that I could play on my computer that's identical, that does not have the transcript, or we could just play it without the visual, so that they can listen to it.
Yeah. it should-
well, the concern I have is that portion that is disputed as far as the accuracy is a pretty significant portion of that transcript. And so, okay, 8:03 p.m., members of the jury, I'm not going to send the transcripts in the jury room, into. If you wish to hear the recordings or portions played in court, we will have you come back into the courtroom. However, it will take approximately 2 hours. You want to do that tonight or tomorrow morning? Any objection to that, Mr. Nelson, State?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you want, I apologize, did you want to let them know that 426 was not admitted? Or is that just still?
Okay.
You would still play that portion.
That's fine,
Played
I
in
just-
court.
Yeah.
I don't think they should be told that right now.
And there is no transcript for 426.
There one exists, but it's not been entered into evidence, correct?
Yeah, but it's not in evidence. Okay. So I think we just leave it like this here
I think that'd be
for now. Okay. Stand by, because we'll probably get an answer pretty quick.
All right, guys.
We've been informed that the jury has reached a verdict.
Here we go.
So we'll be bringing the jury in shortly. Well, if you have some people that you want to let know.
Yes.
Okay, then we'll tell you. How much time do you need?
5 minutes, if that.
Okay, so we'll just hang on. All right. Hannah, and everybody's
Have
in
a
here.
verdict.
Give me the signal.
Yes.
All right. Again, it's 8:20 p.m. and we've been advised the jury has reached a verdict, and we'll be having the jury come in shortly. Now, I would ask that, I know there's a lot of emotion in this case on both sides, and since March 22nd of 2018 until now, if there's anybody here that does not believe that they can keep still and hold their emotions in check, now is the time to leave the courtroom. I'm going to ask that anybody in here not show any emotion and there do not be any outbursts. All right? Understood? All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, you may be seated. Excuse me. All right, members of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and would you please give the verdict and the instructions to the bailiff? All right. Mr. McCandless, please rise. We, the jury, find the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in the information. And the answer to the special verdict question is yes, use a dangerous weapon. Again, you may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, is this your verdict? All right. I'm going to do what's called polling the jury, and I'm going to ask each of you if this is your verdict. And I'm going to ask you by your juror number. All right, I'm going to list off your juror number, and I'd ask that you simply answer yes or no. Okay, juror number 30. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 20, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 67, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 36, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 56, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 73, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 90, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 133, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 135, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 98, is this your verdict?
Yes.
And juror number 64, is this your verdict?
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's enough gratitude I can express to you for your service in this matter, in the sense that you've devoted 3 weeks of your time and limitations on your liberty and so forth. And we do have a standard closing instruction, which I have momentarily misplaced. As you can see, we use a number of pattern instructions, and occasionally we stray off of that a little bit, improvise, but in any event, now that your service in this case is completed, some of you may have questions about the confidentiality of the proceedings. You are free to discuss the case with any person you choose. However, you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it from anyone other than the court. If you do decide to discuss the case with anyone, including the media, keep in mind that your fellow jurors fully and freely stated their opinions and may not want their opinions made public. Please respect the privacy of the views of your fellow jurors. If any of you have questions for the court before leaving today, please let the bailiff know before you leave the jury room. And if you do wish to remain, and I will answer any questions you may have. Again, there are limitations on what the court can and cannot do or say. But we do have some information for you. In a case such as this, often the things that you see or hear throughout the course of the trial can have, I think that was brought up during the trial, secondary trauma. If we have some information for resources, if any of you feel that you're struggling in any way with any of the things that you've seen or heard about or had to deal with in connection with this case. So we'll provide that to you before you leave tonight. And again, if you have any other questions for us, we can help you with that. But members of the jury, on behalf of Dunn County, the court would like to express its sincerest gratitude and appreciation for your service in this case. The court recognizes that you have devoted significant time and tolerated restrictions on your normal activities during the trial. Your service is a necessary and essential part of the justice system guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States. And I hope you found the experience to be a rewarding one. And I know that, again, it's not an easy thing to do. So with that, we are going to excuse you. And again, I do wish to express, as you know, sometimes a pattern instruction doesn't really fully express, our appreciation for the service and what you put up with while you serve on a jury. But we are going to excuse you. But again, if you do have any questions, you may remain. If not, you're free to be on your way. And I'll just note for the record that we kept the alternate until after I polled the jury. So then you can also notify, we'd like to give the information to Mr. Tyerman as well. And he can be excused if he wishes. And if he has any questions, then he can remain. Okay, so we're going to excuse the jury. All rise.
All right, guys. So.
All right, thank you. You may be seated.
They're going to talk about plenty of things.
All right. Any motions?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the verdict, the state has two motions it would wish to make. First off, we would move for a judgment of conviction based upon the verdict. Secondly, we would move to revoke bond at this point in time.
All right. Well, does the defense wish to be heard at this time?
No, Judge.
All right. Court will enter judgment on the verdict of guilty as rendered by the jury. And the court will also revoke the bond at this time. And Ms. McCandless will be remanded to the custody of the Dunn County Sheriff. And we will set a sentencing date. So we need a date. I'll order that a pre-sentence investigation be prepared. It is a mandatory sentence. However, there is a parole eligibility date. So we'll...
February 24th.
So that matters. So it's a mandatory life sentence, but it's not LWOP, right? So there's a parole eligibility, like potential, right? And we're going to hear more about that when it comes to the sentencing in terms of how in Wisconsin, the laws recently had changed in regards to that. So it's not LWOP, right? So it's a mandatory life sentence, but there's a parole eligibility. So
how about we'll have the record for scheduling.
standard in Dunn County, but in Milwaukee County, I've always asked for a court order that defense counsel be present during the pre-sentence interview. I have never been, no judge has ever declined to order that. I'm aware that the probation department would not let a defense lawyer in, but they will comply with a court order. And that, so I'm asking for that order.
All right, state have any objections?
Oh, I'm sorry. On that issue, no.
Okay, all right, well, I'd ask that you prepare the order for the court's signature.
Usually if you just put it on the order for the pre-sentence, they'll comply,
that
but
too.
in case not, we can get something to you next week. That can go to DOC and it'll have Mr. Nelson's office.
Okay, are we on the record for that, Madam Reporter? Okay, so, but off the record for scheduling, it's kind of ways out there,
Just a
24. Yeah.
So Friday, February 7th is fine with the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Nielsen?
AAG Han is not available, but we should be fine.
Ms. Vishny, does that work for you?
Yes.
What time?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Did you want all day or half day?
Oh, Your Honor, it might be better if we have more than a half a day, it sounds like. I think there are quite a few members of the family that wish to be making statements, so it may take
Starting
more.
at 9 a.m.?
What's that?
Starting at 9 a.m.?
9 a.m. for the rest of the day, maybe, just to be sure.
All right, we'll go back on the record. Sentencing this matter will be set for Friday, February 7, 2020, beginning at 9 a.m., and we'll reserve the rest of the day for this matter. All right, anything further, counsel?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor, thank you.
All right.
I just have a question. How do you want that ordered that defense counsel may be present for PSI interview?
Shall be present.
Yeah, put in there, shall be present.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then, with that, we'll be adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so because this is Wisconsin and they do the PSI pre-sentencing investigation, like you just heard, so that was that verdict was what was it? November 1st, I think it was November 1st, 2019. So February 7th, 2020, before COVID, right before COVID, right? They're going to have the sentencing hearing. So I wanted to note a couple things. So there's going to be a lot of victim impact statements, and I've watched a lot of victim impact statements. I'm sure you guys have as well. I have to say these are some of the most brutal. And what's interesting too is there's victim impact statements and defense impact statements, if you can believe it. Don't usually see that. So I have a lot of thoughts on victim impact statements in regards to sentencing, and we talked a lot about this in one of the recent Koberger live streams, because, you know, the emotional value of victim impact statements and how that should or shouldn't affect sentencing. And of course, with Koberger, it being a death penalty case, the jury actually is in charge of the sentencing there, right? So in other words, the victim impact statements here, you know, they're going to be heard before the judge, but in a death penalty case, it's even kind of more of a significant matter because of the fact that the jury is going to be deciding the sentence, or in regards to whether or not they're going to give the death penalty, right? And so hearing the victim impact statements before a sentence can be, in my opinion, kind of problematic for a number of reasons. But we'll talk more about that as we go through this, especially if you guys have thoughts about it. So, all righty.
Okay, then any reason we cannot proceed with sentencing today? All right, Ms. Nodolf, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the first statement will be from John Woodworth, Alex's father, but I believe it will be read by a friend of his. No? By me. Okay, it'll be read by me.
Okay, just again, keep in mind that when you read, just read at a pace that the court reporter can sustain.
At Alex's memorial service, we had over 300 people attend, and we received well over 500 cards. It was touching to see how many people Alex had touched over his short life. In one of the cards, we found a letter from some man we didn't know. He told us that his son was suicidal but ran into Alex at the Racy's coffee shop where Alex worked. The two of them started talking, and the boy told Alex about his intent to kill himself. Alex was able to talk him out of it and helped him find the resources to deal with his issues. The father ended the letter letting us know that his son was alive because of Alex. As much pain as we have felt over the loss to us. What is hard, if not harder, is knowing that if Alex had this much impact in only a few years, how much more of an impact he could have had if he had a full life. It is this loss of potential that hurts as much as the loss of Alex himself. By killing our son, not only has Ezra robbed my wife and myself of our son, but has made the world a darker and colder place by destroying the light that Alex could have been.
Okay, thank you. And that's John Woodworth?
Yes. The next statement is from Joan Woodworth, Alex's grandmother, that she would like to have read as well. Ezra McCandless lured my grandson to a remote location with the express intent of murdering him. Alex was our oldest grandson, who we spent every minute with growing up and continues a very close relationship with through college. We took the time once a month to drive the hour and a half to see him, take him out to lunch, shopping, and just spend time with him from the time he started college in Eau Claire. We often picked him up or drove him back after weekend or holiday visits. These were some of our most cherished times with him. Her selfish act has robbed our entire family of any possibilities of seeing him reach his dream of becoming a professor, of spending another birthday, weekend, lunch, or holiday with him, ever see him get married or have children of his own. These were all robbed from us. His loss has been the worst nightmare of our lives. We have suffered great mental anguish, unbearable grief, and loss. We have not been able to have a joyful holiday in 2 years. Robbed each year from joy and only knowing sorrow of the one who will never be with us again. This has also greatly affected his parents and younger siblings. Due to a hearing we attended, my husband Marv had a heart attack and spent 20 days between 3 hospitals last December. The health toll on us can't be measured. Knowing that she intentionally killed him for selfish reasons, stabbed him 16 times, watching the blood and life drain from his body, is a picture that I live with every day. Watching her reactions at the hearing and trial, knowing that she didn't even show an ounce of concern, remorse, or sadness for his loss, was something I believe shows her true character. As a Christian, I know that God has forgiven me much in my life, so I must also forgive her. However, I do know that God expects accountability for our sins and actions. I then feel it is only right that she does suffer the consequences of this brutal, selfish murder by spending many, many years in prison and get mental help. I feel if given the opportunity, she definitely will kill again. And my prayer is that she will never be able to harm another person like she did Alex, or put another family through what we have been through.
All right, thank you.
And I believe the next will be Scott or Amy Clark, the uncle and aunt to Alex.
Yeah, you come right up here and right to the witness stand. All right, and because it is sentencing, I don't think it's necessary to place a person under oath. We just thought that would be a good location to make a statement from. You may be seated if you wish. You can stand if you'd like as well.
I'd like to.
Okay.
You took a life. You took away a son, a brother, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Alex was loved by so many. He did not have 1 ounce of meanness or anger in him. He indeed was about giving and helping. He was funny. He was kind and respectful. He had such an intelligent and witty mind. He was such a kind and loving man that despite him knowing how unstable you were, he was still willing to give you compassion. He left with you that fateful day believing he was going to help you in some way, and instead you took his life. He definitely is not the monster you attempted to portray him as. Seeing and hearing how you brutally took his life will forever be etched in our minds. Although we try to replace that with fond memories of Alex, there will be a lifetime of emptiness for our family, and especially for Alex's parents, Kim and John, and his younger siblings who looked up to him. What more heartbreaking than the loss of your child? Your world is turned upside down, and a piece of your heart will be missing forever. Alex touched so many people's lives in the 24 years he was with us, and now we have been robbed of seeing what his potential could have been. He had great potential of touching many more people's lives. As we would hear it argued in court by this defense team, that Alex could have been up walking and talking for up to 30 minutes with his injuries. And what more awful to imagine is your child or family member suffering for any period of time. You caused pain and suffering to Alex, and you have caused pain and suffering to our family. You were never the victim, and there will be no forgiveness from us for what you have done. This is our last chance to advocate for Alex and the precious life that you took. We know this won't bring him back, having seen how Alex's life was brutally taken by you. We want the harshest sentence of life in prison. Going through this process, it has felt as though we have had to go through losing him again. You took a life, and we can only hope that the rest of your life is misery, as the rest of our life will be misery, missing Alex and wondering where Alex's life would have taken him.
Okay, and when you start, can we just get a spelling of your name and how
Sure.
Krista is spelled?
Krista, last name Hall, Hall.
Thank you.
Sister to Kim Woodworth and Alex's favorite aunt. That's been an ongoing joke amongst the aunts with all of our nieces and nephews from the time they were little enough to bribe with candy. There's a quote that I read not long after Alex's death, and although I don't recall the author, I wanted to share it today because of its simplicity, which rings true in regards to grieving. Mourning is one of the deepest expressions of pure love. As we continue to mourn for Alex, and will continue to honor his life by sharing the memories he left us with over the years. We've all mourned for a loved one in our lives and experienced the heart-aching depth of despair that creates. Even if you didn't know Alex, human nature is to be respectful of the family and show some empathy or compassion. Going into the trial, we weren't sure what to expect, but I knew although it might be awkward, I certainly wouldn't have any hard feelings against Ezra's family. And I thought surely they might feel the same about us, right? There are no words. No idea what to expect.
This part is crazy. This is this is really interesting what she's about to say about Ezra's family.
When my sister Kim said good morning to one of the family's members of Ezra as we entered the courtroom one of the first mornings, there was no reply. No.
So she's saying her sister is Alex's mom, right? Alex's mom was kind enough in court during this trial to say good morning to one of Ezra's family members, and they wouldn't respond.
Eye contact, nothing. I was appalled and angry.
Yeah.
My sister lost her son. For those of you that didn't know Alex, to put it simply, he was incredibly smart and witty. We all looked forward to seeing him during the holidays, noticing the changes that take place from a high school graduate who goes off to college, watching him develop into the young man that he was, finding his place in the world, pursuing his interests. Conversation with Alex was never boring or dull. Until this trial, I don't think any of us really understood what an incredible writer
Oh, by the way, what do you guys think about Ezra's new look?
he had already become.
Incredible.
The brief excerpts that we heard in court were only a fraction of what he was trying to say, and yet it was plain to see that his gift for philosophical studies and theories was apparent. He was a thinker, analyzing, studying, and questioning every aspect of life and love, and submersing himself into philosophical theories of other writers. Anything that gave him inspiration to write. He would have been an incredible philosophical professor, and he had the ambition to pursue his education and earn a doctorate. There's so much to life that he had yet to experience. A lifetime of wonder, exploration, love, friendships, and memories, and you, Ezra, took that away from him. Selfishly. Sadly, he'll never experience what it means to truly love and be loved by another. But perhaps if there's any comfort in knowing, even if for a brief period of time, he thought he was in love and happy with you.
Oh, God.
It's been 1 year, 10 months, and 16 days. And Ezra, while we continue to mourn Alex's passing, it's hard not to notice that throughout the trial, we never saw any sign of sadness, shame, compassion, or the slightest bit of remorse in what you had done. You're so caught up in your own lies and behavior, consistently taking advantage of those around you. You took somebody's life. It was never a situation of self-defense.
Nope.
Maybe for Alex as he struggled trying to save his own and get away, but never for you. In the years to come, you're going to have ample time to yourself. Rather than continuously thinking about how you've been wronged or what society owes you,
Yeah.
I ask that you start reflecting upon your actions.
Yeah.
Stop thinking about yourself as the victim.
Yeah. Thank you. Preach.
As we've learned throughout the trial, it seems to be an ongoing excuse for all of your poor decisions, lack of accountability, and actions in life. Everyone you see in this courtroom today has suffered some type of traumatic event or been victimized in some way. Life is hard. If you are lucky enough to experience freedom again someday, do something good. Get a job, be responsible, take ownership of your life, and contribute to society in a positive way. And if you're lucky enough to find someone who will look past your faults and accept you for what you've done and the person that you are, just as Alex had done, treat them well, love unconditionally, and expect nothing in return. Beyond the violent wounds that you inflicted on his body, the pictures of which were horrific, lest we forget the unseen emotional wounds that you've created as well. You disregarded his friendship and compassion. He was there for you when you needed a friend, when you needed a place to stay, when you needed comfort and a soft
Look out. Is she going to cry at all during any of the victim impact statements?
place to fall. He was there for you. You knew he accepted your past and accepted as as you were when you were together. Remember the quote, "Come as you are, flaws and all." You made him believe that you actually loved and cared for him because it was convenient for you at the time. When that was no longer the case, and he was more of an obstacle in your grandiose scheme and plan, you discarded his feelings and ultimately his life.
Wow.
Your actions have pierced the heart and soul of those who loved him. Our family, our community filled with neighbors, former teachers, classmates, coworkers, and so many friends he's made over the years. Those wounds will never heal. Ezra, you cannot fathom and will likely never know the love that a mother has for her child. For that itself is truly a blessing, and I hope you never have the opportunity to experience it because I don't think you're capable of truly loving another person and nurturing another human.
I agree. I don't.
My sister Kim has not only lost a child, I had to endure the trauma of knowing how he died, and then endure a public trial. And then listening to you, Ezra, and the defense team create a fictional story of what happened, painting Alex as a demonic person. It's incomprehensible.
I agree. I mean,
I can only imagine the agonizing heartache that tears through her every day and night.
They could have done her defense without being so grotesque, if that makes sense.
As a mother myself, I can't pretend to understand. But my heart aches and my tears flow, not only for Alex, but for my sister. Behind her smile and her kind, gentle demeanor is heartache and agony. She's stronger than anyone I've ever known, putting everyone else's needs before hers. Her faith runs deep. She exudes patience, love, and acceptance to everyone she meets, just as Alex did for you.
My name is Dale Hall. I am an uncle-in-law to Alexander Woodworth. I want to apologize up front, as I've been a part of the system in law enforcement for 25 years. I don't want to remember dates, bad things that had happened, because the dates are what come back to haunt us in law enforcement. So I'll give estimates on dates in my statement.
I'm going to pause it so we can just see Nelson's face here. What the fuck?
In late March of 2018, I was asked by my family to see if I could get information because Alex was missing. When I got a hold of the investigator that day, it was advised that Alex wasn't missing, and that Alex was at the medical examiner's office. Being in law enforcement for as long as I was, I knew why he was at a medical examiner's office, because I knew he was dead. And then offered to do death notification for the family, because this family, the family that Alex was part of, the family that had been part of for 22 plus years at that time, family is their top priority. And then went and spoke with Kim, Alex's mom. At that time, I destroyed her by giving her the worst information that a mother could get. And then called John, as he's away on business. And then I destroyed him by giving him the worst information that a father could get. After speaking with John, I then went to my mother and father-in-law's house, Alex's grandma and grandpa, and I destroyed their lives as well, giving them the worst information that anybody could have. I had given a lot of death notifications in my 25-year career, and I will say that this has been the most difficult because this destroyed me as well. Over the next several months, I sat idle, which also destroyed me. But that hurt was nothing compared to the pain of the family not being able to lay Alex to rest. As this system, the system that I've been a part of for so many years, jockeyed with Alex's body, labeling him as evidence. Keeping him from his family was beyond any part of reasonable, objectively reasonable, or even humane. Around 4 months after Alex was murdered, we finally got to lay him to rest. 2 months after Alex was found murdered, there was a request that the defense be allowed 60 more days to hold on to his body so they could work and do their work with the information given by the state. That's my request for the honor. 60 years. 1 year for every day that Alex was withheld from us, laying there, and with us not being able to touch him. As I looked at the photographs of the injuries that you had suffered, Ezra, I agree that like is like. And what I mean by that is, the marks that you admitted to doing yourself were exactly like the marks that you accused Alex of doing. If you believe that like is like the jury must have, then you can honestly say that the knife was never in Alex's hand. Now that I believe that the knife was never in Alex's hand. Why do I believe that? Because of character. We all know people and people's character. I could tell you and tell everybody in this courtroom that Alexander Woodworth never raised a knife to you to hurt you in any way.
I'm sure of
There
that.
was no self-defense.
Yeah.
He just didn't have it in his character to hurt anyone. So, if the knife was never in his hand, then Ezra attacked and destroyed one of the most caring people in this world. She took away one of the most beautiful minds that I've ever known. People lose friends, family, cousins, uncles every day, but to lose a child should never happen. To bury our baby, Kim's baby, is not the way that life goes. We watched for 15 days in this trial where Ezra's family was able to speak, hug, and touch her, and we had to sit watch, knowing that we'd never get to touch Alex again until we are not bound to this earth. Watching that was very painful. I ask they give the victims us the same benefit. We'll never have to sit and watch Ezra laugh, touch, hold her family again until we are unbound by this earth and get to be with Alex. I hope that she stays in prison for as long as we all lived, the friends, the cousins, mother and dad. I have always preached that the system has two prongs. First prong, to rehabilitate, to give offenders the tools that to be productive members of society. Second prong, to protect society from offenders that can't be rehabilitated. Ezra shows no remorse for what she's done. There is no AA group or prison program that will be able to give her any caring for human life.
I agree. I don't think she's not changeable. She's not going to change. I mean, there's just, it's like an Alex Murdaugh too, right? Like, I mean, not admitting what they've done, no remorse, and just, I would say she's even more cold-blooded than he is in a lot of ways. But yeah, I don't think there's any real. Now, I mean, I'm curious what you guys think. Would she kill again if she gets parole? Would she kill again? I don't think she would kill again necessarily, especially because she would be really old if she ever gets out. But I don't think she's rehabilitatable, and I think that she's what we saw throughout her life and her friendships and her relationships and the way she was manipulating everybody and lying to them, my guess is that's exactly what she's doing from prison. And we're going to hear some of that when it comes to the defense impact statements. And I'll be interested to see what you guys think, but I think she's still doing the whole thing. Just the same, but instead she's in a prison, you know?
I ask the judge to please protect society. Protect future victims from suffering the way that Alexander Woodworth did on that cold March day, where he was driven to an isolated area, attacked and murdered, alone and afraid.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I've been provided with a written statement this morning from Samantha Kobs that she would like read. Her last name is spelled Kobs. Honorable Judge James Peterson, my name is Samantha Kobs. I write to you in an attempt to summarize the impact that the loss of my dear friend Alex has had on me and others over the past 23 months. How does one begin to explain what it feels like to lose somebody so suddenly and so senselessly? I can only hope that this letter sheds an ounce of light on the turmoil that I have had in my heart. To my knowledge, I was one of the first, if not the first, friend to find out that Alex had been killed. I did not find out until I picked up my phone and called his parents on Sunday morning, March 25th. I was calling to tell them that his friends were about to hang up missing person posters and that we were sending our love and support. You can imagine my shock and horror as his father stayed silent on the other line, then interrupted me to tell me that Alex was already found, dead and deserted. I will never forget the words that he used or the pain in his trembling voice. To say that I felt stupid would be an understatement. Not only because I felt I was invading their privacy as they mourned, but because up until that moment, I had been ignorantly optimistic. I consider myself a very strong person, but March and April of 2018, I was not strong. I slept with my lights on for weeks. Bedroom lights, kitchen lights. I would even prop a chair against my bedroom door before I fell asleep. I was afraid to start my car in the mornings before work. I was afraid to be alone in my own home. If my roommate was gone for a night or weekend, I would stay with friends to feel less anxious. Perhaps it was because I knew the defendant knew where I lived, and I didn't know whether they would meet bail. I may have been thinking a bit irrationally, but this was my reality for a very long time. And to be quite frank, nothing in this case seemed rational. I moved out of my apartment at the end of May 2018, which was about when Alex should have been moving in. I couldn't bring myself to stay there, to try to find somebody to take over his part of the lease. It felt wrong, and I felt unsafe. Imagine how anxious I felt having to call my landlord and explain that the kind young man she'd met just a few weeks prior was now a homicide victim. Imagine how I felt when I asked to break my lease, to move out of a beautiful apartment that I loved, because I didn't have the emotional strength or energy to try to find somebody else to replace him. I spoke at Alex's funeral. His initial funeral, where his family was unable to bury him because of ongoing autopsies. The church was packed, and so many people had stories to share. I was there when his bedroom was cleaned out and his belongings were being removed from his favorite city, a city he truly belonged to. I was there when his remains were finally buried just outside his hometown many months after he was killed. I watched his mother scream in agony as she collapsed over his urn on that beautiful summer day. Last fall, I was there in the courtroom to testify in front of the jury and the cameras. My face was plastered all over the internet and local news stations. I was attacked in the comments of social media posts. In promotional videos from Court TV, my face was the first face shown, second only to that of the defendant. Imagine how uncomfortable every time one of my students walked up to me and said, "Hey, Ms. Kobs, I saw you on TV last night." Or even worse, when complete strangers said the same exact thing. Alex's murder has impacted me beyond measure, and I am only one of the many friends and family members to have experienced these traumas since March 2018. Alex was such a beautiful soul. Again and again, stories have been told of his intellect, compassion, and curiosity. If he were still here, I have no doubt he would be working towards receiving his PhD in philosophy as a McNair scholar. And knowing Alex, probably getting an additional PhD in something completely different just because he could. He was the smartest and most humble person I knew, and I continue to feel his absence as my life moves away from these difficult times. I was there in the courtroom as the jury announced that it had found the defendant guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt, of first-degree intentional homicide that day late in October. For many of Alex's family members and friends, we simply desire a sense of closure. We trust in our judicial system to appropriately penalize those who are found guilty of crimes, and we trust that the sentences for such crimes are fair and just. I ask that you consider the inconsistencies of the defendant's stories, the lack of remorse, and the continued denial of wrongdoing, in addition to the unanimous guilty verdict when deciding on the sentence for the defendant, Ezra J. McCandless. Sincerely, Samantha Kobs. I believe the next statement will be from Allyson Kexel.
So Allyson Kexel also testified in the trial. One thing to keep in mind, guys, think about how, maybe not so much in that letter, but the people who have spoken so far, they just, y'all, just so you recall, they were addressing Ezra, right? They said to Ezra, they said, you did this, and they were talking to her. Keep that in mind, because that's going to come up here in a couple minutes in a big way.
What's the last name?
Kexel, Kexel.
All right, thank you.
Ezra, I looked forward to this because I've been angry, and I thought that I would know what to say to you today. But the truth is, I don't. I don't think there's any string of words that can express how deeply you've hurt all of us. There's no statement powerful enough to move you. You've shown no shame, no guilt, or remorse for the crime that you've committed. You severed a single thread in my life, and I watched so many others completely unfold. The morning I found out that you...
Judge,
yes.
I don't want to be rude to Ms. Kexel or anybody, but...
Everybody else got to read their statements?
Hold on a second.
I think that it would be I'm not saying that she shouldn't read her statement. I'm not trying to say that. I didn't just ask that she address the court, because I think
this is personal.
Well, I think
You see Mr. Nelson's face there? I don't even have words. What is wrong with these? What is wrong with them? Because this is what I was saying. Everyone so far addresses her, right? Like they sometimes say the defendant, but most often they've been talking to her. Watch Nelson's face here.
I'm not trying to say that. I didn't just ask that she address the court, because I think
this is personal.
Well,
Wow.
I think it's appropriate for you to address the court.
Incredible.
You can state what it is you want to say, but I think we just address the court. I think that we'll just leave it at that.
Wow.
The morning we found out Alex was dead.
And I don't even know what that would mean, right? Because you're addressing the court. The only thing I can think of is it's like, don't say to Ezra, don't say you. But again, everyone does that in these statements. Like,
I knew it was the defendant. I don't know how. I just knew. I sat in a living room full of our old friends, my friends, and cried. For months, we held one another, sobbing, struggling, trying to understand the sweetest man that we all loved. He was soft and gentle. He never once made me feel bad. He was receptive to my feelings, understanding, kind, compassionate. And I'm not only heartbroken, but I'm full of rage. I'm sad that so many times Alex told me about his siblings who he loved so much, and to see them at his funeral, was something that I can't grasp. Being the youngest of my family, my brothers pretty much raised me, and that is a pain that I just can't fathom. Alex will never get to go to grad school. He's never going to be a professor to share his passions and his ideas with like-minded individuals. He'll never be loved to live a full life.
I just want to say real quick with her face here, you know, anyone that watches like the behavior panel, her face is just stuck on this one expression for every single person who gets up here for the victim impact statements. It's just stuck like this. And, you know, it's like she's trying to look sad. You know, there's no tears, there's no genuine emotion. And the other thing too that we know is that when it comes to facial expressions and emotion, they're not, maybe not transient, but they change, right? They're like, her face is just stuck like this. Like she's just furrowing her brow, trying to look sad or look I don't even know. So
never grow old, because you took that away from him. You took away from so many of us someone that we loved. And as your friend, defendant of the defendant, you will never get to experience a full life either. You are so talented, and I would have loved to see you flourish and to create great art, but selling it for an appeal will be your highlight as an artist. I'm angry. I've spent so many days trying to get by, so many nights screaming and sobbing, and being held in return by our old friends, and watching them break over and over.
Their whole friend group.
You will never know the extent of the irreparable damage you've caused. Not only to all of those that I love, and to Alex's family, and to all of those that Alex knew, but to sexual assault victims as well.
Thank you.
Your numerous and ongoing lies have and continue to discredit those who have suffered. And as a woman and a victim myself, I am disappointed.
So this is,
I don't believe in
and that's something too that like overlap with Amber Heard, right? Like that's why she became so hated, because it's disgusting, like, and it's offensive, and it makes it's preying upon. Anyway, you guys know, but I'm just glad she said that because it needed to be said.
Locking people up like animals or fighting violence with violence.
So let me back that up so we can hear her this full statement. I actually really agree with what she's about to say here, this sentiment. So.
Those who have suffered, and as a woman and a victim myself, I am disappointed. I don't believe in locking people up like animals or fighting violence with violence.
Yeah, me, same, me too.
I think prison is just slavery disguised. However,
that's impactful, right? However,
your crime was so heinous, so shameful, and so disgusting that I do believe you should serve a life sentence without parole. I hope in time that you grow enough to at least admit for the first time to tell the truth, just what you've done to all of us in this room and outside of this room and as a community.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to read a impact statement by Sarah Lowe, Lowe. I know this is cliche, but this is what immediately came to mind when I started reflecting on what to say
This is Alex's sister.
today. Why do bad things happen to good people? Because Alex was genuinely a good person. Good people are people who help unconditionally, respect unconditionally, and love
Sorry, this isn't Alex's sister. This is one of Alex's friends.
unconditionally. Alex was a good person. Here are some ways that Alex demonstrated these qualities in my life. One way that Alex helped me unconditionally when I was studying for the GRE. He took the time to come help me almost every day of the week for multiple weeks. I wasn't even paying him. That's a lot to do for someone. Alex didn't think it was that big of a thing to do. Also, Alex showed unconditional respect for me, for my brain, for my dreams, for my beliefs, for my potential, and for myself. When I first met him, we went on a few dates and started seeing each other. When we had our first kiss, he first asked if it was okay to kiss me.
Wrap your heads around that, guys. I mean, it's just how that, like, that doesn't surprise me because I feel like that makes sense for his character. But hearing that said in court in front of Ezra and her defense attorneys after the claims that they made, I don't know how they can live with themselves, honestly. He asked permission to kiss her. Incredible.
Who does that these days?
Yeah.
Eventually, I decided that I wasn't in a place to date right then and asked if we could be friends.
That's rough.
He was fine with that, and we even ended up being housemates. When I got the results of my GRE test, I hadn't done well. I felt ashamed and felt like a failure. Alex was the first person I thought of, because his love was unconditional. I knew he wouldn't judge me. He just held me while I cried and told me that he loved me, which meant a lot. We had multiple conversations about what we believed. With my background in psychology, I believe that people need to love themselves first before they can really love other people.
Yeah, I agree.
Alex had a different way of thinking, which might not always have been the healthiest for him, but it's what he believed. He said, quote, "As long as I make other people happy, that makes me happiest. As long as I share with other people, that's what makes me content." This philosophy was one that he believed, but also followed, as he often knew I was having a tough day and as a result would give me hugs and say, "I love you." When you lose someone like Alex, when the world loses someone like Alex, it makes a huge difference. This is how losing Alex impacts me. I've had depression, sudden bouts of crying, insomnia, and recurring nightmares. It's affected my work, my relationships, and my overall quality of life. Losing Alex also has effects for the future. That's in the what ifs, in the absence of a future. For example, all the times that I can't call him, can't talk to him. Oftentimes, he's the one person that I want to talk to, and it's hard to know I can't. To know that I'll never talk to him again. Then there's the impact that he would have had on other people. Alex planned to be a philosophy professor. He had a great influence on my life through our academic discussions. And that's an impact that he will never have on me going forward, nor on all of the students and colleagues he could have benefited from having him in their lives. Alex was a good person, and he made me a better person. This is the impact that Alex's death has had on me, and I miss him every day. Alex was a forgiving person. I believe that he would want you to be lenient in sentencing, because that's who he was. I, too, am usually forgiving people a second chance. But when a person makes the decision to stab someone 16 times and leave them suffering to die, I don't think they deserve a second chance. For this reason, I recommend that Ezra receive the maximum penalty.
Thank you.
I think the next statement will be from Kort Fox.
Oh, God. Prepare yourselves for this one, guys. goes up here without no notes, nothing, no notes.
I remember when I first met Alex, it was in class. He was just this young kid that was brilliant, shocked everyone in the class with his insights, his ability to speak, his ability to understand the concepts. But I didn't know him, I didn't even know his name. And I had another friend who was also in philosophy, but we didn't share the same courses. And this other friend and I would get together and we would talk about, he also had this young kid that was just so freaking impressive. And a short while later we figured out that we were talking about the same incredibly impressive kid. And so we're like, we have to know this guy. So we finagled our way into a reading group with him that he was setting up on his own, just to do more philosophy outside of class. Unfortunately for him, but fortunately for Nick and I, we were the only ones that showed up. But for, I think, all of 2 sessions, we actually did do the reading and do the discussion, but just those short moments with him inside of a coffee cafe, I knew I wanted to be this man's friend, because his kindness, his empathy, his humor, his ungodly intellect just radiated out from him. And becoming his friend was the easiest thing, because he so loved people. He just, as people have spoken, his joy came from other people. His most enjoyable moments in life were just interacting with people, and when you did, his face lit up and all of that incredible intellect and mind was trained right on you. He was so engaged and interested, it could almost be daunting to have such an intellect fully focused on you, but it was out of genuine kindness and interest. And to say that he was my best friend is almost limiting what he was to me. It probably speaks poorly of me, but after his death I have cast about my friends and found them all wanting. No one has been able to understand me, show the amount of concern. Not to say that my other friends and family don't, but he was unique in his ability to just show it and to put in the work, and it wasn't work for him. And that he would have gone on to great things in philosophy and education is undeniable. He did organize and contribute to a lot of extracurricular reading groups and other study groups, and his ability to speak to people, to use his brilliant mind, but still tone it down to explain. He would have been one of the best professors, but when he was in his element, speaking for himself, articulating his own thoughts, he was brilliant. And that's gone. But I don't want to naysay the other people's up that have been up here, but I am absolutely certain that Alex would have asked for some sort of leniency, because he did fully believe that every human being is possessed with infinite potential, and to squander that potential is perhaps the greatest sin. But I'm not as kind of man as Alex was. Wow. But I still have to agree with him. I would like to see Ezra released from prison at some point in her life, I care not when. Not for a chance of forgiveness or to, find some sort of salvation, but because after decades in prison, she will find inevitably some sort of normalcy, some sort of stability. It will become her life, and she will, if not be happy with it, be acquainted with it. I would like to ruin that for her again and cast her out into the wider world. I would like to see her struggle for friends, employment, housing, knowing that the pall of her actions lay over her. I want her to agonize with each new person that she meets. Is she upfront about what she's done, or does she hide it and have to live with the anxiety of, oh my God, what if they find out?
Wow.
I want more chaos in her life after she's found normalcy. Actions have consequences, and to simply lock her away for the rest of her life will bar her from the full complement of consequences that she could suffer for this. And I would like to see that. I don't care when, but personally, that is what I would like. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Your Honor, the next statement, which I will be reading, is from Sarah Woodworth, the sister of Alex. Your Honor, and all those present, hello. You haven't seen my face during the trial, but I have watched it closely. I'm Alex Woodworth's little sister, but this year I will be older than he was. Something I told him I would do as a little girl, but not something I ever wanted to experience when I realized how that was possible. I'll be 24 this coming May, and he should have been 26. Maybe finishing his doctorate, seeing me as I talk about our futures. Maybe I would have had the guts to tell him I love him, even if we fell away the last 2 years of his life. But I'll never know if I would, because he's gone. He's gone, and I'll never get to tell him I love him ever again. I've put off writing this letter because it feels like a goodbye. I don't want a goodbye, but I know if I don't do this, I'll regret it for the rest of the life I'll spend without him. I could never tell him how I felt, because he thought it'd be stupid. Instead, he'd want to talk about me going back to school and ask me about my opinions on humanity. And I'd know, in between the lines of philosophy, he was telling me he loved me. And I'd do my best to tell him, I love you too. Because we were best friends growing up, being only 2 years apart. We started our life together with me being born. And as I lay fresh and still gross on our mother's chest, he managed to get his big toddler head stuck in a rocking chair. I'm often told how I would listen to him for hours as a baby. He'd tuck me into my crib and lay next to me while I fell asleep, kissing my head gently. And when I was in a walker, he'd slowly pat my head while watching TV whenever I stopped by him. He'd tell me stories, and when I was old enough to understand, I took them as gospel. There was, in fact, a volcano under our large black recliner. I cried for hours, scared it'd erupt. He'd tell me about the fish in the ocean. I'd ask, is that really true? And he'd simply say yes. And that was that. When we were a bit older and going to school, I cut my hair short so I could join the boys' club and play with him more in our neighborhood.
Interesting, right?
He taught me how to build forts and do kicks and punches. And we'd race across mud puddles together and get in trouble together. And it was the best child I could have. When I learned I didn't know how to read or do math well, he spent hours helping me, printing off worksheets during the summer, playing me his favorite songs, replaying the ones I liked, and grading my papers so I could catch up with my class. I never got better at math, but thanks to him I got the highest score on the English portion of the ACT. He was so proud. I hope he remembered it was all because of him. He went to college, and so did I, and we didn't talk much. I got married, he got a degree. And after a year, we realized we hadn't seen each other. That Easter of 2018, I was supposed to go home to catch up.
Oh, man.
My mom told me he was looking forward to it.
So
But that Easter
death would have been right before Easter. So if they were going to see each other for the first time in a year. Oh
was an empty seat. And an empty grave the day before. I've been dreaming about him since. And whenever I wake up, it feels like the grief is new. Because for a second he's alive. And like a cruel joke, he's taken away from us again. I woke up to my mom's shattered voice that Saturday. They found Alex. He's dead. I couldn't move. It was a scene from a sad movie. It wasn't real. I said, okay, and hung up. And immediately felt my body heave as the reality sank in. I was married then. I got a divorce soon after.
Wow. Wow.
I felt like my life crumbled apart. And I was doing everything I could to make a new one that he couldn't have. The constant pressure of needing to have a life he'd want on my shoulders. To this day, it's hard to know if what I'm doing is what I want or if it's me trying to live out his dreams. I don't know what to write besides that. I know my words won't make the one who took him regret it. And I don't think that's what I want. I think what I want, more than anything, is for everyone who doubts this verdict to know that he'd never hurt a fly. I have complex PTSD from sexual abuse and abuse from previous romantic partners. And though I can understand how a flashback feels, I couldn't imagine using it in court. If I hurt my current partner because of my disorder, I'd want to be put away for life. If I took him away from his siblings and families, I'd have deserved time. Because regardless of my hatred and fear for my abusers, they have loved ones. They have people who would feel this anguish, even if they knew they were bad. No one should feel this way. A mother shouldn't outlive her son. And a younger sibling should never avoid the calendar thinking about the birthdays that will come, that should be celebrated differently. And through it all, I should have never felt this unwavering weight of feeling like it should have been me. If I could, I would choose me every time. Why would anyone be okay with knowing that's what we all have to live with the rest of our lives? Why do we have to live with the image of hundreds of people we didn't know drive hours to his funeral? Why do I have to live looking through his Facebook page just to feel close to him again? I want to leave you with this because I feel it sums up everything while helping me end this without rambling. The night before I wrote this, I had a dream about him again. But in this dream, I was supposed to go somewhere. I had an appointment. It was important. But he showed up right before I left. And he said he only had that day to see me. In the dream, I told him, sorry, I have to see someone. I have to go. His eyes watered and he looked away, trying not to cry. I don't think I ever remember seeing him cry. I understand, but this is the last time we'll ever be able to talk. And I knew he was right. If I left, it'd be goodbye for good. So I said I'd stay. And we looked at each other with peace. He let a few tears escape, smiled, and then I woke up. And this time, I knew he was gone. That lingering feeling of him wasn't there. And I can't help but cry writing this, knowing we'll never have that in real life. I won't be able to say, I'll stay a while so we can catch up. Because Alex Woodworth was slaughtered. And the only time I'll ever be able to see him ever again is in my dreams. And when I wake, all I'll be able to think is it should have been me. Thank you for your time. I hope this made more sense than his death. And I hope no one here has to experience my words in their own life. And to his murderer, you've not seen me, but I have seen you. And with even all my grief and rage, I mean it when I say, I want no one to feel how I do, not even you. And that should speak more loudly than anything else I've said about how deeply this pain goes. Sarah Woodworth.
Thank you.
Thank you for this time. I'm going to start by changing just a bit on especially the PSI, because the time has passed since I said, the least amount. And every day I wake up without Alex is a day that I start every day talking to him. I end every day talking to him. And
Since that time, I realize that he'll never come back. The hurt is always there, but I thought it'd get better, and maybe it will. So I'll just read my letter now. Today is not Ezra's day. 3 months ago, she had her day, in fact, 3 weeks. She was convicted of first-degree intentional murder. She killed my grandson, and at this point I don't understand why, only how. Not even the timeline of the event itself. Was Alex tortured before he died? It is certainly possible, as 3 hours of unexplained time is given. Maybe it's less, but it's a bunch of time. We do not know the fear and the pain, the terror that he felt as he was dying. And looking at those pictures, I can only imagine at times, and that picture, they come back so readily. How he got himself from the ground to the backseat of the car, we certainly don't know the pain he felt as he was being stabbed, or his blood was beautiful.
Poor guy. So he's, I mean, you know, I don't blame him, but, you know, Alex was never on the ground. That was a defense theory, but, you know, yeah.
Poured out of his body. We just know that he was alive at noon and gone at 4. I do not believe she deserves mercy from the court due to her age or sex, as Alex died a terrible death. Look at the pictures, blood up and down the front and the back of his jeans, yet not in the car, stabbed in the stomach and the groin. I call that torture. This I do know. We'll never see Alex again, never see his smile, never hear his weird humor.
So this is where I will just note, this is where from the court feed, they start having some issues for like the rest of this whole thing. It's not like constant. It's like it kind of gets blurry and the sound gets blurry and then it comes back. And then a couple times later on when Miss Fishny's talking, it just like the court feed like skips. It's just the way the court feed is. So just so you guys know, it's not YouTube, it's not stream, it's the court feed. Just so you know, like there's nothing else we can do about it. This is the only one available, obviously, from Court TV. So
that he had and shared with so many others. We will never know where life is leading him. He's gone, and so is a good part of our lives as well. A hole that can never be filled, an action taken by her without reason or remorse. There's not enough years left any place to replace or to pay the price of Alex's death. And thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, that concludes the state's victim impact statements. I would just ask that if the defense has any character witnesses, that they would go first before the attorneys make their arguments.
All right. Any objection to proceeding that way, Ms. Vishny?
Judge, we're going to have our witnesses speak when it's our turn for the sentencing presentation, not before the state. The state's not entitled to listen to them in advance. I'd like to proceed the way every other sentencing in my 39 years as a lawyer has gone.
All right.
But I will have them speak before I make my remarks.
All right. Well, then that is, I guess, normally the way we do things, that you present your witnesses and make your arguments, and then defense has their opportunity. So why don't you go ahead then with your arguments? Recommendations.
Your Honor, as a prosecutor, you don't get to choose the facts of your case. You don't get to choose your victim. And in a homicide case, the defense is frequently blame the victim. And that was no exception in this case.
Sure.
And as the victim impact statements reveal, Alex wasn't your typical 24-year-old student. In preparation for trial, we met with friend after friend from the Racy's crowd. and all of them described Alex in a similar way. Kind, considerate, intelligent, and always striving to learn more and understand different schools of thought. A friend who would happily put down his own writings and spend hours to help another friend learn their homework. A friend who would drink cups and cups of coffee to listen to someone who needed to talk. We ended each one of our witness preparation meetings with one question. Was Alex the type of person who was more concerned with himself or more concerned with others? And every single response was a resounding, more concerned with others. Without a doubt, Alex was only 24 years old and was going places. He was pursuing his dreams to become a professor. Some of his writings were getting published, and no doubt he was going to make this world a better place. Pursuant to the Wisconsin Supreme Court decision in Galleon, the court's to identify and rank its objectives in sentencing. In this case, the state ranks the sentencing objectives in the following order. First, and most importantly, protection of the public. Second, punishment. Third, deterrence to others. And fourth, rehabilitation of the defendant. These rankings derive from the facts of this case because the defendant engaged in a brutal and heinous attack on a young man and then left him there to die. When the court considers the seriousness of the offense, there is nothing more serious than the loss of an innocent life. In fact, the court is required to impose a life sentence for the defendant. The only issue is whether the defendant should be given the opportunity for parole. And given the very violent and heinous nature of Alex's murder, the state strongly argues that such an opportunity would be wholly inappropriate in this case.
So they're going for LWOP, sounds like.
When the court considers the seriousness of the offense, it needs to remember that the defendant deliberately took a knife from her father's home and lured Alex to a remote location to brutally murder him. She violently and brutally stabbed him through the scalp, through the bone into the brain, sliced his neck 3 times, pierced his lungs, stabbed him in the genitals. She stabbed him not once, not twice, but 16 times. The remote location she lured him to, Alex's screams and cries would be heard by no one. And there's no indication that Alex ever even fought back.
Yeah.
These were 16 deliberate and separate choices to stab and kill Alex, and so clearly this murder was extremely violent and brutal. When the court considers the character of the defendant, it needs to consider the defendant's actions after she murdered Alex. She staged the crime scene. She didn't run for help. She didn't call for help. She didn't try to stop the bleeding as Alex lay motionless. What did she do? She cut herself, planted blood around the crime scene where Alex lay dead or dying. She then had the apparent presence of mind to carve boy into her arm. She found Alex's phone. She didn't call for help. She didn't give Alex's phone to Don Sipple. No, she broke the phone, removed the battery, threw it in the ditch so no one could find Alex. She continued her performance and her calculated plan to try to be the victim, to throw law enforcement off of what really happened. She never mentioned Alex lay lifeless down that road. Nope, she asked for Jason Mengel. She tried to manipulate every person she came in contact with after March 22nd, 2018 with her Victim Act. Throughout the trial, the defense tried in vain to utilize smoke and mirrors to hide the actions of the defendant. And the defendant's sentencing memorandum is round two of that attempt to try to distract from the heinous and brutal actions of their client. The defense tries to humanize the defendant by filing photographs of the defendant playing with her siblings and eating pizza. And to the extent the court wishes to rely on those photographs in its sentencing decision, I'd ask the court to remember the photographs up on that screen of Alex laying dead out the back of a car, the photographs of Alex at this autopsy, which depict the violent nature at which Alex lost his life at the hands of the defendant. The defendant's sentencing memorandum is yet another example of a defendant who refuses to accept responsibility and is attempting to retry this case, even though the jury has already found her guilty.
Why does that not surprise me, though, with the attorneys, right? And her. There was such a crowd.
Shortly before coming into sentencing, we located a GoFundMe page that I would like to provide the court. The defense has been provided with the same.
It was a GoFundMe page. It's a defunct GoFundMe page, just so its record is clear.
It's a what?
I'm sorry?
Defunct. It's defunct. It may show up on the internet as a GoFundMe page, however, it's defunct. It is not an active GoFundMe page.
Well, I certainly believe it's relevant as it provides the defendant's version of events or another version of events, given she did not provide a separate statement to the PSI writer. However, in her GoFundMe page, which is entitled Support an Artist.
What she's saying here, so remember, so the whole thing with the PSI, right, is that would be an opportunity once they've been, it's one thing to not admit your guilt when you're on trial, right? Because you want to get found not guilty. But, the whole thing with the PSI is that then that's what takes that's why there were 3 months that had elapsed between the verdict and the sentencing. So that's your opportunity to, they're going to evaluate you on all these different things. We know that those PSIs are really exhaustive, and that would be an opportunity for you to then, express remorse, admit what you did, take responsibility, that type of thing, right? And most people will give a statement because that's your chance. Again, this is before sentencing. This is your chance to, reduce your sentence or get a, best case scenario, right? Like, again, show that you can be rehabilitated. And so what's interesting here is Ezra chose not to make a PSI statement. And there's only one case I can think of off the top of my head where we know someone that did that, and that's Lori Vallow. Because it's really unusual. She did not make a PSI statement. So what they're saying is the only example that they can show the court as to her mindset and her perspective after being found guilty as to, is she taking responsibility? Is she expressing remorse or whatever? Is she taking accountability for anything? Because she didn't provide a PSI statement, what they're saying is that this GoFundMe has some sort of story on there, and that's the only example that they can have as to her mindset post being convicted. So.
Judge, Ms. McCandless has been in the jail, and she doesn't have access to the internet. So somebody else wrote this, and therefore I would ask that the court not consider it and the state be barred from reading it into the record. Because Ms. McCandless, although this appears to be written in the first person, we know objectively speaking, she doesn't have any access to the internet and can't do this.
And what's interesting is she's saying that, but that's probably not true. Unless she's in solitary confinement, because they have access to the internet in prison. So I have to wonder if she's lying and she's just saying this, right? Like, she's like, and it's like, we know objectively she doesn't have access. Well, we don't have objection facts, not in evidence, right? That's just not.
Well, it says right on the front of it that it was Rosie Gunnelson is organizing this fundraiser. So,
yes, Your Honor, but it's then signed Ezra McCandless.
It doesn't matter. It's physically impossible for her to have written this and posted it online. So I don't think it should be considered when looking at Ms. McCandless's character or the Gallian factors.
All right. Well, I think the court is capable of sorting things out. So I don't know. What is it that you plan to do with this?
Well, Your Honor, I just think it's relevant as it's another version of the defendant's story and her continued refusal to take responsibility for her actions. So I think it's relevant when the court considers the character of the defendant, where she continues to paint herself as a victim in this GoFundMe page.
All right. Well, I'm going to allow you to go ahead, Ms. Nodolf. I'll note the state's objection.
The defense objection.
I mean, the defense objection, yes. That's noted and preserved for the record. Thank you.
So I'm going to say this real quick. So remember, this was organized by Ezra's mom. And I have to say, Ezra's mom is there in the courtroom, and she's going to speak. When it gets to the defense impact statements, she's going to speak. And I think it's going to be really interesting for you guys to see. We haven't heard from her, right? She didn't testify. She's just been quiet. We don't really know much, you know. What, you know, it's like, you know, you've got to be out, like, what are the questions that I'm sure you guys are wondering. And you know, Ezra's family, right? Do they think she did it? Are they still thinking that the self-defense was real? Like, all the families are in that courtroom hearing these, you know, so you've got all the people on Alex's side, and they're on different sides of the courtroom, you know, and then you've got people on Ezra's side. And, you know, you have to wonder, like, do they think she's a victim here? You know? So we're going to get a little sneak peek as to Ezra's mom's perspective on that in this, in a second here with this GoFundMe thing.
Thank you.
In this GoFundMe page, it's written, in the end, this case was not decided on facts, logic, or the law. It was decided on retribution, shock, emotion, and prejudice. She continues to paint herself as a victim, as that her sexuality, gender, and intelligence was attacked. It's written, 15 days attacked, re-traumatized, re-experiencing traumatic details. How dare you be a young woman with more than one sexual partner?
Oh my God.
How dare you be LGBTQ? How dare you have a choice when it comes to your body? She continues to write, I did not have to raise my hand to speak. I made a choice to speak, to tell the truth of what has happened to me. I have survived. And now she's facing a mandatory life sentence, and basically support her for her appeal. Again, painting herself as the victim, again, refusing to accept responsibility for what she did. The defendant sentencing, as we noted in our sentencing memorandum, the defendant described herself better than I ever could when she wrote her paper about Ted Bundy.
Oh boy.
The defense notes she wrote this when she was 16, but yet she shared this with Jason Mengel and highlighted certain portions less than 2 weeks before Alex's death. And even in text messages to Alex, she talks about her fascination with psychopaths. She writes, during an interview, Theodore Robert Bundy, also known as Ted Bundy, said, quote, I don't feel guilty for anything. I feel sorry for people who feel guilt. Ted Bundy was considered an animal.
Excuse me, Judge. At this point, I'm reading of a high school academic paper about Ted Bundy.
So that's one of those moments, like I said, where it's going to skip. That's just the court feed. It's not a stream or anything. It's just the court feed. Just, you know, just so y'all know, it only happens a couple times, and it skips like a word maybe. But I mean, this is highly unusual. What's happening here? I'm sorry, Judge. I'm going to object. Like, what? I mean, this is crazy.
And saying that that's Ezra McCandless's character because she was proud of and shared her writing. I wasn't going to interrupt the state, but I actually find this so outrageous.
But you've already done it twice, though, now.
At sentencing, that I feel compelled to object. And I've never objected at a sentencing hearing in my life.
I don't believe that.
But to, you know, the state chose to file this with the court. I don't know if this is some kind of playing to television cameras or what's going on here.
This is horrific, what she's doing right here. You know what she's doing is she's actually, it's the same thing, making herself the victim. And she's done this before, and I've noticed this. It's like a really weird thing here, right? Like, why is it about you? In my 39 years, and she's already done this already, several times today in the sentencing hearing where she's like, in my blah, 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 blah. Like, it's wild. Who does why? And then to say that the state's trying to show off for the cameras after you're the one, Judge, I'm going to object. I've never done this in my 39 years in the, I mean, this is insane. And we were all here 2 minutes ago or less than that when you already objected one time already, and this is the second time. But what? She's arguing. Unbelievable.
Exactly. But I think it's an outrage to talk about Ezra McCandless like she's Ted Bundy. She's guilty of a first-degree intentional homicide. The court's going to sentence her on that. But this is a blatant attempt to elicit some kind of prejudice that's just beyond the pale here. So I would like my objection noted.
All right. Well, it was submitted with the state sentencing memorandum.
So what that means is if they had a problem with it, they could have done that ahead of time because it was all turned over. It was submitted and they didn't say anything, but now she's doing it now. And then to accuse the state of doing just because of the camera, I cannot with this. I can't.
So I'm aware of it, and I'll note your objection, be preserved for the record. Court understands what it should consider and can consider at sentencing, and rules of evidence do not apply. And but this is the state's their sentencing presentation, so note your objection, but Ms. Nodolf, you may continue.
In her paper about Ted Bundy, she writes, Ted Bundy was considered an animal, knew it, and felt no remorse about it. The defendant, numerous times in her writings on Instagram, in her art, in her letters from the jail, refers to herself as the fox, the tricky one. I'd also ask the court to remember one of the pretrial filings of the defendant's self-reflecting journal.
What do you think about Ezra's new look, huh?
Where in that journal she's depicting herself in overalls with a fox face, where she told her friend Brianna Larson as she was drawing this journal that it was a self-depicting journal in which the defendant kills her demons with a box cutter knife.
That's interesting, isn't it? Also, I will note that I think, as far as the hair goes, I mean, it's a stunt on her part. The thing is that she wasn't, it's not like she wasn't, I think the stunt is that she's trying to make it seem like, oh my God, look at what they do to you when you're in jail, blah, blah, right? She's the victim still. But the thing is she was in custody the whole time. So when she showed up at trial with her curly hair and her makeup and her little outfit, she was in custody that whole time. So and the other thing is that they don't cut your hair automatically. That's the other thing, right? And normal people maybe don't know, and maybe that's her other attempt, is to hope that they think, oh, they cut your hair when you go to prison. No, they do for dudes. Like they're gonna I think they might. Maybe in in federal prison, but with women they don't do that. That was her choice, and anyway, yeah, looking for attention definitely. Blackwater says.
Knowing that shortly after, she intentionally killed Alex by stabbing him 16 times with a knife is terrifying. Also in her letter about Ted Bundy, she writes about the lack of guilt and the ability to distract others with grandiose self-presentation, making it hard to assess a self-report of a psychopath.
Yeah, I mean, I could see her being on that spectrum.
Psychopaths are skilled at faking emotional expressions, that they are emotionally intelligent individuals, despite the fact they are largely devoid of emotion. Yeah. That they will use manipulation and the disregard for the right of others.
So keep this in mind. We have to keep this in mind when it comes to the defense impact statements, because remember, think about all the people she's fooled in everybody. She has lied to everybody. Look at Jason. Look at all the friends from Racy's. Look at everybody. And they all got a completely different story from her, right? She gave everyone different stories about things and fooled everybody. And so we have to keep that in mind, that she's still working she's still working the people, right? Because she's been writing people letters from prison, right? And all that. And again, it's been 3 months that have elapsed between the verdict and the sentencing. So when it's time for the defense impact statements, we have to keep in mind that we're going to hear from a lot of people, and I would consider them to probably be victims of EZRA'S as well. I mean, in terms of emotional manipulation, just manipulation in different ways, right? Like she's got everyone fooled, right? Like what Miss Nodolf is saying here in Ezra's own words, right? Like faking the emotion, just so you can have personal gain.
Important to see them as classic predators. We heard this morning from the family the lack of guilt and remorse that they observed during the trial, as well as her actions after she killed Alex, which show the lack of remorse. Not only should the court consider her writings about Ted Bundy, her self-reflecting journal, the defendant is showing a complete and utter lack of remorse for what she has done and the loss of Alex's life.
And remember,
her true feelings for Alex and the hate she had for him was depicted in her journal.
Just remember too, guys, right? Like she hasn't shed a single tear during any of the victim impact statements. She had that weird facial expression, like fake sadness or fake concern, but there was no actual genuine emotion. But what's interesting is we're going to see a change, guess what, when it comes to the defense impact statements.
2 that was edited the night before Alex's murder, where she describes, I never had a name in my contacts. I would look at them and not see beauty, but a red nose too big for a face, where eyes look dead, a brow jutting out of a large bulbous forehead, a smile that make me cringe. Pores and veins stuck out on pasty translucent skin, all felt like bugs under my skin. This is a woman who has blamed everyone else for her actions. This is a defendant whose complete disregard for her actions are also well documented in her jail correspondence, which I have a few I would like to file with the court.
Buckle up, guys. Y'all, this is maybe one of the wildest parts of this entire thing. Well, there's a lot of wild parts, but her letters. Remember, we did hear from Jason in his interview. Remember how he was referencing these letters? And he's like, yeah, she's talking about coming home. And I'm like, are you delusional? Are you like, these letters are insane. Absolutely insane. Insane. I mean, this really gives us insight because her testimony on the stand was just completely contrived. And, these letters are her. Wait, just buckle up.
Judge, I'm going to object because the state did not tell us that they were going to do this. And
I swear to God. In my 39 years, I've never objected. Well, you've objected 3 times so far already. And I think there's probably more.
In advance of the sentencing, and give us an opportunity to review these with Ezra McCandless. They gave us thousands of pages of writings by Ezra McCandless, and they wrote in their sentencing memo that she had talked about wanting to get a tattoo if she was acquitted, but I haven't had a chance to review these to ask what they mean. We're going to take a long break in the middle so I can go back in the jail and review this with Ezra McCandless. I'm somewhat shocked by the way the state has approached the sentencing presentation. So I guess I'm going to ask for a recess to do this. I don't know if these are relevant to sentencing or not because I don't know what the state has chosen to show. I did send the state an email several weeks ago asking to receive all victim witness impact statements and other matters that they wished to use for the court at sentencing in advance so I could review them with Ms. McCandless and not with Ezra McCandless and not disrupt the court at all during the presentation. The state did not respond to my email. I sent it to all 3 prosecutors. Yesterday, the state advised that they had only received that there were only going to be 4 people that addressed the court. Obviously, there are pre-typed letters that state's had in its possession for quite a while.
Well, actually, I was going to say this would be a good reason or a good example of why victim impact statements would be better done after sentencing, because then there would be no issues to objecting. But having said that, this isn't victim impact statements. This is the state's sentencing recommendation. So the only way to avoid this situation is to kick her out of the courtroom.
Which is fine. And I feel for everybody who got up here and talked about the loss of Alex, and they certainly have a right to speak. But what the state is engaging in now is not appropriate. So I guess I want to ask for recess.
Your Honor, these were provided in discovery. There is no obligation for the state to what the defense know what exhibits or what we're going to be arguing during a sentencing. It's what is relevant, and these were provided a long time ago, years ago.
The rules of evidence don't apply when it comes to sentencing. So, and again, just to repeat, this is again where it's going to get blurry. It's just the court feed. It just gets blurry and then it gets better. You know, it's just, again, just know it's not YouTube. Actually, it's not the stream. It's just the court. This is the footage from the camera. The cameras were having issues that day.
Ago. I mean, so there's certainly no reason for a recess. The state should be allowed to continue with this argument.
Well, and what would be the point of going over it with Ms. McCandless? I mean, really the question is, you know, did she author these letters or did she not? I mean, they have DOJ numbers that appear to have been part of the discovery that's provided to the defense. You want to take a few minutes here, and I guess if you have an issue as to whether she actually wrote them, but I'm not gonna have a recess right now. We'll probably have a recess before the defense presentation, but just go ahead and look through them. And again, the rules of evidence do not apply at sentencing. If these are letters of Ms. McCandless, I think it's fair game for the state. So,
Judge, I just would like to call attention to the lack of professional courtesy that has existed here.
Well, I think you've already done that. So,
on DOJ page number 39.
She's right. There has been a lack of professional courtesy from her. It's disgusting. I don't even. Wow.
16, the defendant writes to her friend Sailor.
Hold on. Just, I'm going to give the defense just a moment. Take a look at them if there's a question as to whether.
I'm sorry, what page number?
Ms. McCandless had authored these.
It's the first page.
Okay, go ahead for this page. I'll read along one at a time.
All right.
Starting at the top, court date. I'm pretty sure will be the last one that'll be in this lovely orange. I'm more than happy about this. Middle of the page. I also really want to whiten my teeth. Also, when I come home, lots of dark coffee. It will be mocha time when I come home all day. I do know what tattoo.
Right, because she said mocha. I mean, incredible, right? Just the other thing that's interesting about this tattoo thing they're going to talk about here. Remember, right before she did the murders, that the night before, and she was texting with Jason. Remember that communication she had? She said, I think I'm going to try to return the tattoo gift so I can pay for therapy. And I was like, I pointed out, I was like, that's so stupid. How you can't return a tattoo gift certificate and get money for therapy? That's not how that works. And Jason even said, he was like, I don't think you can do that. And she's like, it's more important, blah, blah. And she was just trying. But anyway, this is just so funny because it's like, obviously, I mean, and now she's talking about the tattoo she's going to get because she has that gift certificate still or whatever, gift card, whatever it is. Anyway, I mean,
really like, I have lots of ideas what will be done. I'm an art book that and can walk around. I have a goal that I will work on a tattoo degree.
Good for you, Ezra. Dream big.
Next page, 3187. I wish I was home to smile at all of the love and support for you and my family. I really am so lucky to be blessed with the family I have. Most kids are just born into it. I was picked.
Right, there you go.
So this must mean I'm just that much more special, right?
This is so horrifying. Also, by the way, there's a letter to Jason. Oh my God.
I really do. I do wish that my summer was spent at home. I really hate to miss that garage sales season.
Wait, you're saying you wouldn't rather spend your summer in jail? And also, she's saying she. Okay.
Let's shoot for next year. I will be at your side, seeing things with you. I keep busy most of the time and try to keep my head up and mind sharp. Just think of it as my life is on pause. One thing that does change is my hair. It is so long and will only get longer. You can get haircuts in here, but I promised Jason I would not cut it. I really like the idea of long locks anyways.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
All my love, Ezra McCandless. DOJ, page 3395. Dad, I love you and pray for you. Something wish you the best in this life. the middle of the page. I am always your little girl and love you and the things you've taught me. I value all the things I've learned over the years. I keep your words close to my heart. DOJ
Think about life starts now.
3869. I will keep my head up and keep up on making goals. This is scary stuff at times, but I think I can do this.
You know what's so great too? I'm being sarcastic. Like this flies in the face. This just shows you with that Dr. Benson, the dude who assessed her for PTSD and all that, right? And he was like, for depression and anxiety and PTSD and all that, right? This just goes to show you that this is evidence as to the level at which she's able to trick people and fool people and lie, because she had him. What she's saying in these letters to everybody, and also when we get to the defense impact statements and they all talk about their character, they're going to describe someone who's completely unaffected. Well, I'm saying unaffected because she's a psychopath, essentially, right? But they're like, optimistic and like blah blah, like what she's saying here, right? I'll keep my head up and da 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 da. That flies in the face of what she had told the dude, Dr. Benson: insomnia and flashbacks and nightmares and depression and PTSD and all that. It's like that clearly, and he seems to believe it. I think that these psychologists are going to have to find, those tests they do, like they did with Amber Heard also, right? To test for like the malingering and stuff. They're going to have to get more sophisticated, right? Because I think he gave her those and she passed. Amber didn't pass. Ezra passed. Keep that in mind. Amber failed miserably at a lot of those other tests that validate the other tests, right? Like the MMPI-2. Amber Heard set off all the red flags as to faking it for the malingering and all that. Ezra passed. And he actually when we saw the list of all the tests, it was actually way more assessments because it's a criminal trial, right? She had way more tests done than Amber Heard, which, if anything, would make it way harder, right, to pass all of it. She when I say pass, I mean passed in terms of not faking and that she has all these issues. And that's crazy, right? But it just goes to show you, like, it's not enough. It's not enough. Wild.
I know I can. Right? I just can't wait until I go back into the real world and start my life up. I miss you and love you all so much. My life is not the same without my family. All my love, Ezra McCandless. DOJ 3777. I'm mega super excited to do my hair in ombre this spring. Also, as a makeup artist, it's so strange for me to be very plain Jane. On the quote out, I have red lipstick on.
As a makeup artist? I mean, this is like the grandiosity, right? She's not a makeup artist. What?
On every day. So like
the only job she had was at the fabric store, and it was for like a month.
This pic, I'm so going to rock this look in April. Whoop. Can't wait. God, I might be a dork. DOJ 3671, addressed to Devin. It appears that there was in jail correspondence, numerous individuals in the jail who wrote Ms. McCandless, and she wrote back to them. Well, hello, Devin. Middle of 3671. A single cigarette could summon the strength of character to put a good face on this fucked up situation. My bike must miss me so much. Also, I have so much ink to put on my body.
God.
What's your spirit animal? Mine is the fox.
Oh my God. There's so much to say here. But first of all, she's really vain, like more vain than I even expected. Like, she's talking about her appearance so much, her hair and the tattoos. It's not like, we're not hearing things like, I'm worried about being convicted of murder, or, it sucks being in jail, or the prison food sucks, or anything. It's just literally her about her appearance. It's insane. It's insane.
And then there's a picture of my sass face.
Oh my God.
DOJ 3180, a letter to Jason. Near the end of the letter, what you will find in this envelope is my self-picture as a, quote, foxy little wife.
There it is. She still thinks she's going to get out and marry Jason. What the actual fuck?
Do you see what is around my neck? I really do miss you, love you all the same. I can't wait to get your letter sometime soon. Sorry if I'm strange and talk at you so much. Just know you still hold your spot in my chest. And then the next page, I can't sleep. No, really, Jason. So I'll make a list. The stuff that will happen when Ez comes home list. Number 1.
Sorry.
Nose, nips, left top of ear. All done. Number 2. Get my hair color done by a pro, not a cut. Will look so good done right, not by me. Number 3. Get my nails done.
All about her appearance.
Number 4. Get my ink done on my arm. Also a word on my chest below my collarbone in small print.
A word?
Number 5. Bike stuff. Ride off.
She doesn't even know what word. She just, dude, I can't. It's not hug my family. It's not breathe free air. It's not, I just can't. It's not sleep in my own bed. This is bizarre, right? It's like she doesn't, it's like, okay, here's what I'm getting from her. It's like the only thing that she is bothered by in terms of being in custody is the fact that she can't get tattoos. Well, I guess she can in prison tattoos. She can't have her hair done by a professional, and she can't ride her bike, and she can't do her nails and drink mochas, right? It's just like, but that just goes to show you, like what I was saying, right? Just to how comfortable and unaffected she is. Like I was saying, and we heard the same thing about Alex Murdaugh, right? Like they just adjust so well because they're so easily, they're just going to continue to manipulate. It's the same, right? And I mean, that's what we're seeing here, because like, this is abnormal. There's these things that are so superficial. It's like, I don't even know. It's not eat my favorite meal. It's not, you guys see what I mean? Like she seems completely she's not complaining about jail at all. She just wants to do things to her appearance. This is
all over town. Number 6, coffee shop stuff. Drink.
Let me back that up so we can hear that full sentence about bikes.
Number 6, coffee shop stuff.
Oh my God.
Love you all the same.
Okay, let's do this again.
I can't wait to get your letter sometime soon. Sorry if I'm strange and talk at you so much. Just know you still hold your spot in my chest. And then the next page, I can't sleep. No, really, Jason. So I'll make a list. The stuff that will happen when Ez comes home list. Number 1, nose, nips, left top of ear. All done. Number 2, get my hair color done by a pro, not a cut. Will look so good done right, not by me.
So the not a cut.
Number 3, get my nails done.
I'm just realizing she's saying that because remember we heard reference that she promised Jason she would keep her hair long. We don't know that he ever asked that of her. I mean, obviously he's like, we heard how he felt about this in the interview. So, anyway, it's like a promise she made to him. It doesn't mean he cared one way or the other, but that's just so funny. She's like, get my hair done, but not a cut, right? Just to be like, just reiterating, it's going to stay long.
Done. Number 4, get my ink done on my arm. Also a word on my chest below my collarbone in small print.
Some word.
Number 5, bike stuff. Ride all over town.
I have a word in mind.
Number 6, coffee shop stuff. Drink a mocha. Number 7, photo shoot.
Sorry, the way that Andrea Nodolf read that is incredible. Let's hear that part again. A photo shoot. Okay. Drink a mocha. I just want to hear that.
So I'll make a list. The stuff that will happen when Ez comes home list. Number 1, nose, nips, left top of ear. All done. Number 2, get my hair color done by a pro, not a cut. Will look so good done right, not by me. Number 3, get my nails done. Number 4, get my ink done on my arm. Also a word on my chest below my collarbone in small print. Number 5, bike stuff. Ride all over town.
I forgot she said that.
Number 6, coffee shop stuff. Drink a mocha. Number 7, photo shoot. Number 8, kiss, hug, hold my, I think it might be Ellie. I love that kiddo.
Well, at least that's
9, swim, and 10, open and close a real door. Each and every one of these references were about me or I. Not once was there any sorrow or remorse for the loss of Alex's life. Additionally, several of these letters demonstrate the defendant's continued manipulation of the truth for her own self-benefit. As despite the defendant's sentencing memorandum, her letters clearly demonstrate a love and healthy relationship with her father. Despite the fact that she's alleging that her lack of emotion is a result of her father's abuse.
Right.
The defendant's actions throughout the trial demonstrate her complete lack.
In the defense sentencing memorandum, they're trying to. No wonder that came up with earlier about how disgusting that memorandum was. I wonder if we get our hands on that. Now we probably have to go in person. God damn it. Anyway, that's what that is. In the defense sentencing memorandum, they'll stop at nothing. They're accusing her dad of abusing her and saying that's why she's not showing emotion. Incredible. 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 It's like a new fake story. That didn't even come up in the trial. It's just a new fake.
Lack of human decency and empathy.
I'll say.
While Alex's family was forced to relive his violent death and see photographs of his lifeless, bloody body, the defendant was basking in the glow of all the attention she was receiving. And finally, when the court considers the defendant's character, plain and simple, this defendant is a liar. The jury saw through her lies and explicitly in their verdict did not believe a word she said. They found beyond a reasonable doubt that she lied, and if they believed any part of her version of what happened, they wouldn't have found her guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. She tried to conceal Alex's body. She tried to conceal his phone. She tried to conceal the murder weapon. She tried to conceal the truth. And in each one of these attempts, she failed. The third factor for the court to consider is the rehabilitation of the defendant.
Impossible with her.
You need to ask yourself, how can any system or programming fix a cold-blooded killer? But not only is she a cold-blooded killer, she refuses to acknowledge her guilt in this matter.
I mean, that's what
How do you rehabilitate?
Cold-blooded killer, whatever, but like, that's what That's what matters. If you don't acknowledge your guilt, you can't be rehabilitated. That's what it is.
Someone who doesn't think they did anything wrong and doesn't show any remorse.
Yeah.
The defendant alleges she has been trained not to cry. But as the evidence has shown, she cries when it's beneficial to her, when she cried at Don Sipple's house.
Yeah.
The defense spends substantial amounts of time in their memorandum discussing brain development and cites 2 juvenile cases on brain development, not adult cases.
I saw that coming.
But left entirely out of this analysis is that the defendant is convicted of knowingly and intentionally murdering Alexander Woodworth.
And that she was an adult.
She planned the crime. She brought the knife. She picked the location. She committed the crime. She attempted to stage a crime scene. She attempted to conceal the body, conceal the knife, conceal his phone. These actions alone demonstrate the defendant's complete rational, systematic thought process. This wasn't a reactive juvenile act. This was a detailed plan that she continued for days after the murder, throughout the trial and to this day. At the end of the day, the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, far outweigh her rehabilitative needs.
They're impossible.
The fourth factor for the court to consider is the protection of the public.
And that's
lengthy incarceration in this case is necessary.
Because she didn't cooperate with the PSI, they couldn't evaluate her ability to be rehabilitated, right? Had she cooperated, likely then somebody would have realized, oh, we've got a potential psychopath on our hands, right? Again, though, it's tough because she tricked that one dude, Dr. Benson, but I don't know. I mean, she didn't cooperate for a reason, so that's why they're just having to leave it for argument as to her ability to be rehabilitated.
To send a direct message to both the defendant and the members of this community that there is a zero tolerance for this behavior. That if you intentionally take the life of another, You will lose your freedom for the rest of your life. This was an utterly senseless homicide, which makes this case so disturbing. How does another human being do this to another person? Stab them 16 times and leave them in the middle of nowhere in the cold to try to cover up what they did. There's such a lack of human decency, such a lack of remorse. And without remorse and accountability, there's no hope for rehabilitation. The violent nature of this crime, combined with the defendant luring the victim to his death, the cover-up, the lies, demonstrate that she's a direct and substantial threat to any member of this public, and that the community and Dunn County at large need to be protected from Ezra McCandless. Now, I understand that our justice system is moving towards uniformity, but a computer chart system containing the defendant's risk levels based on her own self-serving statements cannot be the way we determine how severe a crime is and when a person should be eligible for parole. There are some cases that you can't look at a risk level and a compass assessment to tell you how much time a person should spend in prison. And given the facts in this case, this is one of those cases. This jury sent a message when it delivered its verdict that our justice system is not broken, that you can't lie your way out of your actions. That a community needs to be protected from the defendant. It needs to know that there are consequences for your actions, and in this case, the consequence must be life without parole. The pre-sentence investigation report is recommending 50 years eligibility for parole. And although the state understands the reasoning utilized by the writer, it does not agree that a 50-year prison sentence is sufficient in this instance due to the extremely brutal nature of the crime and the need to protect the public. This is one of those cases where our justice system caught the defendant before she did this to more than one person. We cannot allow her to do this to another family. The defense has also argued in its memorandum that the family has forgiven the defendant, and that should play a factor in Your Honor's sentencing today. And while I've gotten to know the Woodworth family, and they are certainly very religious and forgiving people, Joan Woodworth's victim impact statements, the grandma, provides that while she must forgive the defendant, she feels, and I quote, if given the opportunity, she will definitely kill again. And my prayer is that she will never be able to harm another person like she did Alex, or put another family through what we have been through. Her husband Marv ends his victim impact statement with, there are not enough years left, any place to replace or to pay the price of Alex's death. But despite the fact this family is working towards forgiveness, being forgiven doesn't excuse your actions. True forgiveness requires the defendant acknowledge what she has done and accept responsibility, and she has certainly not done that. In essence, the defendant believes she's entitled to a life of her own outside of confinement, despite her actions in this case. Allowing such an action would be wholly contrary to the term justice in its truest form, as her deliberate and intentional acts have deprived Alex of that same opportunity. The defendant took something away from this family that they could never get back. And not only did she take away Alex, she took away their ability for closure, for grandkids to find peace, because she refuses still to accept responsibility. So when I was going through Alex's Facebook account for the trial, I noticed a number of Facebook messages that were after Alex's death. And so I spoke to Alex's sister, Sarah, and she gave me permission to share some of these entries with the court. I think they're relevant to show just the seriousness of the offense. These are from pages 105 and 106 in DOJ U. On May 3rd of 2018, Sarah Woodworth writes to Alex, despite being deceased. I love you. I love you so fucking much. I thought I'd have a lifetime to tell you, but now you're gone and it's not fair. I miss you. It should have been me. And a small part is hoping you'll see this, but I know you're dead, and you never will. Oh God, Alex, I just wish you'd know it all. How you were my inspiration. You got me to look harder, try more, and embrace life. I love you. I love you. I miss you. 2 months later, 4 months after his death on July 20th, she writes to Alex again, "Hey, I'm going back to college soon. I wish you were here to see it. I keep thinking you're just away, somewhere without phones, but you'll be back. Anywho, I'm going to be a marine biologist. I know, not a great job rate, but I think I can fight hard enough for it. Hey, if you ever see this, wherever you are, can you give me some advice? Don't know if I should invest in a big university, or nah, I love you, I miss you." On October 31st, 2018, well, I don't believe in an afterlife anymore, so I know there's no way you're reading this, that this is all vain. I'm shouting into a place that is empty, a void that'll never answer. So I have to say goodbye now. I have to, because I haven't, and I have to. I love you. I wish there was a God and you were alive in some sense out there, but you're gone forever. I wish we had been closer at the end. I wish it had been me. Goodbye, Alex. These messages weren't meant for the court. They weren't meant for the prosecution. They weren't meant for the defense. Sarah never got the chance to say goodbye to her brother as a result of the heinous, brutal actions of the defendant. And these messages only show a fraction of the pain her actions have caused and continue to cause. The defense attempts to argue that she will not have a life until she is paroled. But unlike Alex, she will have a life. It'll just be different from the one she knows.
Well, she seems to be doing just fine in her letters.
The defendant still gets to talk, write to her loved ones. Her family can still go visit her in prison, send her gifts. But the only thing Alex's family gets to visit is his grave. In this case, we are dealing with a motive that is so irrational, which makes this case so disturbing. Not only the brutal nature, this leaving someone there to die and the attempted cover-up, but there's just no reason the defendant needed to murder Alex that day. And on top of that, her not willing to accept what she did makes her even more dangerous, that the public needs to be protected from the defendant for the maximum amount possible. The integrity of our justice system, the seriousness of the offense, and the need to protect the public require that this defendant actually serve a life sentence.
So they want LWOP.
The state requests that the defendant be sentenced to life without the eligibility for parole. The state is further requesting no contact with the victim's immediate or extended family, no possession of firearms or weapons, a DNA sample, restitution in the amount of $6,944.51, with an order that restitution be taken out of the defendant's prison wages, and she has 683 days credit for time already served. And we'd also ask that any money that's deposited into her accounts also be applied towards restitution.
All right, in the state submitted a restitution order, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the extent? I know in your sentencing memorandum, you're asking for 60 days after sentencing, but that is the request?
I believe so, yes. Judge, we're going to stipulate to the restitution, so there's no issue there. I think that the legal standard is 50% of the prisoner's prison funds are to pay restitution. That's the legal standard, and I'd ask the court to apply the correct legal standard.
All right. And I'll just note, it's not a parole case. It's, that's prior to 1999. It's a extended supervision case. But I assume the state is asking his life without the possibility of petitioning for extended supervision.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, and that concludes the state's presentation. There you go, thank you.
Before I make my sentencing remarks, as I had advised the court, I am going to ask the various loved ones of Ezra McCandless to address the court, and I have informed them, because I didn't know when I talked to them previously that they're to come and speak from the witness stand. I also just want to state for the record that the reason we had a sidebar is because I have uncontrollable asthma, and that fortunately I haven't gone into a coughing fit yet, but I might while speaking, and therefore I have water and an inhaler at my table. But it is, if I do cough, it is not out of disrespect for anybody in this courtroom, for the court, for the prosecutor, for the loved ones of Alex Woodworth or Ms. McCandless or anybody else.
So we watched that entire trial. There was never any asthma. She never coughed. This is insane. And she said, I have uncontrollable asthma. Like, not like it I don't even know. I don't even know, man.
Thank you. The first person who has, I'm going to ask to speak, was a witness in the case, Don Sipple. Mr. Sipple?
Remember, like what I was talking about for manipulation, right? You can manipulate the prison, people do it all the time.
You'll have to excuse me, my walk is a little slow. First off, I want to tell you I'm not here to take sides. I've been an observer of this whole situation going on 2 years now. Pretty close by. Ezra came to my door at 4:15 on March 22nd, 1918. She asked me to, when I answered the door, she asked me to take her to the hospital, and caught me off guard, and I didn't know quite what to say. A few minutes later, why, she said I was assaulted.
I'm just going to pause it real quick. She didn't actually say she was assaulted. She said she was attacked. I'm not blaming him for getting the word wrong, but it is important because of the whole trial and the defense and the allegations. She said she was attacked, not assaulted.
Then I knew what to do. I brought her into the house, got a chair out of the living room. This was a utility room where the door was, and got her into the utility room, got a chair out of the dining area, and put her in a chair, and it called 911. I think some of you have already seen that, but I thought I'd just remind you again. 911 people came there in probably 10, 12 minutes, and they took care of it after that. But one thing I did hear late November, I didn't know what prompted me to do it, but I wrote Ezra a letter at the jail.
So here,
and 3 weeks later, the 6th of December.
I want you to notice, when do we finally, for the first time, see her start to get maybe emotional? This looks like the fake emotion again, right? But like because this is like that same weird face that she was making the whole time for the other people. But in terms of, are we going to see any tears? And if so, when?
She responded with a big brown envelope and a letter and 2 different pieces of art like I've never seen before. She drew them herself. That was the nicest art I've ever seen, and one of the nicest letters I've ever seen.
There. Because he's complimenting her art. See, that's
And after I
that's what it looks like when she gets emotional. She can cry. This is, you can tell there's genuine emotion here because he complimented her art.
read them all, I wish you guys could see them. Others, I still have them. We continued on, and now there's 5 total letters back and forth. I sure wish you could see them. But that first letter I got don't happen too easy for me, but it brought me to tears, the letter I got from her. We all make mistakes in this world. If you haven't done much. But hopefully we learn by the mistakes. I'm sure you all can think of something, maybe some more than one, but we've all made some mistakes. All I can hope for Ezra is that someday she can come out of this and be a beautiful, wonderful citizen in our area. I'm sure hoping that might happen. I've had some other contact with some of her people just recently and learned some new things about this whole deal, and I won't bring that up now, but it would surprise you. I pray for her often, every day. I hope down the road that we'll still be friends, no matter what happens here today. Hope that we'll still be friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple.
Thank you very much. Judge, the next person who I'm going to ask to speak is Sheryda Shockency. She also wrote a letter to the court. She's not going to read her full letter to the court because it's been filed, but she'd like to say a few words.
All right, and please state your name and spell it once you're, before you begin, okay? Yes, well,
Sheryda Shockency-Davis, SHERYDA, SHOCKENCY-Davis,
okay,
DAVIS. Okay, I guess the best place for me to start, I met Ezra when I was incarcerated here in Dunn County. I was incarcerated for a third DUI that I had received after a very long, painful divorce I went through. It's not something I normally talk about, so I apologize. I went into jail thinking that was it. I had no friends, no family I really felt connected with, no real reason to kind of, have a positive outlook on life and try and find a new door to open that, I could put myself through. I also had the intentions of serving my time without making any friends in jail because of all of these common misconceptions that we get, with society and being incarcerated. And that wasn't the case. It didn't happen like that. I tried. Prior to even serving my sentence, I bore this mentality that I would shut everybody out and I would do myself and I would get by just fine if I believed that in my heart, and it didn't work out that way. I shut a lot of people out, and when I met Ezra, she kind of shined this light on me that I didn't want to see. I had thrown myself so far into the darkness, and she was just this positive light that showed me there was more than one door I could go through, and that there were positive things on the other side of these doors. And,
So I think,
if I shut out the world, then I'm shutting.
I think this speaks to two things. A, Ezra's ability to manipulate people by giving them what they need. And B, again, this flies in the face of the, supposed diagnoses she had during her defense, during trial, of all the depression. Like I've already referenced, but again, Think about that. That's going to be a common theme because we're not going to hear anybody say anything about Ezra that aligns in any way with what we heard at trial in terms of her mental state of mind. To quote Elaine.
About all of the things in the world that are great, you know, love and life and friendship, family, true meanings that I'm sure everybody has found at one point or another in their lives. My background, other than that, really wasn't terrible. It was difficult to get through, sure, with the divorce. You know, it was a loss of a partner and children, and it was something that like I said, I don't talk much about it because it really kind of still bears with me. But over the last year itself, with just knowing her and seeing this light and seeing this person that, you know, went through this thing in their lives that by my book is far worse than what I've gone through. And you know, she was still able to.
She can use it to be the biggest victim of all.
To cast light, cast positivity, you know, show me reasons why I myself can continue going forward. It's really helped me a lot, especially this last year. I was drinking a lot and I was suicidal, and I've come away from that a lot now. I have a lot of different reasons now on why I believe that I can go forward. And, you know, Ezra still to this day does that. She's helped me a lot. She saved me. She saved everything good about me. She helped me see the bad things that I didn't think I could change, that I now know I can. And I don't know where I'd be today having not spent that time with her, having not gotten to know her so that I could relearn who I was myself. And I'm forever grateful. And I don't really know what else to say, but I can tell you for sure that my life is forever changed, and I don't think I could ever repay her for that.
So I think it's like, you know, she's gonna, it's clear that her thing is she's gonna like vacillate between, you know, attention through being a victim or attention through being a savior.
The next thing we're going to do is read a letter from Joshane Karlen. He is Ezra's father. He testified in the trial, and in order to save my voice, Judge, I have asked Mr. Nelson if he could please read it for me.
Stop. Your voice? How many times did she object during the statement anyway?
Again, this is a letter from Joshane Karlen.
See, now Miss Vishny is now trying.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've worked in corrections for 20 plus years now, and I've seen and dealt with people you never want to meet on the street or any other walk of life. These people are cold, violent, and sometimes brutal. No matter what picture Ms. Nodolf has painted for you, Ezra is not one of these.
Okay.
She is not like any of these people.
Sure.
In fact, hundreds of people could tell you that she's just the opposite. She loves to a fault and sees the good in every.
Again, I don't doubt that people think that of her. She's able to manipulate people and lie, again, to a level of and a degree that even fooled all of those tests. So it really does make her a very dangerous person, really, when you think about it. How, like, because you're going to hear from so many people here that are just going to say things about her, and you're like, what? Like, this doesn't compute with what we not even. Never mind the murder. But like, I'm saying, even from before she committed murder, even from before that, you just look at the things she was doing and the way she was using people and the way she was manipulating people and lying, and not just that, but also the things she was interested in, and all of that is like the opposite of what we're going to hear from all these other people. So it just shows you, whatever situation she's in, she's just going to, like a chameleon. And I think somebody had said that before, actually, in the chat about her. It's like a chameleon and also like manipulating
everyone she meets. When I say that she loves to a fault, I mean that literally, isn't that she trusts people, even though she's vulnerable to, even those she's vulnerable to without even knowing she's being used, abused, or mistreated.
It's disgusting, right?
She sometimes stays in relationships longer than she should, and at some point things reach the tipping point. Another thing to note is that in these 20 plus years in corrections, I've worked side by side with offenders in my custody. Some of these people have been in prison longer than they were alive before getting locked up. Many have matured greatly, some unfortunately have not. Ezra has never once denied she did this or said, I didn't do it. In fact, she accepted her role in this all and has faced it all head on while enduring comments on her character.
This is disgusting and offensive.
One common denominator in all those that I've worked with over the years is that no matter how long you keep them incarcerated, you can't teach those any more in 20 years than you can in 5 or 10. All you do after 5 or 10 years is turn a person bitter, angry, and
is that he knows this. Yeah, this is what pissed me off. He knows there's a difference between murdering and then self-defense. I'm not just talking about legally or as a strategy. Like self-defense is different than murder, right? It just is. And then going to the legal side of it, right? The strategy, it is an affirmative defense as in a strategy in order to get an acquittal. That's what we saw in this trial. So my point is, like, let's say that somebody really does have to defend themselves in self-defense legitimately, and the other person dies or whatever, right? Then you know, the whole thing is like, yeah, you did it, but you didn't. It's tough because it's like in terms of the responsibility factor, right? It's like, yeah, you did the thing, but like it was where you're allowed to protect your own life type thing, right? So in other words, it's like you did it, but you didn't do it kind of thing, right? Anyway, but all that aside, when it comes to just the legal strategy of it, like we saw in her case, where it's just you know, trying to give her an affirmative defense, you don't even have that. It's just to try to get away with murder, right? It's just to try to get an acquittal. It's just to try to get it. And then my point also was that there's a reason why self-defense as an affirmative defense, if the jury believes that, there's a reason why you could get acquitted, right? There's a reason why that's in the law. That in the law, if you kill somebody out of self-defense, it's not murder, right? There's a reason for that. So it's because, in other words, so whether you should or shouldn't be responsible, the point is that you would end up not being responsible if the self-defense is proven. And so this is just really gross and offensive to me to say that she has she never denied. Well, first of all, okay, she never denied to doing it. Well, she did deny doing it until they confronted her with the body. And then again, in my opinion, she isn't taking responsibility. Yeah, she admitted to stabbing him, but it was an entire lie. So it doesn't count, right? Like in my book, it doesn't count. And there's no responsibility being taken. She's never admitted the truth and there's no remorse. So, okay.
Never wanting to change for the better or strive for success. Ezra is bearing the burden of the horrific memories of that day, and she will continue to do so each and every day of her life. She will bear that burden on every single birthday, Christmas, holidays, family events, and every waking moment she's away, her family, bear it too.
So he's saying
sentencing a young person like this to life
because it sucks for
without parole is not only a mistake, but a huge loss for everyone who loves her. By offering Ezra an eligibility date, you offer her a chance to be a productive contributor to society, which ultimately is our goal in the Department of Corrections.
I mean, but prior to the murder, she was bringing out her welcome. She had everyone, including the person writing this letter, right, was sick of it because she wasn't getting her act together. She was like just mooshing off of everybody. She was getting kicked out of all the places. She was just wearing out her welcome everywhere. And it was like a real problem. And even Jason was like, I don't know where she's going to go. Wasn't work, she lied about the school thing, and her parent, and he knew that, right? He knows that she lied saying she was still in school when she wasn't in school so that she could get the money and go shopping. So to say that she has the potential to be a productive member in society, there's no evidence to support that would ever happen, even before having a felony on a record. So
Don't make her just a name and number tag on a door for the rest of her life.
no, please do that.
Remember, she is a beautiful human being that is loved by many, and give her another
Well, there are people that love her
opportunity at this chaotic ride we all call life. Please give her a chance to benefit all of us who love her, and to let her come home to be a big sister, daughter, niece, granddaughter that we all want and need in our lives, because with her we are all blessed.
So selfish.
To all of you here today in support of Alex, I am so sorry to all of you who've lost your son, grandson, nephew, or friend. I want you all to know that a great many nights I've prayed for you all and wish that I could shake your hand or hug you and tell you that I'm sorry for your loss.
Well, you could have. That's the other thing that I feel like somebody needs to apologize for the way they treated Alex's family in court. Like we heard from that aunt. You could have done that. You could have done those things. You literally could have. I saw you in court like every day. It's just gross.
Know that all of you, that I really am sorry for your loss. Today and every day I pray that you somehow find peace.
It's like saying it now because it's just to try to help Ezra's sentence, right? But when you had the opportunity, you didn't do what you said you wish you could have done. You didn't do it.
I also pray that you find a way to find forgiveness. I'm not asking you to forget Alex by any
Sorry,
means.
not to mention, you could do it today. Like he's writing it in this letter. You could stand up right now and go hug them. Like you could. You're all in the same room. You're probably not going to be in the same room again ever. You have the opportunity. Like,
But I'm asking you to find a way to find some peace. You deserve peace. Although my family hasn't experienced the same loss you have, we too are experiencing a huge loss in all of this. Ezra has parents like myself, family, siblings, and many friends that really want to see her come home someday. May you all find peace, and I sincerely hope the court hears my words and takes them into consideration upon making the decision about Ezra's sentence today. Thank you for your time.
is Ezra's mom we finally hear from her coming up soon. It's something else. It's a lot. It's like worse. I don't know. I'm not going to try to give any spoilers, but I'm just saying, like, you're going to want to stick around. Anyone who's watching is going to want to stick around to see that for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Debbie Karlen, who is Ezra McCandless's grandmother and Joshane's mother, wanted to address the court.
I'm Ezra's grandmother, and this dear child came into my life when she was 4 years old. She asked me to be her grandma, but I was already in love with her by then. You, Alex's family, have loved Alex with all your heart and have made beautiful memories. And I love my Ezra with all my heart, with all my being. And I've made some beautiful memories. This child, who the court has addressed as a mean, vicious person, this child in 2nd grade saved some birds in a nest, put them in her pocket because the nest had fallen on the ground, and she took them to school in her pocket. I got a call from school. The teacher said, "We've got baby birds in the pocket." And Ezra had all her friends gathering worms at recess so she could feed those baby birds.
Do they live? I mean, I feel like that was
Then my dear granddaughter rescued a poor, starving, stinky billy goat from a farmer.
I mean, you see what I mean, though? This is disgusting. so much emotion she has when people are complimenting her. I don't know how. I mean, honestly, there's times where if you listen carefully when they're reading, especially the letter from Alex's sister and like the Facebook messages, the attorneys are having a hard time keeping it together. And you can even hear the judge a couple times make some like sniffles and stuff. Like there's like not a dry eye in the courtroom except for Ezra and like her attorneys, you know? Like, but yet now when people compliment her and tell happy stories, right? It's just.
She rescued that stinky old animal on the verge of death. She brought him home as a pet and groomed him. And she'd give him baths and let him around. And then she'd come and give me a hug and she'd stink just like that billy goat. But she thought it was the best thing in the world because she saved him. On the playground, there was never a child left behind when Ezra was there. Never. She always made friends, and if she seen somebody alone, guess who she went to sit with at lunch? That child sitting alone. This beautiful child always thought of everybody else before herself.
I will say, you know, it depends on the person. If it's like, if you're an Alex Woodworth person and you go do that, it's because you want to be their friend. If you're Ezra, that's predatory. I mean, okay, not just Ezra, but other people too, right? But depending on the person, that could be predatory behavior, right? It just depends.
And she became a young lady.
I know,
And
right?
she could never see wrong in anyone.
Yep.
Anyone. She always found good. The children at school, the kids that were picked on, she found good in all of them. And she sat with them, walked through the halls with them. As a young lady, she loved unconditionally. She loved everybody. Absolutely everybody. She could never say anything bad. And I just want you to know that is the Ezra. That is my granddaughter. She loves life.
This is who she was with you. I don't doubt that that's what this lady's impression is. I mean, it's, again, this is the thing. I don't fault these people. Ezra manipulated the fuck out of everybody. So.
And I love her.
Thank you.
I mean, I will say, I do fault her parents. Like, okay. There's things about her parents that are icky, and again, we'll get to her mom in a few minutes here. But like, what's nice about that statement, at least, to be on the bright side, is that there was not any talk about the actual murder. There wasn't any talk about Ezra didn't do it, or she took accountability, or whatever, right? There wasn't any grossness around that. It was just fond memories or whatever, right? But like, again, with her dad, with him saying like, she took accountability from day one, and she never denied doing it. Again, that's all incorrect. And then he's like, she took accountability. No, she never did. You know, it's just, and it's like addressing the actual murder issue, right? And it's perpetuating this idea that she is the victim and it was self-defense. That's what it is. That's what it is. And I just got to what is icky. Makes me feel icky. So it's like when there's people for the defense, right, that are going to get up there and still perpetuate this idea that she killed him in self-defense, when the jury completely said no, that's not what happened, and when that's clear it's not what happened, you know, it's like they're perpetuating that and it's trying to keep her the victim. I can't handle with that, right? But if you're going to go up there and just share memories, fine, right?
I've been told that Tara Karlen, who is one of Joshane's sisters and Ezra's aunt, would like to briefly address the court.
All right, would you please just state your name and spell it for the court reporter before you begin?
Sure, it's Tara, T-A-R-A, Kodal, K-O-D-L.
Thank you. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I'm Ezra's aunt. I met her when she was 4 years old. We went out to dinner. My brother introduced her to me. And the first thing she says to me is,
I'm 4 years old, and I don't need to ride in a car seat anymore. Granted, laws have changed now, and she'd still be in a car seat. But that was the joy for life and the zest, and she was always smiling, and she loved nature. Fast forward now to first.
Again, this is another lady who, again, I feel for her, right? But but I will say again, I don't think she's going to weigh in on the murder. I think she's just going to share fond memories, and that's fine, right?
Grade. My brother adopts her. I already thought of her as my niece, but I was the one who was picked to pick her up from school that day. So I went to the school, went to the door with a balloon. I don't even know if she remembers this. The balloon said, "It's a girl." They didn't say happy adoption. They didn't have that for balloons, but she was my niece. Loved her, and it was official. A few years later, she was in school a little further, and I was living down the road from my mom and my dad, and down the road from my brother and her mom. And Ezra would come stay at my house after school. We'd hang out while I was teaching piano lessons. Never had to worry about her. She took care of my cat, whatever. And then she gets to high school. By now I'm married, have 2 children. And I gave her the biggest job ever. She was my nanny for 2 whole summers. The kids are 20 months apart and can be a handful. She kept them on the go. They would go to the library, they would go for walks, go to the pool. She'd get them.
She said she kept them. My mind finished that sentence for just automatically. Just when she said she kept them, I thought alive, as in she didn't murder them. Like that's anyway.
To summer school, get them to their swimming lessons, ride bike, explore nature, everything. Draw. Oh my gosh, the pictures they would draw and color and paint every art imaginable. The main thing she did not do is plop them in front of a TV. That was not an option. Electronics, TV, they weren't turned on when Ezra was around. You were outside, you were drawing, you were doing art, you were experiencing life. I would not let anybody just watch my children. I'm actually pretty picky when it comes to that. And I trusted Ezra for 2 whole summers. She only had to call and cancel on me twice, which when you're in high school and freshman in college, that's pretty amazing, I think. She was sick, but right away the next day, she was there, always on time, very reliable. And then when she was in college, we stayed in touch, we talked. She was really good to my girls, always had a smile for them. I knew I could count on Ezra if something would come up, if she was in the area. Ezra would never intentionally harm anyone. And to this day, I still trust her with my children. And I love you. Thank you.
Trinity? Does Trinity Karlen want to address the court? No. Smith. Trinity Smith, I'm sorry. I'm using maiden names. Does Trinity Smith want to address the court?
Sure.
Okay. Trinity Smith is also another one of Ezra McCandless's aunts, and Joe Karlen's.
Okay, you can come forward.
I was just told this morning she wanted, huh? Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. She's her aunt on her maternal side.
Okay,
Rose
if you would,
Lena Dellison's sister.
all right, just please state your name and spell it for the court reporter before you begin.
Sure, it's Trinity, Trinity, last name Smith, Smith.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Trinity, and I became an aunt to Ezra when I was 7 years old. I had no idea what it meant to be an aunt. I was just excited that there was a baby to play with. Ezra has always been and has had an infectious smile, and you'd see her and you'd feel love and joy. I'm sorry. She always loved playing outside and bringing in all that nature has to offer. It could be worms,
frogs, a grass snake, which is terrifying, or pretty flowers, and no matter what, she just loved it all. I moved away when I was 11 to live with my dad, so I didn't get to see her that much. But when I did, she used to follow me everywhere. I used to complain to Rosie that she would never leave me alone, and I regret that. I would give anything to have her as my shadow. Ezra used to tell me that I should never have kids because then she wouldn't be my favorite. And she's very wrong because my love for her has only grown. Have you ever loved something so much you're afraid to look away because it might not be there? Every time I would see her, I would just scream her name because I was so happy, and I would squeeze her so tight. And she would just let me, and she would just tell me, I love you too. And she'd be like, I love you too, Antrin. And she would just keep telling me until I was ready to let her go. She's one of the most thoughtful, caring, generous, and kind-hearted people I know. She often said to me that she just wishes people could just be kind and love each other. I can't remember her ever saying an unkind word or passing judgment on a person. I've only seen acceptance, kindness, love, and compassion towards others. Ezra is a good person, and she brings joy to others through her artwork and her personality and her acts of kindness. And I'm very proud to be her aunt. Thank you.
Thank you. James Gunnelson, who is married to Ezra's mother, would like to address the court. I should have said Dr. James Gunnelson.
Well, I'm James Gunnelson. I'm Ezra's stepfather.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes. So I'd like to start by giving my deepest, sincere sympathy to Alex and his family and loved ones. The last couple of years have been a nightmare, and what I would like to talk about is Ezra. Ezra was 12 years old when I met her, when I started dating her mother. And I moved in and I lived with her when she was 13, and I lived with her every day from then on, basically until she went to college. I was at most of the pre-trial court appearances and as much of the trial as I could make. The characterization of Ezra has been that she's deceitful and a liar and just a bad person, but the person that I've got to know through all my years with her it couldn't be farther from the truth from how she's been characterized throughout this. She's a kind, a loving, a very helpful person. She has a huge, huge heart. She has 2 younger siblings, and who she loves very much and will love her very much. And one example of her love for her siblings, when she was in Marionette, she would still drive back to watch her little brother play elementary sports, which you guys watch, that's not overly exciting, but kind of funny thing about that is that one thing is Ezra hated driving, and so she'd usually have someone else drive for her just because she really didn't like it. She was terrified of getting into a car accident every time she was in a car. And she doesn't even like sports. I mean, she'd just do it to make sure that her brother could see her there and show that bond and try to keep that bond going even though she had moved away. She'd also, throughout middle school, throughout high school, she always would help her little brother, help her little sister. When her brother would be doing homework, sitting down at the table, she'd sit down unprovoked, unasked, just see if she could help. Just, what are you working on? Can I help? And just whatever she could do, she would do it. With her little sister, she taught her the joy of music and of art. And I would come home from work some days and my littlest girl would just come running up to me beaming with a smile and say, Ezra showed me these coolest songs, and they were listening to Baby Einstein music and dancing and singing for hours all day. And as soon as I got home, they had to play the music for me to, let me enjoy, get a part of the joy that they've been having. And they'd spend hours coloring chalk on the sidewalk just in front, and Ezra would be making these masterpieces that we would take pictures of because they were so beautiful. And our youngest one would just have little scribbles all over, and it was just fun. And Ezra would help her, and she'd turn her little scribbles into something a little more, a little more fun that she could be proud of and say, Daddy, look at what I made, look what I made. And it is just so helpful with our youngest. And she's also fostered a love of books and of learning with our littlest girl. Even over these last couple of years, Ezra has put in the effort to purchase books, write notes in them, and get them to our youngest daughter so she can still keep that bond going. And she'll have videos of her reading the books so they can still try to continue that. And it's really hard on our youngest because she doesn't understand what's going on. But Ezra's still trying, she's still making that effort. While Ezra was in middle school and high school, she was amazing. She was incredibly helpful around the house. Her mother and I both worked full time. She had 2 younger siblings that needed a lot of attention and care. We didn't have to worry about cleaning the house. Ezra would do it without us even asking. To the point she'd get the kitchen so clean that she would get upset when I'd come home to start cooking because I'd have to take the pots out and make them clean again. But she also helped us with our office and with our work. She'd come over, she'd keep the lawn mowed, she'd shovel for us. She'd just a lot of just little jobs that she knew that she could help and she wasn't getting compensated for, and she would just do it just to make our lives easier. She would see times when her mother and I would be feeling a little worn down from work, and she would offer, say, hey, do you guys want to go out tonight and have a date and I'll watch the kids? And that was amazing to me because it's not something that I typically would expect a teenager to give up their Fridays and Saturday nights to volunteer. And it was always important to me. She's always been very, very important. Personality-wise, Ezra's a very optimistic person. She always sees the good in life, and it seems like a lot of that has been misconstrued, but that's kind of the person she is. When she's nervous or she's feeling stressed, she likes to smile and she giggles and laughs, and that's her way that she copes with stress. And that's another thing. If you don't know her well, you can take that a wrong direction, but she's the years that I've known her, I've never seen her violent. I've never seen her act out of anger. I've seen her angry, and when she would usually retreat to her room and just calm down, and we'd see her later, and she'd be fine again. She's not the type of person that is looking for vengeance or that's not the character that I have seen through my 10 years of knowing Ezra. I do know, looking to the future, that Ezra will continue to improve herself. That's the kind of person that Ezra is. She always wants to make herself better, and she wants to make the people around her better, and she wants to make wherever she is a better place for everyone involved. And I know that if she is given a chance, she will do that same thing within society to make society a better place, because that's who she is as a person.
Thank you.
Dr. Gunnelson's father, David Gunnelson, wants to address the court. And then I have only one more person after that.
All right.
I'm David Gunnelson, and I just want to talk about the Ezra I know. But before that, I'd like to say, Ezra, I love you, and we love you.
Oh, I didn't realize my microphone was on mute somehow accidentally. But yeah, I was dude, I've had to limit myself with the goat because like literally it would be done. I mean, it's screaming internally right now. Actually, let's just give a goat scream just for the heck of it. But it was screaming a lot earlier externally when Miss Fishny was objecting earlier. But yeah, it's pretty insane, right? But I think her mom is after this, and that's the worst part of all for me. So
The Ezra I know, you know, she's a nice person. She's a very nice person. When she had come to visit us, you know, she's a nature lover too. If you know Ezra, she just loves nature. When she'd come to visit us, she'd be walking in the woods, she'd be looking at the woods, she'd be seeing like, you know, sometimes I'd wonder where is she, but she'd be out.
Yeah, you're right about the living wake though part, because yeah, it's like, yeah, we get it. She walks in the woods, we get it, but like, yeah, she murdered somebody.
Exploring, you know, I think that's who Ezra is. The Ezra I knew was kind. She's very kind. She's the animals,
Yeah,
the
he
birds,
said Ezra I knew.
the ducks. You know, when we were at the
So either it's because you're referring to her as a kid, or like she's dead, I guess, right?
lakes, you know, it's amazing. You know, I've seen her carry bugs out of the house where she wouldn't have to squash them. When we're fishing, you know,
What's really sad about that is because of how she compared Alex to a bug in a negative way so many times. Again, it just shows that there's something up here, right? Because we've heard all these stories about the kindness with bugs and shit, but like, remember she said the thing about bugs crawling under her skin? So I don't know. It's hard.
When we were fishing, it didn't matter if we caught any fish. She'd just be out there enjoying every minute. She would not use a minnow. She would not use a worm. Just a plug, just a little plastic thing, or a plug, or a rapala. In our writing, she once told me how she got the name Ezra.
Oh, I just remembered something. This is the one guy I think. Okay, so get ready for something shocking. I think it's with him. Pretty sure. I just remembered it.
And I want to read this too. From a trip up north on a weekend spent with her family. The day was perfect, with her family on the water and the people I love. I saw the name Ezra in a book, and I thought to myself, how that name is the wonderful feeling I had that day. The Ezra I know is a listener. She's hearing what people has to say. She's not bringing the conversation back to, well, it's all about me. She's interested. She's asking questions. The Ezra I know loves her family. at our family gatherings. She loves the people. She wants to, all of this family, she just wants to get to know better. She loves being a part of everything. It's lifting and sharing. I think it's all about family. She loves old things. You know, they may not be valuable, but, you know, for example, my deceased brother had a paintings where you put a painting, much like this one. And
you know, another thing that's weird is that, you know, we heard so much about her family issues. Now, I mean, a lot of that came from her or her telling Jason, but we know that she was wearing out her welcome with places to stay and all that as well. So, you know, and the dysfunctional family stuff, I don't know. It's weird, right? Are they all just saying things to try to get her a lesser sentence or what? I don't know.
Overjoyed to get it. Not so much just to have that, but just to be a family. She loves Grandma's old hats, old hurricane lamps. I think Ezra has a sense of family. Since her arrest, we have written many letters.
This is crazy.
You know, and the letters have become, you know, what do we talk about? We talk about nature, of course. And we talk about the things we've seen and done. We've talked about the books we've read. Some of the authors we like, some of the authors we share we like.
Tell you the tattoo she's going to get when she gets out of prison.
And we talk about our faith in God.
That part. What? Come again? Y'all, when I first heard this, I was editing the video. I almost fell out of my chair, or I was standing. I almost fell over. I don't sit in a chair. So, I mean, like, what? And what's really crazy is no one in her family even has talked about them being religious, but let alone Ezra. But wait, this to me just shows just the level that we're dealing with here, where because he's religious, she's milking that for all it's worth, right? And talking about God and sharing Bible verses, like insane.
Talk about our faith. Almost every letter, the majority of letters, we talk about Bible verses. Ezra says how they've touched her, how they've touched her heart. Every day I pray for Ezra. Every day I pray for Alex's family. Because the prayers are the same. I pray that we can receive a sense and understanding of God's perfect justice, of God's perfect mercy. And then we can receive this into our hearts. And they will all be filled with God's comfort, filled with His kindness, and filled with God's healing. And that way we can be returned.
Mr. Nelson just passed the Kleenex to Miss Fishny. She must be crying. This is disgusting. Her attitude during, oh my God.
Fullness that we had before.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last person who's going to make a statement is Rosalina Gonelson, Ezra's mother.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gonelson, how do you spell your first name?
Roselena.
Thank you.
I would like to start today with, I am truly sorry. It's the loss of a son, a grandson, a brother, a nephew, and a friend. Multiple times a day, I wish that Alex and Ezra never met each other. I truly feel no one wins in this case.
So that right there is so crazy. She says, I wish they never met each other. To me, I'm like, oh, right, because you think that she killed Alex in self-defense, or you're trying to perpetuate that lie, right? Like, you guys see what I mean with that?
I am Ezra's mother, but Ezra has always had a more evolved soul than I. Ezra taught me so many things, so many lessons on love and acceptance. At a very young age, about 5 years old, I learned a hard lesson about telling the truth. My mother was on her second marriage, and her husband was an alcoholic. My mother had decided that she wanted to visit some family in Chicago. And at the time, we only had one vehicle, so my mother had asked a friend to take us. I think it was an overnight trip, but I was 5, so I don't recall much. What I do remember is that we came home that night, and my stepfather was waiting.
Wait,
and
she said she was 8, and now she said she was 5? Let me back that up. Oh, dude, just like Ezra, man. Hold on. I thought she said she was 8?
About 5 years old,
Hold on.
I learned a hard lesson about telling the truth.
Oh no, she said 5. Okay, just kidding. 5.
My mother was on her second marriage, and her husband was an alcoholic. My mother had decided that she wanted to visit some family in Chicago. And at the time, we only had one vehicle, so my mother had asked a friend to take us. I think it was an overnight trip, but I was 5, so I don't recall much. What I do remember is that we came home that night, and my stepfather was waiting, and he asked me, "Where did you guys go? Who took you there?" As a 5-year-old, you tell the truth no matter what. So I told my stepfather we went with Mom's friend to Grandpa's house. My stepfather told me and my sister to go to our room. And I went to my room, and I stood at the door and I watched my mother get physically assaulted. And all I could do was stand there and know I was next. The next day, I was told by my mother I was the reason my stepfather hurt us. I got her in trouble because I told where we went and with whom. And after that day, I knew the truth would not protect me or my family, and I loved the family I loved, and I built a wall to protect myself from harm. I shut off feelings to survive an unloving and abusive childhood. The day I gave birth to Ezra, my wall came crashing down. I felt love for the first time. Even though Ezra was just born, I felt Ezra loved me more than I could love her. Growing up, Ezra was so sensitive and caring to others, I couldn't wrap my head around it. Ezra would accept anyone for who they are and get to know them before passing judgment. I was guarded. I wanted so much for Ezra to share that untrusting sense that I had with everyone I came to be around. Ezra would engage in conversation with anyone and give them the benefit of the doubt when all I had was doubt. I was 14 years old when I gave birth to Ezra. And at 17, I moved out of my third stepfather's house. I spent most of the time at school and then work, where Ezra spent most of her time at daycare and at a babysitter. Where years later, I found out about the sexual abuse Ezra had endured. I had no idea how to be a mom. And a good mom is what every child deserves. I feel no one should be a parent at 14 years old. Parenting is so hard. And at 36, I make it a full-time job on learning how to be a better mom.
So this is her impact statement, her life story. Parenting is so hard. I mean, what else we got?
I was truly given a blessing when I had Ezra. I have a child who cares more about making someone else feel loved, valued, and accepted before loved, valued, and accepted themselves. When I got married to Joe, Ezra's adopted father, we had completely different views on parenting. And we would both verbally abuse each other every day. I know now I was not a good wife and not a good mother for staying in a very unhealthy environment. I put myself and my child in the same situation my mother put me in as a child without the physical abuse. But there was verbal abuse. And for some people, it is the same. Ezra had to live in a home where two people were not happy. I got pregnant because I thought at the time it would be better for our marriage. I almost died carrying my son. My body was shutting down. I was in and out of the hospital frequently and even had a nurse come to our house to change IVs. All of this was really hard on Ezra. I was not well enough to give her the attention she deserved. And as soon as I was able, I was back to work because we needed the money. Not once did Ezra complain about having to stay at Grandma and Grandpa's. My son was born, and Ezra was so excited first to not have me sick anymore, but second because she had someone to hold and play with. Ezra and my son were many years apart, and she was so very patient with a very rambunctious little boy. When my son was school age, Ezra would be willing, more than willing, to help with homework and especially art projects because Ezra's a natural.
What I'm getting from this is she's like, I'm a victim, Ezra's a victim. It's just perpetuating this whole thing, right? Like, that's what I'm getting from it.
Artist. I remember the day my son had to make a rocket for school, and Ezra volunteered to help almost immediately. I never had to force Ezra to help her siblings, but I also never made it a point to force Ezra to help with the at the time because I remembered how much I disliked having to entertain my siblings at the time. Joe and I went through a messy divorce. Ezra chose to stay with me full time, and we shared custody of our son. As a parent, to only see your child half time is extremely difficult. And it makes you question if you had made the right decision. Divorce is extremely hard on kids, having to go back and forth, living two different worlds because both households are completely different. I remarried when Ezra was 15. I had my child about a year or so after.
What she just said, though, didn't apply to Ezra because she had Ezra full time, so.
My last child about a year or so after. Ezra was so attentive to my youngest. Hardly left her side some days. Ezra bonded very quickly with our youngest. It was so beautiful to experience the love they have. I feel they helped each other on hard days. High school was not easy for Ezra. Ezra did not want to draw attention to herself, so she dressed more masculine, which was thought to be the solution. And
I mean, that's such an oxymoron, though, because if you're clearly a female and you dress masculine, you're going to draw attention to yourself for doing that.
it was more difficult because the small town we live in is not accepting of gender fluidity. I remember the day Ezra came home sobbing and scared to tell me how she was feeling about gender. I made sure Ezra knew I would stand beside you, whatever you decide. I love my children and I am accepting of whatever makes them comfortable. I admire Ezra's strength. I preach a lot about you only having one life to live. Live how you want and not for anyone else. I feel things were a little easier after our discussion happened, and even though we had tough times during high school, we had some really good times. Listening to alternative music, and we would just sit in the kitchen and talk. We talked about new and old music, different movies, and that were coming out, and watch YouTube videos and just belly laugh. Ezra has the most infectious laugh and smile. Ezra's laugh always made my day better. I remember the day we did Ezra's senior pictures. It was just Ezra and I, and we spent all day in the woods taking hundreds of pictures. It was one of my most favorite memories.
I mean, Ezra does love to take pictures of herself, so yeah.
Was the kind of person who's in tune with energy. If someone gives off negative energy, Ezra is the kind of person that will try their best to make them feel better. Before March of 2018, Ezra was working as a teacher's assistant, and the counselor at that school requested Ezra work with a child who was having trouble with their gender identity. Ezra,
I would say no, this is not normal at all.
was great at making you feel okay to be who you are on the inside. I literally count my blessings every day. And when your child is going through the worst times of their life and you can't hold them and tell them it's going to be okay, I feel like I failed as a parent because it is my job to protect my children. Being within arm's length and you can't even hold hands was one of many hard parts of this for me. Ezra is not the kind of person to intentionally...
Like that's her saying, feel sorry for me, because when she's in custody, you know, there's a glass thing, or plastic, probably plexiglass, you know, between them. It's just
kill. And I am not the kind of person.
Wait, hold on. Let me back that up, because I think she's going to talk about the thing like I was saying about the murder. Hold on.
With their gender identity. Ezra was great at making you feel okay to be who you are on the inside. I literally count my blessings every day. And when your child is going through the worst times of their life and you can't hold them and tell them it's going to be okay, I feel like I failed as a parent because it is my job to protect my children. Being within arm's length,
I know.
And you can't even hold hands was one of many hard parts of this for me. Ezra is not the kind of person to intentionally kill. And I am
sorry, but stop with your bullshit. This is disgusting.
Not the kind of person to sit here and to support someone who could.
It's just, she's already been found guilty of intentionally killing.
I am asking Your Honor.
I mean, she's like, yeah, I'm just not accepting reality. I'm not accepting the jury verdict. I'm not accepting reality.
Give the gift of a minimum of 20 years parole. And I understand that does not mean parole will ever even happen. And that Ezra will ever come home.
I know, it's very...
Thank you for allowing me and my family to speak today.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Vishny, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Judge, we come to this court to ask mercy, but not to ask leniency, because in fact, leniency is not this court's to give. The sentence before the court must be one of life. The only decision that this court has to make is whether or not in the future somebody will look at the facts, the circumstances, and have the wisdom to take a look at things at a future moment, at who Ezra McCandless is at a future moment, at what happened at a future moment. And that is why I asked the court for Ezra McCandless to have the opportunity to petition at the first possible chance. And one might call that merciful, but it is certainly not lenient, because in fact, it is unknowable what will ever happen in this case. In the year 2000, the state legislature changed the sentencing paradigm.
Oh my God, why?
For all sentences, not just homicide. And at that time, the state legislature made a decision that when it came to a first-degree intentional homicide, that the minimum required sentence was one of 20 years. It did not lay down a mandatory time for which, after 20 years, one could not necessarily
be released from the imprisonment portion of a bifurcated sentence. A first-degree intentional homicide with the opportunity to petition at 20 years, this is the first time that those petitions will come before a court. In all likelihood, they will not come before the judges who sentenced the person. They will not see the young person.
What she's saying is she's asking for 20 years for Ezra, 20 years, and then she can petition for parole. So Ezra, if that was granted, Ezra would be like 42. Actually, less than that because she has time served. She'd be like 40. Getting out.
Whether a teenager or a young adult who committed the offense, the prosecutor will not be the same prosecutor. The defense lawyer won't be the same defense lawyer. And all of this is true in Ezra McCandless's case as well. Because there's nothing that I'm going to say that is going to denigrate the verdict that this jury handed down. This jury listened to 3 weeks of testimony, and they made a decision. They made a decision based on the jury instructions of the great state of Wisconsin that intent is formed not an hour, not a day. But
can you guys see where this is going? I'm not going to denigrate the jury's verdict, but now I'm going to argue with, she's going to argue that there's a problem with establishing intent, and basically it's like arguing the verdict. I mean, it's insane.
It just can be formed in the moment before an act. That it need not be brooded upon or reflected upon, but can occur immediately before what happened. And when I take a look at this offense, I ask this court to sentence appropriately under the law, as the case of United States v. Klubal, K-L-U-B-A-L-L, 843 F. 3rd, 719, a Seventh Circuit case says, the court is not to sentence on speculation, but on the facts. I have spoken with several of the jurors in this particular case.
My God.
And while I have promised confidentiality and not to mention their names, I am satisfied through my discussions with the jurors, and I say this with one of the jurors' consent, that what the jury arrived at in their verdict was they found the intent to kill existed. They rejected Ezra McCandless's testimony. They found there was an intent to kill from the scene and the evidence presented of the scene. The jury did not make findings as to whether this was premeditated, regarding the relationship. One of the jurors said there was a lot of other noise in the case. They focused their attention on...
It didn't have to be premeditated. In my opinion, it was very clearly premeditated, but it didn't have to be, because again, the intent to kill, like it wasn't, like she said, it's in the jury instructions, it can be formed in an instant, right? It's in that moment. Did you intend?
What they could from the scene, what happened in the car, and from the number of stabbings, and therefore they found intent. They did reject Ezra McCandless's testimony. I understand that. That's why Ezra McCandless, at a minimum, will spend as much time in the Wisconsin state prison system as she has lived since her mother birthed her.
Oh my God, why?
And that's what this court is to sentence on. I don't know exactly what set this chain of events into motion. What I can tell, and what the court allowed in for the limited purpose of understanding Ezra McCandless's state of mind at the time of the stabbing, were the memorandums that she had written that she was sharing with her friends, or her diaries, if somebody wants to say that. Ezra McCandless said, I recognize the actions that were in my control and the ones out of my control. I've been on a path of self-destruction for a long time. Ezra McCandless talked about betraying the one she loved. Ezra McCandless talked about the fact that Ezra McCandless had been suicidal, had been in the depths, had wanted to make a change in Ezra McCandless's life. McCandless wrote in Ezra McCandless's journal, I don't accept the past actions, but recognize them and only want to work to finding who I truly am. I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love. I can become Ezra McCandless again. That's what Ezra McCandless wrote. In the journal that the state took a slight excerpt out of, where Ezra McCandless talked about that Ezra McCandless would consider suicide daily, that Ezra McCandless's mind as Ezra wrote. My mind would tell me I'm a failure and a monster, become one of them. It sickens me to recall the words I would say so often. I know I can love. I know I can only strive to never do this again. Ezra McCandless and Alex Woodworth were both broken people in many ways. And I'm not saying this to equate the position they're in, because Alex has lost his life and his family has suffered the greatest loss and the greatest tragedy of them all. What I'm saying is that, you'll have to excuse me for drinking water, but I need it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What I'm saying, and what these letters show that the state has produced, is that Ezra McCandless was in some kind of state of mind that was driven by her past. And this isn't a matter of blaming everybody. I'm sure Ezra's parents did the best they could, but she was raised in a very hectic environment. She was told when she was young that if she cried when she was being dressed down or being told she was stupid or doing something she shouldn't be doing, that I'll give you something to cry about. So Ezra McCandless did not show very much emotion when on the witness stand in court. That's not the basis of judging what the sentence should be. It's not the basis of judging what the sentence, what she looked at, how she looked at a person who she had at one point in her life been deeply in love with, even though that person, her boyfriend, Jason Mengel, had been extremely abusive to her.
I'm sorry, stop, because there's just, I'm sorry, stop. That I forgot that was coming. That just, what I was going to say is that Ezra's mom, who just testified with all her bullshit, even then, when she was talking about the verbal abuse in the household growing up, she never said it was to any of the kids. She said over and over again, it was very clear, it was between the two of them, the two parents, but not at the kids. And that would have been the opportunity. That's how that should have come in. If anything is true, not that it even fucking matters, but if anything is true about this whole thing about being told not to cry, it should have come in from her mom's testimony at that point. That would have been the opportunity. You're talking about being a parent is hard. You're talking about the verbal abuse between the two of you guys. You're talking about the divorce and blah, blah. That would have been the time. And she played the victim and in every possible way, and that didn't come in, right? Like, she didn't say that. So and poor Jason, I swear.
As we had seen from the testimony of Jenna Van Zant and through Ezra McCandless's own writings as to how he treated her.
Well, the only thing that Jenna witnessed firsthand was one thing, and it was he made a joke about her makeup looking like clown makeup, and that's it. I don't think that's abusive, ma'am.
She perceived her relationships in a certain way with...
And Ezra herself never even said that he was abusive. She never said that, not to Jenna, not to anybody. She said that he would make, again, this is her words, but like he would make her feel bad or whatever, but it was never, she didn't even say verbal abuse. She didn't say anything like that. Ugh.
Her relationship in particular with Alex Woodworth. And the one thing I want to say about Alex and Ezra was it's remarkable how much Ezra in her life has been like Alex. I was going to read lines here and there from the letters I filed with the court. I'm not going to do that because I'm confident, Your Honor, that you've read them already. And we've certainly had plenty of time for people from Ezra's family and people who know her to address this court. From people who've known her whole life to people who've more recently met her, such as the young woman who she helped while she was in jail, Sheryda. But they were very much both broken people, and they found each other. And the fact is that they were in love with each other. I'm not saying it was good. I don't know how it ended, but the one thing that is clear to me is it makes absolutely no sense to say that Ezra McCandless lured Alex into a deserted place in order to murder him, that she murdered his reputation, that she...
I was just going to say real quick too, as far as the loving thing goes, in that journal entry that was read, I think it was in closing arguments, and I think they read it again today, where she's saying those terrible things about Alex, about the, his bulbous eyes and the bugs under her skin. She says in that, during that same entry, who was I kidding to think that I could, it's something to the effect of who was I kidding when I thought I could lie to you and tell you that I love you? Essentially she's saying, why was I even bothering to lie to you to tell you I love you? Because I don't. I hate you, essentially. Like, that's the gist of it, right? It's like the opposite. So it's interesting that Miss Vishny's trying to say she was in love.
Went there to force him into a
say on the
confession that their relationship was an accident. That is the stuff of fantasy. That may be good fodder for a closing argument, but the jury found Ezra McCandless guilty because they rejected her testimony, looked at the stab wounds, and said this death was done intentionally, and they did not believe that it was self-defense, and they did not believe her testimony. So the question is, where do you go from here? With these two people, they had a feeling of being on the outside of their communities that they both grew up in for various reasons. They both were non-mainstream in terms of sexuality and gender certain feelings. They had the same circle of friends. They had artistic endeavors. Alex's artistry was his writing, his philosophy.
What is the point
Ezra's
of this?
artistry was and is the visual arts and photographer. It's interesting to me, and what attracted Ezra to Alex was his kindness to other people. In their first conversation,
I thought it was cannibalism.
he talked about his love of spiders. And Ezra, as you can see, had a love of even the humblest spider or a bird that had fallen from a nest. They had thoughts, both of them, of self-harm and self-destruction. So as far as the gravity of the offense, every homicide is extremely grave, but not every homicide leads to a life without the possibility of supervision. And by the way, the pre-sentence writer is, in my opinion, my humble opinion, really asking for life without supervision when you look at life expectancy statistics for people in prison, which I have provided the court in our memo, which was amply footnoted if the court wished to peruse further. I want to talk about what... I don't want to do a statistical comparison of other sentences, but I do want to talk about two other cases.
So, yeah.
But I have sat through this process, and I have supervised other people on their homicide cases, and was the statewide homicide practice group coordinator.
Here we go with her touting her own bullshit again. I did this and that and blah, blah, blah.
Or one might say mentor for other lawyers with their homicide cases. I have watched hundreds of people walk into a courtroom and share their pain. A person who lists as a parent, a brother, a sister, a friend, a gang member. That pain is all equivalent. But the court's job is not equivalent. The court's job is to look at the facts and the circumstances of each particular homicide and to make a decision, understanding and knowing that our legislature in its wisdom has said there is a price to pay, and that's 20 years of your life. And 20 years is really a long, long time. I don't want to belabor the significance of it. I ask every person in this courtroom to think about your life 20 years ago and what it was like, and what you did that you were embarrassed about, and what you did that was wrong, or what you did that seems naive, or seems silly, or seems like a bad choice. Those 20 years, Ezra McCandless must spend behind bars, removed from society. And as we know, except for this one day of this life where she killed Alex Woodworth, she lived a pretty exemplary life.
Except she was sneaking into bars, drinking underage, and had a whole lot of driving violations that we still don't really fully know about. And probably, of course, also just manipulated the fuck out of everybody and lied to them. But legally speaking, she was breaking the law. So, she wasn't even on the day of the murder, she was supposed to be driving.
She didn't have a criminal record. She was kind, whether it was to bugs, birds, animals, her family, her siblings, her friends, other human beings in the jail with her.
What about her friend that she murdered? Was she kind to him?
She was kind to them. Something happened on this day. We know she had mental health issues. We know she had been in counseling. We know
Just heard from everybody about how great her mental health is.
know she suffered from having been sexually abused not once but twice as a young person, and had never, like so many young kids, ever told her family. We know that she grew up in a chaotic household. We know that she struggled with transgenderism, with being the one on the outside.
Transgenderism? Oh my God. Come on, dude.
With not fitting in a small community in northern Wisconsin. We know all of these things about her. We know that this was not she's not a serial killer or a person without
Well,
feelings,
seems
or
like
somebody with
I think she aspires to be, right? All the Ted Bundy shit.
a cold and black heart. I want to tell you about 2 cases, and just 2 cases, out of the hundreds of cases that I've witnessed as a homicide lawyer. And the first person I want to tell you about is Brittany Bear. I represented Brittany Bear for like a minute. In other words, I had other homicide cases and someone took her case over, so I didn't get to
This is absolutely insane. This is absolutely insane.
do her trial.
This is
Brittany Bear's case, I find remarkably comparable
You're all about these other cases that she was a part of that have nothing to do with fucking anything. It's insane.
to Ezra McCandless's. Brittany Bear was a young white woman in her early 20s who killed her boyfriend. She shot him twice in the back of his head while he was laying on a couch. The prosecution in the jury trial said that Brittany Bear shot him while he was sleeping. Brittany Bear had been in a relationship with her boyfriend for a long time. Unlike Ezra McCandless, who had no record, Brittany Bear had a conviction for a burglary. So she was charged, and she had some minor misdemeanor on her record that was drug-related, like paraphernalia. She was charged with first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. After Brittany Bear shot her boyfriend twice in the back of his head, literally the top back of his head, he was laying on the couch, she went to her mother's house and dropped off her child in Oshkosh. She came back to Milwaukee. Brittany Bear's boyfriend, mother, were calling the grandparents of Brittany's child, saying, "Where is our son?" And she said, "I don't know. I haven't seen him." "Well, he's missing. What's going on?" "I don't know. I haven't seen him." The family called the police because he was a missing person. When the police got to the house, what they found was that the homicide had happened in the basement, and that Brittany Bear had taken a makeshift, or tried to create a makeshift stretcher out of a piece of wood and put the decedent's body on it and tied it up, trying to raise it up the stairs out of the house and conceal the death. When the police came and talked to Brittany Bear, she told the police that there had been a home invasion because her boyfriend was selling drugs and that they had been robbed by drug dealers who had killed her boyfriend and that she had managed to escape. So she made up a complete and total lie. Brittany Bear then used the defense at trial that she was a battered woman. She had an expert witness. The state discovered that prior to killing her boyfriend, she had actually researched the battered woman's defense, and that subsequent from killing her boyfriend, she had researched how to dispose. The jury found her guilty of first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. As the supervisor of the homicide practice group, I had some involvement in the case to help coach the other lawyers. Annette Morales-Rodriguez suffered from some kind of mental health problems, and she wanted nothing more than to have a baby. And in order to keep her boyfriend with her, she lied and said she was pregnant. But she was not pregnant. She began to stalk a friend of hers who was pregnant. And when that pregnant woman came to full term, Annette Morales-Rodriguez invited that woman into her home, and she brutally killed her with a knife and cut the baby out. She killed the baby as well. She took the baby to the hospital and claimed that this had been something that had happened during the trauma of childbirth. The hospital determined she had never been pregnant. And then eventually, after some time, the police put it together and found that the victim in this case had been murdered by Miss Rodriguez. Miss Rodriguez had a jury trial. The jury found her guilty. She was sentenced to 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide in what I think is one of the most aggravated cases I've ever seen, and she was given life without the opportunity to apply for extended supervision. So I take these 2 cases because this is the spectrum this court has to deal with, and I ask this court, what end of the spectrum is Ezra McCandless? Where does she fall along these lines? Because our legislature has said you must serve 20, but they don't say you must serve more than 20. What our legislature has said is that the court can look right now and only decide if a future court can make a decision. And how much do things change? We know that Ezra McCandless is no longer the little girl who picked up a bird nest.
This part is crazy. Wait for it, y'all.
and put it in her pocket, though she has features of that personality within her. We know that Alex Woodworth will not be able to live out his life and his promise, and that it is a great and tragic loss for the family and the community. We know that Ezra McCandless has shown kindness to other people in the jail. We know that while in the jail, she has taken the advantage of every opportunity, as noted in the pre-sentence investigation. We know that she worked in the laundry because she was able to train people for that job, and I've been told gave up her job in the laundry because it was a job which she liked, because let's face it, it's no picnic being in the jail, right? We all know that. And it's not fun. And there's very limited opportunities to move around. Ezra McCandless had this opportunity to move back and forth to the laundry because she's a more trusted inmate who's gotten along very well with the jailers here. She gave that job to another inmate and took it away from herself so that inmate would have a chance to prove to another court that they could be trusted to help that person with sentencing. Ezra McCandless is going to go to prison for 20 years. It is my sincere hope and belief that she will be able to aid other people who are in prison in their struggles. I wrote in my sentencing memo about brain development and juveniles, not because I'm trying to argue to this court that Ezra McCandless is a juvenile. She's an adult. She was barely out of her teen years at the time this offense was committed. She was 20 years old. She had had a birthday and got out of her teen years some 5 months or so earlier, 5 to 6 months earlier. And I think about where people are and where they change. What I wanted to show in my sentencing memo is there was a time where courts around the country were going very heavy into sentencing, to life without supervision, to determinate sentencing, to treating juveniles more and more as adults. And that as the research and the science developed, the United States Supreme Court, in its wisdom, in cases such as Roper versus Simmons and Miller versus Alabama, said, wait a minute, we need to take another look at this jurisprudence because we're looking at science. And we know, as I put in my memorandum and footnoted with the research, that brain development is not completed until somebody's now in their mid-20s, 25, 26. I mean, it's always been this way. We just didn't know about it. We don't know what future research is going to bring us. We don't know if even the fact of homicide is contained in somebody's brain and if it's treatable. We do know that there's a lot of neuropsychological research and neurological research going on around the country right now. That we know. So what I'm asking for isn't a lenient sentence. I'm asking for somebody to look at that and who Ezra McCandless will be down the road, whether it's 20, 25, 30, whatever courts decide, because she will have the burden of proving to a court that she no longer, okay? I mean, that just seems so silly now, doesn't it? I mean, how many things did people think about 20 years ago that have not come to fruition? In 1975, a fairly famous environmentalist said that by the time we're in now, that we would be at the point, because of global warming, where most of 75% of the Earth's species would have died off. Well, we know that's not true, right?
Who had global warming on their bingo card?
I don't want to get political here. That's not my purpose. My purpose is that future predictions don't come true. All we're asking you to do is to let somebody else take a future look. That's not leniency. I'm not even sure that it's mercy. But it's equitable, and it's just, and it's rational, and it does not depreciate the seriousness of the offense. We have every reason to think things could go in a positive direction from the compass. There is a reason why sentencing has evolved in courts, not just in Wisconsin, but across this nation, to evidence-based decision-making, because we recognize that there is something beyond the pure emotion of something that occurs, something beyond the pure emotion that we can actually look at objective criteria and potentially use that criteria. It's not perfect, okay? It's not perfect. But I will say this. I'm sure out of my 125 homicide cases, I've probably done 80 homicide sentencings and read 80 compass reports. I've never seen one like this. Honest to God. I'm an officer of the court. I would not lie. I have never seen a Compass report ever where a person who had killed another human being came out like this on a Compass report, where the only thing was at the high level was the homicide itself, and that's always rated at the highest level. I have seen so many people and met so many people who have killed another human being. And that, I'm sorry to say, for better or for worse, puts me in a pretty particularly unique position. Because frankly, the people who know the killers the most are the defense lawyers and the jailers. Not the prosecutors, not the courts, not the police officers who take the confessions and solve the cases, but the jailers. The jailers like Mr. Karlen. Mr. Karlen says, and I think it's quite wise what he wrote in his letter, and I had no idea what he was going to write in advance. He just sent the letter to us. He wrote how as a prison guard, he's had the opportunity to witness people in prison and notice that people generally change after 5 or 10 years. This is what his observations are. And either the changes happen or they don't. So, yes, did Ezra McCandless testify in a manner that was rejected by this jury, that the jury did not believe? Yes, Ezra McCandless did testify in that matter. Does that mean down the road that somebody shouldn't take another look at who Ezra McCandless is then? This is not leniency. This is not mercy. This is a rational view toward sentencing and change, because we all know that life is about nothing but change. I don't know if Ezra McCandless will ever get out of prison. I know that in all likelihood, if Ezra McCandless gets out of prison, I probably will not be alive by then. As Brian Stevenson said, the power of just mercy is that it belongs to the undeserving. It's when mercy is least expected that it's most potent, strong enough to break the cycle of victimization and victimhood, retribution and suffering. It has the power to heal the psychic harm and injuries that lead to aggression and violence, abuse of power, mass incarceration. The mercy we ask for, the sentence we ask for, recognizes the dynamics of the world, of change, of what we don't know, but hopefully somebody will know in the future. It is not leniency. It is not a request to get out of prison. It is a request that hopefully there will be another human being who will look at who Ezra McCandless is in the future, what feelings are there in the future, and what will best serve society at a future date. And that is what we ask for, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. McCandless, is there anything you'd like to say?
Oh, God, I forgot about this.
Hi.
He says hi.
I would like to address Your Honor and the courts and Alex's family, but most of all, Alex's parents. I want to say how sorry I am that they have lost their son. But sorry doesn't cut it in my mind. That word is not enough and never will be enough for this loss. And I recognize that.
Oh my God.
I don't think I could ever find words that will be enough to express this.
So we saw her get emotional earlier, right? When people were talking about her art and complimenting her. This is another example of like the fake emotion, right? Because her face isn't turning red. She's not breathing in the way that she was before. There's no tears. It's like she's trying to sound emotional. But also, I want to also note, too, the thing about sorry is not enough is like a way to say, we've heard the behavior panel talk about this, too, with people where it's like a way of saying you're not sorry, but trying to like couch it under like, well, that wouldn't be enough anyway type thing. It's like a cop-out kind of, if that makes sense.
To them, the pain they feel is unimaginable. I want to express how sorry I am for this loss, because it is such a great loss. I recognize and completely acknowledge this pain, and I'm so
acknowledging their pain, but not her what she did. I mean, that's what this is. It's just like what her parents did, right? it's like, I acknowledge that you're in pain. I acknowledge that you're suffering. It's hard, but it's not taking any responsibility for you being the cause, though.
Oh, sorry.
She needs to say, I'm sorry for what I did, and she's not saying that.
Alex very much. And I also feel a great loss. And I'm so sorry. And thank you for letting me say this. Thank you.
All right. Anybody need a recess?
We're prepared for the court to proceed if you would like to proceed at this time.
How about the state? Anybody need a recess?
No.
No? Okay.
You're okay.
All right. Well, first of all, I think just because of some of the terms that have been thrown around here today, it's important that people understand how this works in Wisconsin. Normally, court at a sentencing would have to consider probation, but probation is not an option, so it cannot be considered in a first-degree intentional homicide case. So the court is, and we do not have a death penalty. We're not a death penalty state, so none of those things are in play. I think during the career of Ms. Vishny and myself, and Mr. Dufour, we've seen 3 different eras of sentencing law. We had indeterminate sentencing, and that was back, I can't even remember when TIS 1 or Truth in Sentencing 1 came along, but prior to that, a person sentenced to life imprisonment would have eligibility for parole after about 13.9 years. I think that was in the defense brief, but if I recall it, I think that's correct. And it would be a parole board that would decide whether a person would get parole or not. And I think it was also cited in the defense memoranda that often people would end up serving between 18 and 21 years before, that was sort of the average, I would imagine. And but there was a period of time where I guess it began in the 1990s or late 1980s, I think. The tough on crime and things spiraled up, and both political parties in this state tried to keep ahead of each other and being tougher on crime and so forth. And part of that was life means life. It started with court being able to determine, the sentencing court being able to determine a parole eligibility date. Again, if it was parole, that's why I mentioned that this isn't a parole case, because we'd be under a different law. And in any event, so that was, I believe, part of Truth in Sentencing 1, which would be the first change from indeterminate to determinate sentencing. And in any event, then it was a court determining when that parole eligibility date would be sometime in the future, or whether someone would not be eligible for parole. And that was a pretty big change, and it was politically driven. This is what we have to understand. This is what the people of the state wanted. And I think there was a general sentiment that, 20 years for intentional homicide wasn't enough. At least that's my read, has been my read through the years. Again, there are some people that would like to see a death penalty for an intentional homicide, and there's states that have that, and the federal government has that. We don't have that. So even with the enactment of the life means life, and then we move into the Truth in Sentencing 2 era, which was right around 2000, as Ms. Vishny mentioned. And then it was changed so that rather than parole, we have extended supervision, and the court can determine generally in a bifurcated sentence, and this wouldn't be a bifurcated sentence as I understand it. But still, a court could determine when a person would be eligible for petitioning a court for extended supervision, which would be similar to parole in the sense that person would be released on conditions and so forth, and would be subject to supervision, could have extended supervision revoked if they didn't follow the rules, and could be returned to serve a life sentence. And even in the era when they said life didn't mean life, life still could mean life. I mean, there's a person that I had prosecuted that is still in prison That's from the 1980s. Not in prison, actually, in one of the state institutions, NGI case. So life could mean life. Life can mean life now. And the legislature gave that authority to the courts and to make that decision. But the way the law is, and what this court has to address, is there's three options. Number one, the court can find under section 973.014, subsection 1G(a), that a person could be eligible for release to extended supervision after serving 20 years. Number two, a date for eligibility.
So that's the minimum, and that's what the defense is asking for, that she could be eligible for someone to take a look. And again, it is parole, but they can't call it parole anymore because of the law, right? As he was explaining. So, but that's basically what it is. But what it's saying is after 20 years, you could petition, right, for extended supervision, which is basically parole, but they just can't call it that. So 20 years, right? So she would be like probably around 40 because of her time served, if that's the case.
For release on extended supervision on a date set by the court sometime in the future. Or three, that a person is not eligible for release to extended supervision. And the way that it would work for a petition for extended supervision is that...
We just go over those real quick. So we just addressed the first one, right? 20 years and then possible parole, right? Then there's the next option would be, it's called a life sentence, but he could choose how many years after which she could possibly be eligible for parole. So that in that case, it would be longer than 20 years, right? And then the other option is LWOP.
The person would have to file a petition sometime not more than 90 days, as I understand, before their eligibility date. And then it would be the court, and again, you're absolutely correct, Ms. Vishny, it would not be this person, but it would be this court, whoever is sitting here, that would either hold a hearing or could deny it without a hearing. The district attorney would have an opportunity, if the court directed, to have a hearing on this, but the burden would be on the defendant to show that they're not a danger, so on and so forth. And there could be conditions and so on, but I think that is the defendant would have to prove by clear and convincing evidence that they are not a danger to the public. So, what the legislature essentially has said, and Ms. Vishny, I think you're correct, is that the person has to serve at least 20 years, and then, if a court were to say you're eligible at that time, and obviously be sometime after that. But also, the legislature said, again, as the state has recommended here, that there not be eligibility at all for extended supervision, and so you would have essentially life without possibility of any sort of release. So that's what the court has before it. And Ms. McCandless has been convicted after a trial to a jury, first degree intentional homicide. It is the most serious crime that we have in this state. And again, we've talked here at length about a mandatory life sentence and with those options. The court is of the belief, and I think both parties agree, that the court is to consider the Gallian sentencing factors when making a determination as to when someone would be eligible, if eligible, for extended supervision. And I think those factors, as I see them, are three overall factors: seriousness or gravity of the offense; number two, character of the person being sentenced or their rehabilitative needs; and three, protection of the public. And through other factors, aggravating, mitigating factors in there. But in any event, those are the three overall considerations. So, as I've already touched on, the maximum penalty being life in prison without the possibility of extended supervision. So, it was a very, very serious offense. Doesn't get any more serious. And in this particular case, I think it's also appropriate as in others, not only to look at what the maximum penalties are, but to look at the conduct of a person. Now, I can't address what a different judge in a different county did under different circumstances. Those are certainly not precedents for the court. But in any event, so I focus on this particular case. And this was a brutal...
I'm pausing real quick to say, for anyone who hasn't heard, where the sound gets weird or the image, that's the court feed. That was the court cameras. That's not the stream, just so you guys know. There's, it's everything's okay. But this is interesting because here we get to hear the judge's thoughts for the first time on like the murder itself. So let's take a listen.
But in any event, so I focus on this particular case. And this was a brutal homicide. There's no question about it. And it would have been, and it's just awful for the family to have to see these pictures. But what happened to Alexander Woodworth was a terrible crime. And he was had to have suffered a great deal of pain and suffering before he died. Nobody really knows how long he would have lived after he was stabbed the first time. And frankly, nobody really knows what happened or what was discussed or what sparked this. But as far as the crime is concerned, and I'll come back to that in a moment as it relates to the character of Ms. McCandless as this court sees it. And so this is, in addition to the brutal nature, and who knows, again, if he was already dead when she left the scene where his body was, or whether he was still alive and laying there. But fact of the matter is, and I believe the jury's verdict, and you've addressed this yourself, Ms. Vishny, the jury's verdict tells us that they did not believe Ms. McCandless. They did not believe it was self-defense. There's no doubt that she killed Alexander Woodworth. There's no doubt in this court's mind that she intended to kill him. And the verdict is it was not privilege. It was not self-defense, imperfect or perfect. So, and that brings me to Ms. McCandless's conduct. And I'm sure that she was not the person when this occurred that her family knows and loves. I mean, there's a lot of good things about her in her life, but she was not cooperative. She was not truthful. And I guess maybe take that back a little bit. She was cooperative to some extent, but she was not truthful. She lied when the initial emergency responders were there. She lied at the hospital. She lied to Detective Prock on a couple of occasions.
Judge,
yes.
Respectfully, and I hate to interrupt the court, but I am aware of recent cases, ones before the Supreme Court, that requires defense counsel potentially to interrupt the court to preserve the record.
Sure, go ahead.
That's why I'm doing it. And the court is addressing at this point her post-offense conduct. And I did neglect to mention, there's no question that Ms. McCandless lied to Detective Prock and was not truthful with him. And I don't know if the court was going to discuss other factors, but I had meant to call the court's attention to the fact that Ms. McCandless did have a history of post-traumatic stress disorder, including after a rather minor vehicle accident.
We know about
going through a dissociative state where McCandless did not recall McCandless's name and referred to herself as Monica Karlen and asked where the horse was, even though it was a single vehicle accident. And I did neglect to mention that. So the immediate aftermath, and the court didn't allow the jury to hear about that. I'm not hazarding any guesses. That'll be for appellate lawyers, but I should have mentioned that during my sentencing since you're discussing lack of truthfulness.
All right.
Thank you, and I apologize for the interruption.
Again,
I don't know how.
I surely don't fault defense counsel for doing their job, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to touch on every point that should be addressed here today, or we'd be here all day long, and I know that this is getting a little bit long. And but in any event, this court heard the evidence, and there's, frankly, Ms. McCandless was not truthful, and that's what the jury found. I think that's a fact.
Yes.
And we'll never really know for sure what happened. We will never know for sure. And part of the fascination about this case, it's obviously gotten a lot of attention, and there's a lot of interest in this case because I think a lot of people want to know. They want to know what happened. They want to know why. And but we'll never really know for sure what happened, even if Ms. McCandless told yet another story, which
if I ever get a chance to interview her, then maybe we can get her to confirm or deny the theory that potentially, if she was pregnant, it was Alex's kid, and she didn't want, and Jason was going to confront Alex about that timeline, and she didn't want Jason to find out.
I think it would be hard to believe it. I don't think we'll ever know, and the family will never really know the truth about what happened to Alex and how it happened and why it happened and so on. But in any event, I'm going to continue on talking about the seriousness of the offense. So it's serious by maximum penalty, the most serious offense, and in this particular case, it was, again, to parse or to sort out the difference between intentional homicides is very difficult. It's a little like trying to see a shadow in the dark. It's just difficult to do. First degree intentional homicide, they're all bad and all serious crimes. There's no question about that. So we move on to the second, the character of the person being sentenced and rehabilitative needs. And I can tell you, I don't think, rehabilitative needs of Ms. McCandless is the driver in this particular case. What I see in this particular case, and I think this is addresses two areas. One, talking about this crime, even Ms. Nodolf on her argument, she's saying, well, this just seems so irrational. And I think people struggle to understand what reason there would be for Ms. McCandless to kill Alexander Woodworth. But there's no question that, and I'm just like to note that I have Exhibit 365 and 366, and that was Silence Broken as redacted, as well as the journal number 2. And I think those two documents, those writings by Ms. McCandless, frankly, I think shed a lot of light. She was in a very dark place. She had an awful lot of, first of all, she was 20 and a half years old when this happened. 6 months before that, she had gone through, again, this procedure, which undoubtedly left some turmoil with her. And these relationships, the choices that she made, frankly, she made a lot of very poor choices. We're free to make choices, and when you're an adult, even though you're not, fully developed, and I totally acknowledge the brain science. They train judges on this stuff. In fact, our last judicial conference was almost entirely devoted to the mind sciences, and we heard plenty of that in this case. But as pointed out, I just want to address the issue about the dissociative state. As I understand it, the jury did hear about that through Dr. Benson, and that was he talked about her history of PTSD. That's my recollection. Is that
he's making a really thorough record. I think this is great.
That's why, as part of the reason the court didn't allow it, but the record was made at the time as to the reasons. And
this is going to go to appeal, obviously, as they all do, and part of it will be looking at, if the appeal, which I think this has already happened, the appeal is denied for the, in terms of the verdict, then they can also look at the sentencing, right? So he's making a really thorough record, as he should.
Again, I have no doubt that there will be an appeal in this case, and there are so many issues the defense can raise.
You know what that was? That was, where is it? Here it is.
and they will be addressed at that time. However, from what this court could tell, Ms. McCandless had all sorts of things going on, these relationships that she was involved in, her own internal turmoil about what her identity was, her sexual identity, who she was as a person, what she wanted in life. And in this, on page 4 of 5, this is document 521, silence is broken. And this was a line that is sort of stuck in my head.
Oh boy, I wonder what it is.
I feel like my mind is on fire. And this was written, I'm not sure how long before this homicide. As I understand it, was last, I guess, closed or opened, reviewed just a few days prior to this homicide. Journal number 2, Exhibit 366. She talks about the first line. My mind is deeply haunted by the actions I've done. So she talks about waves of guilt and so on and so forth, pain, regret, disgust, and the word confused comes up in a number of different places. She had an awful lot going on in her mind, and she obviously was angry with Alexander Woodworth. The evidence that came from the communications between Ms. McCandless and Jason Mengel, which comes from document number 551, and that's Exhibit 465, and would have been about 10 days, roughly 10 days before this homicide. And she's talking to Jason Mengel about wanting to go and confront Alex, tell him, and now this is from one of the communications, I just want to give it back and stay out of my life and tell him how much I regret meeting him. And there were a couple of times during those communications where she talks about, one, I'm afraid I might punch him, though, if he gives me a look.
You know what this is? This is her own words coming back to bite her in the butt. I would say being used against her, but that's not really the case because it's sentencing. But the fact that the judge is like this, it's interesting, right? You don't really know what the judge is thinking in a trial until sentencing, and they can choose to share their thoughts as much as they want to. I mean, it varies. Sometimes they don't say very much, but we're learning this. These are the things that are really sticking in his mind in terms of, weighing out these factors, and it's her journal entries. So that's interesting, isn't it?
Another line. To be honest, I might punch him in the face if he does a sarcastic, "you're dumb" voice. And these are communications Ms. McCandless had with Mr. Mengel. So the night before this all happens, Mr. Mengel sends a picture from the wall at Racy's with the words, F me and her phone number. And in the court's opinion, that seems to be sort of the straw that, or the last spark that set off these tumultuous feelings that she had. And next day, Alexander Woodworth ends up dead. And so when she's talking to Detective Prock, they ask her he asks her, why did you go to talk to Alex? And she says, I wanted to talk about my feelings. So my mind is on fire, or feel like my mind is on fire. They didn't elaborate on what those feelings were, but obviously she had anger and some pent-up rage and a whole lot of other things that were going on. And she also wanted to talk to him about what was on the restroom wall at Racy's. So, and what he knew about that and so on. Now, frankly, I agree with the...
He's saying that, that's why he brought that thing up about the bathroom, because that's what Ezra had told. He's giving her the benefit of the doubt in that this is what she said was her reasons for wanting to go talk to Alex, based on what she told Detective Prock. And that was one of the things. Well, of course, then there's returning the heating pad and all that other bullshit, but that came out later. So, but her initial thing, right, in the interviews was about the talking about her feelings and addressing the writing on the bathroom wall. So that's a good point that it's interesting, right? Because I'd forgotten that was her initial story.
Defense that the court has to sentence based on the facts as they have occurred. And I think the analysis as far as what the evidence is the jury found that when she killed Alex, she had the intent to kill him. The jury didn't find when that intent was formed. And frankly, in this court's mind, and I had a lot of time to think about this case, and believe me, I've thought about it a lot. There was perhaps, again, suicidal ideations, perhaps homicidal ideations, but the evidence proves that when she killed Alex Woodworth, she had the intent to kill him. And in large part, had what was going on in her life and her being immature, again, being only 20 and a half years of age, certainly I don't think anyone could disagree that in the science that her prefrontal cortex was not fully developed, that she didn't have very good breaks. And Jason Mengel suggested she not go do that. He didn't want to go along. She had asked Jason in those communications to go along because she wants to tell Alex off. And then that's before the business about learning about her number being on Racy's in the bathroom wall. So, frankly, from this court's perspective, what we know is that she boiled over at some point and killed Alex Woodworth. And it was not in self-defense. And she lied about what happened, which is, frankly, not that uncommon. She is a person that does have her personality traits. There's a lot of good things people have said about her, people that have known her, and there's probably a lot of good things that she could do, in a prison setting. But the fact still remains that, we talk about 5 to 10 years of rehabilitation. Maybe that's in some cases. Most people that go to prison, they aren't even there for more than a couple of years, frankly. But this is an intentional homicide case. So that brings me to the third factor the court has to consider, and that is, of course, protecting the public. And we can't predict the future, but the best predictor about the future is what people have done in the past. And so we have, again, in this particular case, someone who killed another person, took another life. And I think that's, the public expects to be protected. We don't know. I can't.
The public doesn't want to be murdered.
I can't tell right now whether she's going to be dangerous 20 years from now, or 25, or 40, or more. So, in any event, court has to consider those factors when imposing a sentence in this case. Now, what the court has considered for purposes of sentencing would be, again, some exhibits from the record. I've received the pre-sentence investigation report, which recommends life imprisonment with eligibility for extended supervision at 50 years. And I've considered the state's sentencing memorandum, and there are arguments in the people that have spoken here today, the victim input side of things, and the state's position is life in prison.
Again, the defense is asking for 20 years and then can petition for parole. State wants LWOP, right? But then, of course, there's the pre-sentencing investigation, and we don't know who the person is that, that's a whole other committee, right? But they determined, again, she didn't make a statement, but they determined with everything, they put her, they suggested 50 years. 50, in other words, 50-year sentence, and then after 50 years could petition for parole or extended supervision. And that was their recommendation.
Imprisonment. Never an opportunity for extended supervision. And then the defense argument, of course, life imprisonment, and your sentencing memoranda, some letters that were contained in that, as well as some pictures of Ezra with interacting with family and so on and so forth. And is asking for extended supervision at the earliest possible time. And
Judge, I hate to interrupt, but we're asking for the opportunity to petition a court.
Yes, exactly. And that's, I think, for people to understand that the court would not be setting a release date here today, just a date when a person would be eligible for extended supervision. So,
court has not seen in this particular case. I'm just going to go through some factors in order here. Her past record, she didn't have any prior criminal convictions. And frankly, there was no evidence of prior violent behavior that this court heard. And she was only 20 and a half years old, not far out of high school. And again, I've already mentioned the nature of the crime itself here. And but what the court saw during the trial was she did not, there does not appear to be any remorse, does not appear to be any genuine contrition. And I just want to make sure they make it clear that not holding it against Ms. McCandless that she did not say anything to the PSI writer. Again, she has a right to appeal. And she has a right to remain silent. That cannot be held against her at sentencing. But what I'm talking about is what she testified to and what she said, what was testified that she had said to investigators. And but there, and I don't know, maybe a little bit today, I don't really feel like it was really sincere. I'm sure she feels bad, but again, I don't believe we have the truth. And I think one thing a family would want to have more than anything else is to know what the truth was.
Wow, that was, so he was just, that's huge. He's so kind and polite and respectful, like in his words, right? He's the whole trial, he's been like this. So for him to come out and say, let me just rewind it so we can get it verbatim, but what he's saying is her stupid statement that we saw, where I was like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me, because it's just, she's like, I'm so sorry for their loss. And then she's like, but sorry doesn't cut it in my mind. But then she doesn't even offer an alternative. It's not like, but then what would cut it? Your life in prison? Like, you didn't suggest that. Anyway, and it was just not believable. Let me back this up just a sec.
Not be held against her at sentencing. But what I'm talking about is what she testified to and what she said, what was testified that she had said to investigators. And but there, and I don't know, maybe a little bit today, I don't really feel like it was really sincere. I'm sure she feels bad, but
see, he's trying to be kind about, like, in other words, it's because he doesn't want Miss Vishny to, like, you know, I don't even know what, she's already done all the things, but be worse than she already is. So in my mind, he's like, he didn't believe it, you know?
Again, I don't believe we have the truth. And I think one thing a family would want to have more than anything else is to know what the truth was. And I don't want to, I guess, forget to mention, you know, that this is, in the court's opinion, has to do with the family, the victim, and by definition, close family members are victims of this offense, and their input is important. And so court allowed evidence by the defense. I believe that's based on the law, at least this court's interpretation of the law, and that's characterized by some as an assassination of Alex's character. And frankly, people are entitled to put on a defense. But again, those facts and that testimony was rejected by the jury. There is no evidence that Alex Woodworth had done anything wrong at all.
Yeah.
And from all accounts, yes, even from what Ms. McCandless says, aside from what she testified to, he was a kind person, gentle person, witty, compassionate, just so many adjectives that I've heard about what a good person that he was, and I don't doubt that. So this is a great loss, not only for his family, for his friends, his community, but it's very tragic. And I agree with Ms. Gunnelson when she says no one wins in this case. Nobody wins in this case. This is just a horrible, 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 horrible case. And that is the way it is. So After considering all of these factors, I just want to say that I've thought about this case pretty consistently, for a long time, and I understood, what the court's choices were, because I looked at the statute quite a while ago before I received the pre-sentence investigation report, and in this court's opinion, I had thought this is a case where there should be some date for release on extended supervision. But I cannot agree with the defense, because I think 20 years would certainly unduly depreciate the seriousness of this offense. From my view, from the community that I serve, and again, this isn't my personal spot here. This is on behalf of the community, and in this court's opinion, that would unduly depreciate the seriousness of a first-degree intentional homicide for someone to be out that soon, rehabilitated or not. The seriousness of first-degree intentional homicide, at least by community standards, in this court's opinion, requires more than that. However, I do not believe, and there are a couple cases that I was the prosecutor on, where people got life without realistic possibility of parole, one without possibility of parole. I certainly haven't been involved in as many homicide cases as you have, Ms. Vishny, and I guess I'm glad for that, because they are not, and there's nothing pleasant about it at all. But in any event, the court believes that the date that the pre-sentence investigator, writer of the report, Mr. Erickson, frankly, when I got the pre-sentence investigation report, that was a number that's right around what this court was thinking. It's gone up, it's gone down, it's gone back and forth a little bit. Mr. Hall's comment that maybe 60 years, 1 year for every day they had to wait. And this whole situation is difficult on everybody. Having the publicity in a case like this, it's difficult on the family, having to wait to have a loved one's body because you're concerned about it being preserved for evidence, and that the defense might at some time, object that potentially exculpatory evidence may have been lost because the body was returned to the family. And I think in every case we learn a little bit. It's unfortunate, frankly. I don't recall that, and it's difficult. It's difficult for the family to have to be, on TV and all that. It sort of changes the way people behave, I think, when you get this much coverage, and that the coverage is here to capture what happens, but yet what happens sometimes changes a little bit because of the coverage. But I have never been involved in a homicide case that did not have TV cameras in the courtroom. In Wisconsin, that's the way it is.
Well, I think what he's doing here, he's acknowledging some of the points that were brought up by the victims. Like the uncle who said that one of the things that was so difficult for him was, the body not, they had to wait for the body. So he acknowledged that with the 1 day for every 6 years. I think he also acknowledged a few minutes ago Ezra's mom, when she said it's tough on everyone, or whatever it was she said specifically. What's interesting. So he has actually remembered really well what all the people have said, and he's bringing these up. So then the other thing was that about the cameras, because a lot of people mentioned how hard it was to have the cameras. He's just acknowledging, the difficulties and how that people expressed, and then I guess also providing context, because I understand that for them, that having the people that were saying that being on camera and having the cameras there and all that, yeah, that sucks. But people may not be aware that it's public trial, right? And that's what he's saying. He said there's never been a homicide case where there's not cameras. And there's some courts have cameras on for pretty much everything, right? And then the other thing, again, the dude who's the body wasn't returned. So he's acknowledging that that's difficult, but also I like that he sort of explained it, because it's they don't get a chance to do that, then that's exculpatory evidence. And it's like, I mean, he didn't go this far, but essentially it's saying that you could end up losing the case, right? Like they could just get overturned, or, you know, if there's a problem with that, then like it gets dismissed, like we saw Alec Baldwin. So, and they wouldn't want that, right? So you have to do things the right way. So anyway, just pointing it out.
So the court believes, and here's what the court is going to do for the reasons that I've stated. I am going to sentence Ms. McCandless to life in prison in the Wisconsin prison system, and I'm going to set the date that she would be eligible for petitioning the court for extended supervision at 50 years.
50
It's a long time, but the way I reason this, that Ms. McCandless, if she does what she's supposed to do, follows the rules, that she at least has some light at the end of a very long tunnel. It's a long time. I won't be around. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be gone, like dead at that point. But I think I've thought about that for a number of different reasons. I think that way that Alex's parents, you know, I don't know exactly how old they are, how long they have yet to live, but that spares them to have to see the day Miss McCandless may petition to be released, and perhaps have to go through some hearings.
And again, that acknowledges what they said, and they asked for that. A couple different family members did ask for that. They said they don't want to have to see her be around when they're around.
It's a long time down the road, and does not unduly depreciate the seriousness of this offense in the court's opinion. And if this was a death penalty state, there would be no opportunity ever for that. But this is an intentional homicide, and it is that serious in this court's opinion. I think people expect, if maybe not an entire natural life, but
I mean, I think the other thing that's interesting when they consider like the possible like threat to society and stuff like that, right? And danger to society. I think that is something that, you know, you could take into consideration is the fact that she's going to be, if she even gets granted, right? But this, in terms of when she would be eligible to petition, she's going to be like 70 years old. I mean, you know, could a 70-year-old person still murder? Sure, but like, you know, that's a lot different in terms of, especially if it's going to be stabbing again, right? Versus again, if they'd done the 20 years, she would have been 40. So when you think about the physical capabilities of someone when they're old, and, you know, that's not that old. I mean, there's other people who will be older when they're released, but, you know, I do think it's fair.
At least if 50 years is a point where I think most people can agree that would not unduly depreciate the seriousness of the offense, and she would most likely not be a risk to the public after a very lengthy period such as that.
As far as the sentencing credit goes, the state said 683 days. That would date from the date of the first appearance or when bail was set. But if you date it from the date that she was taken into custody by law enforcement, it would be 692 days, or March 18th of 2018. And
I think the date she was taken into custody.
Really? She's like, wait, they left out. Like, she's like trying to get her 9 days more of time served. 9 days. You're joking. To get her out, to get so she could petition for parole 9 days sooner. You're joking.
It was March 27, 2018.
No, she was taken into custody at Mr. Sipple's residence. She was never free to leave after being at Mr. Sipple's residence.
Well, she was not in police custody. She was not arrested on this offense, as I understand it, until March 27th. That's my finding. So, and I added it up. I come up with 683 days credit,
including my records preserved,
including today. Yeah, certainly. So,
gross.
I am required, Ms. McCandless, to advise you.
Look at how mad she is, dude. You want just for 9 days? That is insane.
Some information. You will get a copy of this written explanation of determinate life sentence.
You know what? I'm wondering too. So this is February of 2020. I wonder if there's any COVID going around. You know, I know a lot of people were joking about from during the trial, like COVID ground zero. You know, that was back in October. But February, I mean, probably, right? You know?
Again, your length of your sentence is life imprisonment. And you would be eligible to petition for release to extended supervision after serving 50 years, 0 months. And I think you can read for yourself about extended confinement or bad time. I don't normally read that at a sentencing, but I think the statute does require that I advise you of this information. And that is from section 302.114 of the Wisconsin statutes. And, actually, in any event, the court is supposed to read that information as contained in this form, which is CR 235. And again, a copy will be put in your, provided to the jail for your personal belongings. But you may file a petition for release to extended supervision with this court. The petition cannot be filed earlier than 90 days before your extended supervision eligibility date. If your petition is filed any time earlier than the 90 days, the court will deny the petition without a hearing. You must serve a copy of your petition on the district attorney's office, and the district attorney will file a written response to your petition within 45 days after receiving the petition. The court will review your petition and any response filed by the district attorney and may grant or deny your petition without a hearing. If the court holds a hearing, the hearing will be before the court without a jury. The district attorney who prosecuted you will represent the state at this hearing. Now, again, I don't know who the district attorney will be 50 years from now, but it would be the Dunn County District Attorney. That's the point. Before this court can grant or deny your petition, any victim or any other person may make or submit a statement relevant to your release to extended supervision.
Right.
This court cannot grant your petition unless you prove by clear and convincing evidence that you are not a danger to the public. If your petition is granted, this court may impose conditions on the term of extended supervision. If this court denies your petition, it will set a date on which you may file another petition. If it is filed prior to the date set by the court, it may be denied without a hearing. You may appeal an order denying your petition for release to extended supervision. A number of other things.
We learned that the burden is clear and convincing for that. If you're petitioning for, or at least in this state, if you're petitioning for parole, clear and convincing. So that's like your 75%-ish, right? With your greater weight, also called preponderance of the evidence being like 50% plus a grain of sand. Clear and convincing is the middle ground, often used in civil trials, but for other things like this, right? But that's good to know. So you can think it's in between, greater weight and reasonable doubt. So, and actually, I think the way Mr. Nelson demonstrated it with the reams of paper and closing arguments was pretty much what I'm saying, where he's like, one side has, you take half as much and add it to one side, that would be 75%.
It may seem like formalities. The court does have to impose court costs in this matter. I believe it would be $268 plus a $250 DNA surcharge. That's a total of $518. I'm also going to order restitution. I have it here. Okay. So the restitution would be, first of all, to Marvin and Joan Woodworth for cost of travel and cost of funeral. Cost of travel, $1,602.30. Cost of funeral, $3,940. And then also for Sarah Woodworth for missed work for a funeral. And that's calculated out at $312. And travel from Nebraska, $458.89 for a total of $6,313.19. And there's a victim witness surcharge of 10% added onto that for a total of $6,944.51. Now, I understand that's not contested, and but the court believes that those are reasonable expenses for restitution for the untimely death of Alexander Woodworth. And if things went as they should, his parents or grandparents or anybody shouldn't have to pay for his funeral. and hopefully, his funeral should have been well after his parents were gone. Now, so the court will order that. You may request a restitution hearing if you wish. I will order that up to the maximum amount allowed by law, that there may be deductions from any prison wages to pay towards restitution and court costs. And again, counsel indicated that was 50%. I thought it was 25%, but again,
It was 25%.
just raised it to 50.
I believe it's now 50.
Okay, so I'll order up to 50% of any, I guess it's any amounts in her accounts in the prison. It's not just prison wages, but it's taken from other monies she may have, prison funds. Now, other conditions now.
I think that in some places that they can take higher than that. I'm sure it varies by the state, but I think that like in South Carolina, for example, I think it's higher than that. But yeah.
On that, I will order it, and if it's not allowed, it's not allowed, but I will order that she have no contact with Mr. Woodworth's family.
Judge, I'm going to ask for modification of that. I'd ask that she not be allowed to initiate any contact with Mr. Woodworth's family. I'm aware that there's a restorative justice program that goes on in the state of Wisconsin, and sometimes in the future, victims' families want to go through a restorative justice hearing. So I would not want that to be precluded by today's sentencing. So I would ask that it be changed that she not initiate contact, because as we know, we don't know what will happen in the future. But this is something that does from time to time go on. And people who've gone through it find it incredibly healing. I don't want to preclude that possibility.
Oh my God.
I don't, if the victims wish to have contact, so I'll just say no contact with
I
any.
mean, like he's not putting the. You know what she's doing here? Okay, so he was saying, no contact. It's like it goes without saying that it means no contact from her, right? He's not saying they're not allowed to contact her. He's saying she's not allowed to contact them. They didn't do anything wrong. They can contact whoever they want, right? So that's not like that was unclear or whatever. So she's like, I would like it changed so that it says she can't initiate contact. And it's like, well, duh, that's what it means. But you know what she did? I think this is what I think. I think the whole point was because she wanted to talk about this restorative justice. And what made me think that is when she's like, we don't know what will happen in the future. And there's that again. And then she's like, some people find it very healing. Because, oh my God, it's disgusting. It's like, Alex's family may not know about this program. She wants to make sure they know about it, and by getting it in this way, right? And my guess is that if a family decides to do the restorative justice program, guess what? That's going to look mighty good on your parole petition thing, I would imagine. That family, you know what I mean? So then you can be like, yeah, the family has, we have contact and they've forgiven me. You see where that's going. So I think she wanted to make sure that they heard of that, and she's almost trying to convince them that they might want to do it in the future because other people have found it healing. Incredible.
Member of Alex Woodworth's family, unless that family member initiates contact and requests contact or participation in any sort of restorative justice.
Wow.
And but again, this isn't like conditions of extended supervision. This would be, and I just a little unsure as to how that works with a prison sentence, because prison will have their rules as well. All right, this is a felony conviction. Obviously, Ms. McCandless, you may not possess a firearm ever. It's a permanent prohibition. Serious penalties under both state and federal law. You may not vote in any election until you've completed your sentence, which I think that would be, even if you ever are granted extended supervision, you would still life sentence, so you would never be able to vote again in any election. Also,
that's interesting. That is interesting. Huh. So that's an interesting distinction. So in other words, he's saying that the sentence is still technically life. So where does that matter? Normally it's like you're thinking about when are they getting out of prison, right? But I didn't think about or didn't know that applies to other factors when you've been convicted of a felony. one of which he just mentioned, which is voting. So that if you've been convicted of a life sentence, and even if you're not serving life, when you get out of prison, you can't vote. Interesting. Good to know.
And did she have a DNA sample taken at the time of arrest? I'm sure there were DNA samples taken, but by search warrant. But we'll order that she submit a DNA sample that can be done down at the jail. Also, I believe, given it is a violent felony, she is prohibited from possessing body armor as well. That's a warning the court has to give.
Body armor?
All right, Ms. McCandless, you have 20 days from today to file a notice of intent to seek post-conviction relief. Again, counsel, I just want to say you had a vigorous defense.
No kidding.
Your attorneys, I think, did an outstanding job of raising issues. In fact, I think both sides in this case did an outstanding job. I can't imagine there would be any other issues that would have to be resolved before.
Yeah, one thing I will say, again, her defense attorneys, in the end, as you guys are well aware, I think they crossed a number of lines. But what you can say is there's no way she could complain about having a vigorous defense. I mean, again, that's why I joked maybe a little too vigorous. I mean, there's nothing more they could have done. They not, in my opinion, crossed some boundaries ethically, even to try to get her, either acquitted or at least one of the lesser included. And then even here in the sentencing hearing, I've never seen anything like this. Miss Vishny interrupting to try to get her 9 days sooner that she could petition. That is bananas to me. But yeah, vigorous.
Or a direct appeal, but there's always that possibility. I think, again, this was, counsel were thorough and I think did zealously represented Ms. McCandless.
Very zealous.
All right. Is there anything further, Madam Clerk? Anything I've missed? All right. From the state, anything I've missed?
It's just a formality, but could you just advise her of her immigration right and could result in deportation?
What?
Ms. McCandless was born in the United States.
Well, if you read that statute, this isn't a plea, so I don't think that's necessary. Anything else? Okay, that's all. We're adjourned.
So the audio, court audio cuts out, but the cameras stay on. So we're going to see her getting, she's signing some papers with her handcuffs on. And she's got those handcuffs. They got the kind with the belty thing, it looks like, right? Similar to like what we saw with Alex Murdaugh, except he had like a leash. I don't think they have a leash on her. So that's interesting that they've got it that way, as opposed to just cuffed, because the belt thing restricts you even further, the belty dindle. So now they're taking her back, and that's it. You're going to go to prison for almost the rest of your life, or maybe even the rest of your life. That's it. You can see them going on back again, another door. They only have one bailiff with her. Wow. That's it. The end. We did it, guys. Another trial in the books for the Squangwin and the Squirrel Crew and everybody. So yeah, a very interesting case, a very interesting trial. And, I still wish we had more definitive information about the freaking abortion, but, again, I think I played at the beginning of the stream that clip where it's the closest thing we have to Jason saying that he heard from a medical professional. But again, I still just don't know that they would even be able to do that. So I don't know. I feel like when he and of course Ezra identifying as a they them, sometimes he said they, he could have meant Ezra. So you guys let me know what you think, if you think that if in fact that's possible that the nurses or a doctor could come out and tell him that she's pregnant if he's in the waiting room, or just what you think on that. But what we know is that he never saw a pregnancy test, essentially, right? Like he never saw a pregnancy test himself. You know, even if medical staff did have the ability or that was allowed to come and talk to him, they wouldn't bring out a test, right? Anyway, so he never. So in other words, that's all we got is like if they were able to tell him or not, basically. Because I still think it's really up in the air that she was ever even pregnant. And he did say he paid cash at the Mayo Clinic for the abortion. So yeah. So anyway, trying to think if there was anything else, any other loose ends on this, but I think that's everything. So yeah, so we've got our next case starting on Friday. I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. I'm really, really, really excited about that. It's very different than this trial. You know, of course, every trial is different, but you got it's different courtroom, different state, different everything. I'm really excited to get started on that one on Friday. I think you guys are going to be really surprised. I know I have already been surprised over and over again as I've been going through and putting the video together. So that's why we watch the trials, right? So anyway, thanks everybody for watching and everyone on Replay Crew. You guys are awesome. And I will hopefully see you guys all on Friday. And I'm going to go ahead and roll the outro.